हेलो 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 व्हाट्सअप कैसे हो स्क्रीन विंडो कैप्चर इधर आओ
because the cool kids are trying to see if they can withstand the cold of the winter. At the end of the day, just a bunch of new squads, and so I asked you earlier already, what you look at, what you look for when you see new players, and you took it very specifically.
विंडो कैप्चर
But in general, I'm watching these brawlers, cool. If you're a fan at home, what are some things that you look for to see when you're scouting? As far as obviously, are there any esoteric skill sets that might point out to you?
Yeah, I would definitely say if you're at home, look for the more consistent players.
हेलो बावन कैसे हो
Successful when they try and go for something big. The flashy plays are always going to be cool, but when those flashy plays start piling up, that's called consistency, right? And being reliable as a player is what I think truly makes you great. Makes you a good teammate. It means that your teammates can depend upon you and don't really need to be thinking about your lane and can focus on their own game.
Our first draft of the evening.
प्रेडिक्शन दिया हाँ कर चुका हूँ कूल किड्स को कर दिया था मेरा के को वोट किया मैंने भी सेम ईयर हे
combined there. Shelly, big enough of a nerf?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this one. I definitely think that she's gonna
चलो सेटअप फिलहाल के लिए नॉट परमानेंट बट ठीक है कर दिया है 1080 पिक्सल्स पे नहीं चलेगा 720 पिक्सल्स पे चल रहा है फिलहाल के लिए तो वेट करो क्योंकि आज ही वो पेन ड्राइव आई और आज हमने कर दिया चलो ये
it's either on or off. Either we see Gene all the time or we don't see him. And right now we're seeing a little bit of a return to that heavy Gene play.
It can be
cool to see him on the winter team.
It can be very dependent on
इसके और इंडिया रीजन का भी मैच है
I think that Killer 34 is definitely expecting it. He's going to go in for the big teleport. Gets a kill on the left side. Another one for Hiroshi as he takes down WP and the last man standing. His Polar is a free super for Orca as he farms that one up for the next round. A round 1 victory for the Cool Kids looks promising for the remainder of this game.
Nice job. We got some Na'Vi fans there. Na'Vi won their first monthly finals a couple of months ago, I think 2 or 3. And so certainly cool to see a squad that has been on the final stage before showing up in the later stages of the day. Big plays here though, 1-for-1 trade. Rabbit Hop still available, very healthy. And the gas should come in a matter of Killer show it up, and the TP makes it happen.
And nicely placed teleport as well if they want to keep things going for the later stages of the game. But I think they already know that they have this one in the bag. An easy takedown of that ego is going to be instrumental. And a few more shots on a round.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
These guys, I think, really well drafted by them, very well played too. When we look at the enemy team's draft, I think we see that Gene, and it seems to be a little bit out of place. I think we saw that first selection of Gray, anticipating the possibility of a last pick of a thrower or something like that.
Like करबो भाई, like नहीं करता ये बंदे.
Really hard. So some good anticipation from the Cool Kids. With a nice combo on their team so far. They're going to be playing this one very.
Oh, he's low. Very low.
Also on
Gaya. Nice 1v1 traded.
Top side though, and it's back to a 2v2.
Killer really accurate with these long range shots.
Oh bhai.
He's got a shotgun, so won't make it comment about them.
Is this a comeback? Oh, winter. Winter is coming.
Very slow pace of play here on this hot zone. Or knockout, excuse me. I expect things to turn up a little bit when we switch game modes.
Certainly so, but for now it's just that pretty metered, kind of slow knockout gameplay. Get the super, end off the round nice and easy. Don't give it to Rabbit Hop. And definitely the calculated play here from the Cool Kids. They have that teleport in now if they want to get someone by surprise. If they get someone a low HP, it can be a free kill.
क्या जीतने का डर ज्यादा है? अच्छा.
On the left side, blocking off some of the shots for WP. Really taking those down though. Orca in position on the right.
Oh, nice one.
For Killer, and it's down to a 3v2.
Yeah, nice job there from Killer. Hiroshi, wish they had more of a plan when activating the shades. They just sort of like hit the button and let them get eaten. But everything coming up Millhouse here for the cool kids. Round one, obviously not in their direction, but looking to turn things around here. The 3 not guaranteed. So cool kids trying to play this one safe here, Eddie.
It's going to be tough for the 2v3 to come out of victorious, especially WP here. He has that pull, but Hiroshi has the super. 2-1. Or save it for the next round. Polars just knows he's not going to be able to win this one. Goes ahead and yeah, goes into the gas. I mean, there's nothing really to lose there. 3 supers on the side of cool kids and only 1 super on the side of winner. You decide to not even try. Thank you. Next, we go to the next round, but they're facing 3 supers.
Sometimes you just gotta scoop. Rabbit hop in the middle here on the Lola. Recently, I saw something that said Lola was one of the least played brawlers, and not necessarily competitive, but just
Oh, very low. आ गया.
as we see a good pull from Gene for the first time all game. But I'm surprised to see Lola so low. Polars not
अरे मार.
down.
Why? Super use करता वो मर जाता.
Gonna take the game.
Well done for winner. A hard-fought victory for them. We saw some pretty good plays, honestly, from KK in that previous game, in game number 1 of the set. They led off strong with a 2-0, and they actually had a pretty good start in this final round that ended up going the other way. Just a little bit. We'll see if they're able to get some more value there with the pulls. I know Hiroshi was hanging on to that pull for a while, likely hoping for a lot more value than he wound up getting. When it comes down to it, though, I think WP is the big playmaker here. Once he gets those pulls fired off, it could be huge, but there's still a
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Traded.
counter on Hiroshi. Once more, equalizes thing. Yet another one onto Polars. He's in dangerous
नहीं.
Super from Orca, though. Enough to shut him down. Killer's gonna try and fix this on his own.
Unfortunate. Killer had one moment there to take that when both players were locked in the little grassy jail cell. You land all those shots, I think maybe you get lucky and walk out. But as soon as you was there no boat? Did he have no ammo? What was that?
Well,
You just go up and high five the homie?
yeah, dap him up on the top side. No, Polars didn't want to kill him there because he wanted to give WP some supercharge. So you don't really want to kill the golden goose. You know what I'm saying? Get some supercharge for the homie, especially because Gene has such an effective super. In the end, though, he didn't wind up getting a super. He's still short of a super.
And this is a turnaround. I guess Winter is winning here for now. Oh, bug guy. Yeah.
Pays off.
3-on-1. Killer's been the guy, at least the last man standing every single time. Winter wins the round, the game, and the set. Nice job, Winter. WP, well played. GG. We'll see how this one continues. Little slow pace, a little slow pace this time around. But I think as we jump into some of the other game modes,
Nice one. Good turnaround from the Winter. Because Winter is coming.
modes,
Yeah.
see some speed up a little bit.
That's kind of what happens when you start off with Knockout, right? Is a pretty slow mode, depending on the draft. If you have that sort of run-it-down comp, then that's what you got. Yeah, we see Killer over here strategically depriving Rabbit Hop of the super. It has been, a pretty slow, must say, like full disclosure.
Winter one lul. Lul.
Striving to get the first victory in this region. We've seen domination the entire year long, and now it's the opportunity for either one of these teams to grab their monthly finals victory. So playing it safely and as calculated as possible, definitely nothing to sneeze at.
Not at all. Allergies in check. You can see the WP players, or the WT players rather. Although the WP player for nice evenly spread. Killer doing a lot of the heavy lifting on the Cool Kids squad. And so if the Cool Kids want to find success a little bit later in the competition, I think Killer 34 is going to need some help. We'll see if we get
Bounty.
as you would say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow, That's the first time I've ever received positive feedback. I think that's what it was about Canal.
Look at Buzz.
He's just chilling. He's just
He's
a dude
so
here.
chilling.
He is not lifeguarding. He will never lifeguard. What? The bad randoms will never play in a Brawl Stars map. But no, we could see some of these brawlers show up.
हेलो इमेजिन विद प्रशांत लाइव देख रहे हो यस लाइव
Making an appearance on
Live.
the side. Cordelius is, I know for the players, such a frustrating one to play against. He is a very, very powerful brawler. So
हेलो रॉक गेमर शॉट्स
the sake of their sanity, they can get this one eliminated. First,
अभी प्रेडिक्ट कर सकते हैं नहीं अगले गेम का कर सकते हो जो कि इंडिया वाला होगा बाकी ये आते रहते हैं बीच में क्वेश्चन जो आप देख सकते हो स्क्रीन पे
Certainly,
Which team has won every monthly finals in SCA?
Cool Kids opted for Gene in game 1 or set 1, and they didn't. The Cool Kids saw Winter pick Gene in set 1, and they didn't want to be left behind here, so they're gonna
टीम फ्लैश थी क्या राइजिंग सन का याद नहीं टीम फ्लैश करता हूँ
like the pull a lot. Killer was
और
piloting great,
टीम फ्लैश सही है ये तुक्का ओपी यस
so the Gene might just be their original choice. You know, they had selected Gray first, and then got answered to. Now they'll try the Gene.
इसमें तुम एडवांस में करना चाहो तो कर सकते हो
and we do see the Shelly now appearing on the other side. So that's one brawler that you don't.
आज ये वाला मिलेगा कि रुक जाओ थांबा एकदम थांबा वाला
With all those bushes on the right side, it might be difficult to navigate around, but I can almost guarantee you Killer's going to be running that vision gear so he gets a good visual on those bushes. It can be difficult to win back the mid area once things get a little tricky. Nita is a selection from Winter, and this is an interesting one. It would be good versus a tank in close range, but that's not going to be the selection at all. I think this is a 110% out draft for the Cool Kids. They have the primary counter to Carl with Gene. Gene also counters out Barley. They have Dynamite to deal with the Nita. Dynamite is also just a better thrower than Barley when it comes to that 1v1. And Shelly, I mean, they're indestructibles here. Dynamite's going to be able to fire over those. If Cool Kids can just show up and play it, then I think they have this win already in the bag.
Got to agree there. Love the analysis of the draft and love the draft even.
बोलो जुबा केसरी भाई
Imagine that. The Dynamite, though. Real character. People got to get used to him.
He is very, very strong. We'll see just how well Orc is able to play him on this right lane. Polar is using that very fast speed as well as a speed gear to get some movement inside of the bushes, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of movement anymore. Rabbit Hop on the left side gets pulled all the way in. And now Orc is also running that speed gear. Lots of mobility, going to be able to dodge out those shots from WP. Have great mobility even when he's an unseen enemy, and a little bit of healing from the match punch from Killer. So far, so good for the Cool Kids. They could definitely afford to farm up some more kills, but the most important thing for them is to get that control. The super flashing from Polar, you just know he's auto-aiming it, looking for anything possible, but the Cool Kids have this mid on lockdown.
Hiroshi's also just been owning this left side. Last time around, said hi to, I think it was WP. Now Polar's trying to deal with it. Either way, Hiroshi do not care. Left side, right side, my side, baby. Cool Kids going to town. 16 out of 20 stars for them. And Winter's 420 gets turned into an 8.
Cool Kids just
Nice one.
anyone at all away from ending this one early with 20 stars on their side. Super for Polars is definitely looking good. He's out of gadgets. There's the fight.
आपकी भी ड्रॉप छूट गया था क्या
They loaded in the game, but there's still more.
ड्रॉप छूट गया था क्या समझा नहीं
Even though it might seem impossible, could possibly make it back. I'm talking kind of a 1% chance here, though. They're going to have to dig.
कौन सा ड्रॉप छूट गया था भाई
Find some unseen strategy, do what has never been done before, playing into this kind of outdraft and coming out on top.
It's never been done before.
I don't think so.
I mean, like, definitely like once.
Well, it's never been done before by Cool Kids.
You know what? When you're right, you're right. 5 kills or stars so far. Nice work on the left side. Killer and Hiroshi really combining. This Carl play has been really fantastic, to be honest with you. I did not jump into this matchup looking for the most exemplary gameplay, so to speak, but Hiroshi has just really nailed this sort of like
अरे 10 पॉइंट वाला रैंडम ड्रॉप
and it's just extremely accurate. Finding
ना वो तो मेरे सारे कंप्लीट है भाई
doing a
स्क्रीन पे आप स्ट्रीम पे जाकर देख सकते हो।
because I was a little afraid it was going to be all killer after that first set.
But yeah, I mean, this is sort of the thing with Carl. He's such a multifaceted brawler. You're able to play him so many different ways. Just don't usually want to play him like that. Get him really aggressive in pullers, lays down the punishment with the super. And we've seen Cool Kids sort of forfeit control of mid. Hiroshi's still going to be swinging that pickaxe around on the right side, though. Pullers is sort of trapped behind the Indestructible, still looking for a supercharge. Maybe some kind of value out here. A little bit of wall break on the left. Pullers is starting to flush things out on the backside, but he's got to be careful. If he gets taken down, it's an immediate win for the Cool Kids. Hiroshi in with the super. A takedown for Orca on the Pullers.
जी
Going to the Cool Kids.
कूल किड्स का आते हो सेट।
On the other side,
हाँ, तो आप ये पूछ रहे थे तो मैंने ये वोट किया था। ये क्वेश्चन वाला ये रहा जो कि ऑलरेडी सही था। 85 पॉइंट्स मेरे हो चुके हैं।
but what
2000 से शुरू किया था।
win there for the Cool Kids? A win for the Cool Kids now. So we're split down the middle, and we are headed out to double swoosh, which this is an interesting one for me as we jump into our replay package here because
कुछ घंटे बाद ये भी मैचेस हैं। हाँ भाई, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं आज।
comfortable on.
Certainly so. And the Cool Kids, I mean, they've already shown us in the past that they are remarkable drafters. I want to point out that Winter played.
नाइस स्टेट वन द सेट जीता है, लेकिन अभी इक्वल हो गया है। अब
We can already
2 सेट जो जीतेगा वो मैच जीत जाएगा पूरा।
the spotlight so far this year. Now
पूरा गेम ही जीत जाएगा।
Grand Finals title on the line in the last monthly final, no less. But double swoosh, it's going to be all about that control play. You can sometimes sneak in something aggressive, but you gotta draft it right. If you want to play the Ashe, then you gotta ban out some of the tank counters. And there are just so many brawlers that are able to do it well that you might not have enough bans to get the job done. But Cool Kids
नहीं, टीम वाले चूज करने से पहले 10 के रैंडम ड्रॉप था, वो मुझे पता नहीं भाई। मेरे 85 पॉइंट्स हो गए हैं। अब जिसके 85 से ज़्यादा हो तो उनको ज़्यादा मिला होगा, बाकी हमारा तो 85 है ही फिलहाल।
Bought you, I think, is what you were kind of saying there, yeah?
3000 पहुंचना है।
double swoosh also is going to be one of
85 तो ऑलरेडी हो ही गया है।
create quite a bit of space. And there's some good brawlers to get the job done. We've seen the Gene make an appearance twice now.
दोनों टीम में एक ही टाइप का लोगो डिज़ाइन क्यों है? बिकॉज ये टीम नई है और जो टीम अपना खुद का लोगो नहीं बनाती उनके में ऐसा डाल दिया जाता है।
Is banned on each
जिनका खुद का लोगो नहीं होता उनके में ऐसा नॉर्मल दिखाएगा। फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर तुम नए टीम बनाते हो और तुम पहुंचते हो पहली बार और तुमने अपना खुद का लोगो नहीं बनाया, तो तुम्हारा फॉर एग्जांपल पर्पल केक गेमिंग तुमने अपनी टीम का नाम दिया तो वो पीसीजी करके दिखाएगा, सिर्फ पीसीजी और नीचे 3 स्टार, जैसा अभी जैसे दिख रहे हैं डॉट और बीच में स्टार, ऐसे तुम्हारा भी दिखाएगा।
Yeah, I mean,
लेकिन अगर तुम्हारा खुद का लोगो है,
very, very high.
जैसे रिजेक्ट, क्रेजी रकून, इन सब का खुद का लोगो है,
Very solid.
तो उनका लोगो दिखाई देगा।
Can't really go wrong
अदरवाइज जो भी तुम्हारे
unless you're in
टीम का इनिशियल्स होगा स्टार्टिंग का, उनको लिख के नीचे स्टार लगा देते हैं लोग।
counter to Gene. Carl also now selected by KK, and this is what I'm talking about. They went with his exact same duo in the last one. M's final selection.
तो या तो खुद का लोगो बना लो, अगर नहीं है
These guys.
तो ये डिफॉल्ट लोगो है भाई।
It's
तुम्हारे नाम का जो इनिशियल लोगोस हैं उठा के
but
चिपका देने का। हे
that you know has a certain success.
अब इसको नींद आ रही है भाई अभी से।
Go for the counter.
सो जा भाई, सो जा।
Risking it all.
Ems and Carl. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, anybody getting pulled is going to get hurt, but not always the characters I look at to complement the Gene. Buzz, on the other hand, the opposite of Gene. Is this upside down Gene? You know?
Sort of, yeah. Pull yourself to the enemy. Buzz, interestingly, is pretty much the first brawler that I thought of when I was thinking of what could Winter do against Cool Kids. And Buzz is one of those where, once again, you have to play him right. He's not really a fault-tolerant brawler, but going into Carl, he's a known Carl counter. Going into M
कमेंट नहीं देखते क्या?
is when brawlers
कौन सा वाला?
possibly get in close range.
कौन से कमेंट की बात हो रही? कोई दिखे तो सही तुम्हारा।
Zoning you out with that main attack, and then she'll keep you slowed down.
कमेंट करोगे तो जरूर पढ़ा जाएगा।
Like this selection from Winter, I think that Buzz has promise. We'll see how well it's played. We'll see Hiroshi on the right side sort of counter what I expected.
मुझे तो वो 1000 टोकन वाला चाहिए, पर प्रेडिक्ट ही नहीं किया।
This is going to be giving him
अभी बहुत सारे हैं भाई,
charge as well. Killer also.
बहुत सारे हैं।
Some nice zoning out on that left side. Of course, win lane, win game, and so far, Cool Kids are in the lead, even though it's marginal.
Polars gets spun on. Kind of comes out in time though. Cool Kids with mid control at the moment. Winter shoved back on their side of things. 4, make that 5-2. Yeah, Rabbit Hop really has to find a way to get that super. Finds it. Misses the time though, so Orca's able to get in and get out. 7 gems to none. Here comes the pain. Cool Kids have 9 gems to Winter's none.
Here's the countdown for Cool Kids 2. Orca can afford to stay up and aggressive, but Hiroshi and Killer need to back away. Rabbit Hop has that stun now. Here's the pull, and he's taken down. No chance of grappling in now. Orca tries to defend the rest of the push. He can't get scrap suckered if you're in the middle of that super. 1 kill on the right and 1 on the left.
GG's, easy peasy.
And when I went into this set saying, sure, the buzz can be good, but you gotta play him right. Or at least you gotta play him into these brawlers specifically. It's not really what we saw. We saw the use of the gadget to grapple in, not getting that stun. You're gonna
स्ट्रीम बहुत डिले है यार आपका. हाँ तो वहां जाके देख लो भाई. ये स्ट्रीम का 10 सेकंड डिले तो ऑटोमेटिक यूट्यूब डाल के देता है, उसमें अपन कुछ नहीं कर सकते भाई. 10 सेकंड डिले यूट्यूब की तरफ से होता है. अगर आपको बहुत ज़्यादा फास्ट देखना है तो किक पे चले जाओ. किक पे 1 या 2 सेकंड का डिले होगा, जाकर किक पे देख सकते हो. बट द प्रॉब्लम इज इफ यू गो ऑन टू द किक यू विल नॉट गेन द टॉप आवर्स. सो इट्स यू, इट्स योर विश. आपकी चॉइस है ब्रो, आपको जो करना वो करो. बाकी अपन ने तो बता दिया.
Side trying to change the narrative here. Finds a couple of punches, but not enough. Sent back behind bars and then back to base. Killer on the good side. 3 gems to Winter's 5 though. Cool Kids playing well, but not really controlling the situation.
Rabbit Hop's going to get it on the left side. Orca with the super all the way to the top side. No, over to the right, a little lane swap action. And that's actually massive. Hiroshi on the left with the constant charisma down. And doesn't fall from some good help from Killer on the right side. WP going in very aggressive. The 1v3. And predictably gets taken down. Cool Kids still at a deficit. A couple gems picked up on their side. Keeps them still in the running. Rabbit Hop on the right, encroaching on the back lines. So far for Polars, it's all good. He's got the turret up. He's farming up some gems for free. WP's just keeping things locked down on the left. Nice kill for Orca though, looks promising. Killer also with a lot of gems. He's trying to hold things down over here. Orca grappled, taken down by Rabbit Hop, and Hiroshi around the right side picks up yet another gem. It's 8-8. Incredibly tied up here. Should things keep on getting traded out, it could be good. A wonderful pull for Cool Kids, but a counter from Rabbit Hop on the left side, and Winter's still in it.
Oh yeah.
The play of the game just gets in the mid, spins it, and wins it. 16 gems in the pocket. Rabbit Hop goes in, wrong target. Gets the kill, but it doesn't matter. 7 seconds on the clock, and 16 gems behind the wall. A pole kills 1 contender. There's the kill on the second.
Oh yeah. Easy peasy.
End the set. Nice moves.
दूसरा मैच प्रेडिक्ट कर सकते हैं हम. हाँ, एडवांस में करना है तो लॉगिन कर लो. लॉगिन करने के बाद ग्रैंड फाइनल्स पे क्लिक करना. नीचे वहाँ पे ऑप्शन आता है कौन से मैच का कहाँ करना है. ये वाला तो ऑलरेडी ख़त्म हो चुका है तो इसमें एडवांस में नहीं कर सकते. लेकिन हाँ, अगर आप EMEA पे जाओगे वहाँ पे अगर आपको करना है, यहाँ इस तरीके से आप एडवांस में कर सकते थे. अभी आपको वेट करना पड़ेगा, जब वो मैच आएगा तभी वोट कर पाओगे. जैसा अगला मैच का अभी जो थोड़ी देर बाद जब चालू होगा तब कर पाओगे.
Beautiful stuff there. That was a really strong showing here from Cool Kids. Perhaps the best performance that we've seen from either team, you know, this contest. Really enjoyed watching this one. Orca, this is that play. He just went in and sure, Winter, they were holding hands, but it did get a little spicy towards the end. That pull made me a little concerned. But Killer doing his thing versus Rabbit Hop, and then the other boys just taking care of business. And working.
और भी और ओके में से किसको करना चाहिए? देखो पिछली बार 4 बटन जीती थी तो 4 बटन्स पे करना चाहेंगे हम.
is because on paper,
बाकी तो देखते हैं अभी इनकी कमेंट्री भी सुनना पड़ता है थोड़ा क्या बोल रहे हैं भाई because if they are telling you no this was so good option so yeah you can go with that thing so you can actually get the points for that.
goes to prove that just because it counters things on paper, you still gotta show up and you gotta brawl correctly. We'll see Kaboom Canyon coming in here now, and this is one of
मैं तो 4B को करूंगा
you can rush
वही तो मैं बोला अभी.
sort of the nature of heist, but some interesting drafts emerge on this map quite frequently, so I'm excited to see how this one goes down.
Bans are in. No Cordelius. Is that Janet that I saw? No, it was Bonnie. Alright, there it is. Normal stuff. None of the collects either. But our picks are more important. Belle being the first choice overall here for Winter. With Eve being the first choice overall, I should say. Belle being Winter's first choice. And then there's Lola combined.
8-bit.
Alright, 8-bit on the other side. I really like 8-bit.
I love 8-bit. I mean, he pumps out so much DPS. He can be great for keeping control. Just is very challenging to use correctly when you don't have that super down. Also fairly challenging to play into Belle. Belle's great for any brawler that she outranges, which is an 8-bit, but she's also good against brawlers.
जय श्री राम भाई.
Basically 8-bit, he needs that turret to have any chance at survival.
सभी नहीं कर सकते हैं क्या प्रेडिक्ट उसके लिए आपको एक दिन पहले करना पड़ता है ब्रो. अभी लॉक इन हो चुका है
Base race action in
अब लॉक्ड हो चुके हैं. अगर आप सोचो जी अब हाँ कल का कर सकते हो
one of those that is good versus the 8-bit.
ये अभी लॉक्ड का साइन जो आ रहा है ये लॉक अगर हटेगा
In mind as a
तब आप कर सकते थे.
so early
अभी ये जो जी लाइव चालू होगा तो इसका तो नहीं कर सकते. तो जो अभी नेक्स्ट चालू होगा उसको प्रेडिक्शन का चांस मिलेगा आपको.
I think they also wanted that 8-bit, so they might have just decided to snap this one up.
और क्या होगा स्टार प्लेयर ऐसा क्या.
They can play into whatever Winter
Let's see.
counter. So
किलर ज्यादा अच्छा खेल रहा है फिलहाल के लिए तो बाकी देखते हैं.
I'm still trying to figure out where Jesse is most applicable. Why Jesse over a different brawler here?
if you ask me, it's got to be because they want to diminish the value that Killer's able to have on this 8-bit. Jessie, she's most often played into tanks because she can shut them down so easily. If we talk about like the North American perspective, she's quite good into a brawler like Sam because she throws down that turret, gets the slow, gets a whole lot of damage out. Killer's over here with a boosted booster there and the extra.
अरे भाई 78 पहुंचा दिया.
8% remain. But off that push, Cool Kids have completely forfeited that control of mid that they worked so hard to get off the beginning of the match. When you get that kind of push in, ideally you keep the mid control. And Winter are now going to have to play the control game. Keep Cool Kids in their spawn and gradually chip away at the safe. They're just not geared for the sort of high octane, lay a ton of damage into the safe like Orca and Killer are able to. If it's anyone, it's got to be Rabbit Hop who's the first to fall. But WP and Polar still have the mid on lock.
Hiroshi not doing too much on the Eve this time around. As much as I like the Carl pick, it's no secret I don't love Eve. And I look across the way. I think people can handle her, obviously, taking care of business. Yeah, she's mad. Big damage coming out from Winter here as they are 2/3 of the way done with Cool Kids is safe. Hiroshi does get over there.
लूसिन फॉर ब्रूसिन.
21% remains.
अभी कुछ करने वाली है मी कभी होने वाला है तो तभी कर लेना. Yeah.
Kept it the entire time. 19% remain. Killer and Orc is still alive.
पर्पल तुमसे बहुत बात करनी है. इंस्टा है. अरे 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 भाई केक देखा नहीं कि टूट पड़े.
Final shots alongside Scrappy on the left. Winter the game victory. And if they win the next one just as dominantly as the last, they will be really springboarding their charge in a set final.
MMA खेलता है क्या ये?
Coming out from Winter, not slouching, not falling asleep at all. It looked like a couple of those matches, a couple of those rounds, a couple of those moments. Cool Kids looked like just the better team, and Winter is just showing up and really kind of making moments happen when they weren't winning earlier. And so I like to see that change. That adaptation is a nice move.
COC की ad lol. Wow.
WP under the gun, and one more shot confirms it, and it comes from Killer. But not enough space for the team to step up. So kills are good, but no objective control just yet.
This is really challenging for Cool Kids. If they lose mid, like they did last game, then it could wind up panning out the exact same way. Winter, they already have 2 brawlers in those bushes, and Orca's trying to break them open with the use of Silver Bullet. Really,
I
anyone
guess
can get his hands on Killer. Now throwing down
सिल्वर बुलेट से उसको भी उस साइड का तोड़ देना चाहिए, क्योंकि इसकी रेंज बहुत है।
retake of mid.
8 बिट की रेंज इतनी है कि वो वहां से मार लेगा। भाई तोड़,
Literally cannot see.
या तो दोनों ही मत तोड़, और तोड़ तो फिर दोनों तोड़ भाई।
Are keeping the mid control. WP also is in a pretty furious 1v1 on the left side. Hiroshi also getting attacked. Winter, they're keeping that mid control. Only 3% on the safe so far, but a kill on the right side begs to say otherwise. Pullers might find the opportunity to rush in. A nice kill for Hiroshi on the left side, and Cool Kids might get this retake.
Very important kill for Hiroshi on that left side. If that doesn't go down Cool Kids' way, WP is able to walk in. Winter is able to go ahead and find an entire offensive set. Instead, Hiroshi stops all of that, and just under a minute to go, still 97% or more left on everybody's box. It's Winter with a 3%.
भाई क्या कर रहा है भाई? कौन बोला था ऑर्का होगा भाई?
Gone as quickly.
घंटा ऑर्का होगा। अबे तुम्हारे पास सुपर है, वहां तक पहुंच गया, उड़ाना। कम से कम 10% तो डैमेज हो ही जाता है उधर।
Making some
अब तो वैसे ही ऊपर नहीं पहुंच पा रहा।
80% and running.
वाह वाह
Orc on the right
वाह,
side.
क्या बात!
So hard.
घंटा का प्लेयर है और क्या भाई, घंटा का प्लेयर है
Super now in pull.
भाई। कहाँ सुपर यूज किया? कोई था ही नहीं उधर, उधर सुपर यूज किया है।
So far, Cool Kids are looking for anything they can use to push up. 15-second countdown active, and the time is running short now, dipping below 10, and Killer's got to send it up the left side. He's got a super in hand, and Rabbit Hop and WP are well aware. The super's down. Hiroshi's looking for anything.
ये
3%
नल्ला प्लेयर, नल्ला।
top, but go below. WP are going to be sending us into the 5th and final set.
फाइनल सेट पहुंच चुका है। हाँ
Oh, don't hurt. No, what are you doing? Why do that?
That's Orca right there.
Why would you do that? I don't like that at all, man. Be nice to your friend. I guess he's trying to, doesn't have the poke flute, trying to wake him up. 'Cause that's
स्नोरलैक्स, यस।
nice step forward. Like I said, this Winter team, I thought they were a step behind the Cool Kids, but looks like they're just as cool. Finding the victory here in Siege certainly changes the idea for me.
और जैसे कि मैंने बताया था, किलर अच्छा खेल रहा है। किलर ही है, देखो इस बार का भी मोस्ट हीलिंग पे है। डीपीएस में हिरोशी है, और का तो कहीं दूर दूर तक नहीं है। नल्ला प्लेयर भाई, नल्ला प्लेयर।
Well, and then Jesse was also still left on the table. Was Jesse the serious game changer here? I don't think so. I look more to Bell and Lola for those things. Lola, she brought that lane control. She's such a good lane brawler, and then she's fantastic for pumping out that DPS when it matters. Orca playing that cold, not as great of a lane brawler, but definitely even better equipped than Lola for getting the damage on the safe, but still struggled in that 1v1 unfortunately. I think we saw a lot of the value come from
मुझे वो चैंपियनशिप कॉल्ट की स्किन चाहिए।
control the entire
अच्छा,
game. Game number
ये कौन सी नई स्किन आ गई भाई?
for the second time in game number 3, they were looking phenomenal.
Yeah, even in moments where we saw Cool Kids find a victory, find a small win, find a kill here, just not able to find the stuff after the stuff. So game number 5, the entirety of the set used up by these players. You do love to see it. As in a matter of moments, should be fun watching these guys kind of shift gears and change things up. As we, like I said, kind of sort of saw this back and forth. The first one going 3, and then it's just been kind of 2-0-2-0, and this answer back was super important.
फाइनल सेट, who's gonna win?
A lot of the,
जो जीतेगा उसी का सेट होगा भाई।
RT first off, not surprising.
आएगी भी तो पैसे से, जेम से नहीं। व्हाट रेयरिटी इज डग?
Good long range brawlers that are also
डग कौन सा है भाई? डग कौन सी रेयरिटी का है?
fine for me as a North
सुपर रेयर, मिथिक, लूनर
wants from Cool Kids.
है? लूनर रेयरिटी भी होती है क्या?
This is RT, but can definitely be good versus
मिथिक में था ना ये तो।
tanky brawlers. So perhaps picking up some of these tank buster type brawlers
चलो मिथिक,
from the perspective that she's good.
जिम इसी के साथ पहला रिवॉर्ड अनलॉक करते हो। 155 हम ले चुके हैं। वाओ,
We also also see that Shelly ban, which is definitely a good call. Cordelia's banned out too. So some of the more prevalent brawlers in the current meta banned out, standardizing things a little bit, but also opening up room for creativity for Winter. They got a couple more picks. Barley, definitely one that I love, especially into that Nita. It is a hard counter.
गूगल पे रिडीम कोड है ना? क्या है ना?
You can fire over walls, and there are blocks of 2x2 indestructibles on this map that Nita's just never going to be able to touch Barley around.
Last pick here, though, for field goal, or for Winter, excuse me, on field goal. You've got some long range stuff, and so, well, you got everything out of R2, to be honest with you, and you've got the Barley. So it's going to be the Spike. I was just going to say, I want to see
Q&A.
coming up for Winter, and Spike is where I would have gone. I don't know about for sure, but I think it's the safest pick. We've seen teams go to choices like Sandy recently for that control, but I think Spike just is a little bit safer there, as Carl locked in last choice overall.
Yeah, when it comes down to the cool kids' last pick, Carl's just about the first thing on my mind. They really do like playing this brawler, but I couldn't help but laugh to myself a little bit just because of cool kids. They keep on picking these same brawlers, and it's not even a bad sign. It's really just a sign that they've sort of min-maxed the skill on their brawler pool. It's going to be good into the Barley. I'm definitely optimistic for that. Barley will probably be bringing the sticky syrup mixer to diminish the value of that, which is good counterplay to it. Pullers also is going to have some good play into that lane. So I think really Winter do have the draft here. I see a lot of potential for Hiroshi to make waves with that Lola. A lot more damage output potential, I think, and a large cone of shots to be fired at enemies that are going to be tougher to dodge. But Winter, I think that they have the draft here.
I got to agree. Actually, Killer using the Shiba Nita skin, I now think it's all cool kids. Actually, it might just be as two players fall down, WP does find a kill. That might be enough.
No.
Build is good, and that's why we pick Spike.
Easy goal होते होते नहीं हुआ भाई, लेके घुसना था उसको.
Scoring opportunity dissuaded by a single spike. Well played.
Makes me happy. Popping pin cushion coming out from WP. Almost never see the very first spike gadget coming out. Good kill.
Hello, yes.
Side as well. He'll be able to push things up if he was
पीसी सेटअप हो रहा है कि
even extend the offense.
हो गया भाई, बस सेटिंग्स बची हैं थोड़ी.
We see WP's decided not to go with that.
तो भाई दे गया था कुछ तो.
There are two piercing shots on the enemy team that are not going to be that great to be running the life plane into. So it's good to see that he got some value off of the gadget that otherwise would usually receive no value. Rabbit Hop taken down on the right, but there's the sticky syrup mixer we were talking about. That prevented Orca from getting out that one alive. 2v2 ensues, with Rabbit Hop soon rejoining the fray. All control here as we dip below 1 minute on the clock.
Was that a surprise? Did we see that for the first time out of the Barley? Because that play by Orca was like teamed up. Hiroshi had popped out the ego. They wanted to make that move at the same time, but it looked like they were caught off guard by the slow.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely got to be expecting the slow if you're running an aggro brawler into the Barley.
बॉल छोड़ दिए इनने.
That sort of control-based medicinal healing tonic, but seemed like Orca was still able to get at least a trade there into what is a hard counter. So still,
they wanted
decent
so
outcome
much
for
more,
Rabbit.
though.
No doubt.
We've got 20 seconds here on the clock. Scoreless after all that. Who has the better overtime corner here? Ready?
उसके पास सुपर है और का के पास हिरोशी के पास सुपर है. सुपर यूज करके गोल कर सकते हैं. क्या ये गोल होगा?
Get some good value on the Barley just by virtue of his range, but he's not going to have too much health to work with. Killer's looking dangerous on the right side. 6,000 health.
Come on, गोल कर गोल. अरे कैसे? चलो.
And it's good for cool kids. Match point incoming.
मैच पॉइंट.
You know, I think you have two options.
नाइट बोर्ड सबका वकील बन जाता है. हेलो किसको बोलते हैं और उस व्यक्ति का पक्षदार ये नाइट बॉट रखता है. अच्छा.
Nice last play there. As cool kids find themselves on match point. All right. Is this the team that you predicted or the one that I predicted?
I predicted cool kids to take the win.
All
Just
right.
gonna get that nice slot.
GG's.
It's completely open. And it's only 20 seconds in. Already a strong start for the Cool Kids. Winter.
Oh bhai sahab.
Trouble on that defense, at least off the beginning of the game. They were still able to fend things off versus Orca relatively well. The only problem for Winter is that they don't really have high health brawlers that'll be able to tank that into the goal. And overtime is just not a possibility unless they get at least one goal. So it's going to be challenging.
A goal, easy goal.
WP has that.
नहीं हुआ, आ गया वो.
But it just wasn't there in time. Even a super
पकड़ लिया. Good catch there.
and fork things over to
उस साइड दे देना चाहिए था इसको.
skill. But Hiroshi needs to fall next. WP's taking a lot of damage. He's still alive. Pass over to Rabbit Hop. A distant possibility. Maybe over to Polaris, though, as he does have more health. It's still going to be difficult with Cool Kids continuously staggering her out. Winter knows they have to go back to the drawing board. They got to go all the way back to have any chance of scoring.
What the heck?
A lot of times, you know, I would say Brawl Ball is 80% Brawl, 20% football, maybe even more 90-10. That looked like real football, like just passing left and right, trying to figure out who to score. But instead, it's an assault on Winter's base at the moment. 3-on-2. Orca trying to do the thing.
Easy.
Does. Goal number 2. Win number 1. Your Southeast Asian monthly finalists for the first time are Hiroshi and the Cool Kids.
GG's. Yeah.
Very, very scrappy match. Some down.
Rex.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
For the Kids. And
Hello there.
Personally, I mean, you know, bias caster, full disclosure. But Orca, he can't keep getting away with that Carl. At some point, it's got to get banned because he just does it so well. And at times, he even surprises.
Easy peasy. Got the 100 points for that thing as well. With that, got 265 points from the first one. Easy peasy. KK won the set. Yes. GG OP and got to the second one as well.
Orca definitely one of the bigger players here, going ham the entire course of the match. I mean, had one of the bigger plays in the early stages. I think it was Bounty game 1, where Orca just kind of completely won it with some Carl play over there. And then we continue to see it here in Brawl Ball, where teammates certainly did a lot of the... Oh, man. Yeah. Just like that.
Hey.
I just knew that was going to get taken out on Snorlax. I just knew he was going to get that one.
Snorlax को ढका पटक दिया भाई. Snorlax is down because of the anger. Now he's gonna get the beat.
And Hiroshi are the ones that find the victory. Killer with 57 DPS. All right, we won't focus on that. Hiroshi and Orca and Killer doing the good stuff. Orca on that Carl spin to win, baby.
I guess 100 points will also be there for the MVP. So give me the MVP things, bro.
Finals victory for them. What a way to end off the year in the region. Some new champions, a little bit of dessert coming in, but that's all for SEA. The Cool Kids come out on top. In Winter, they got a couple sets locked in there too, so nothing not to be proud of.
I mean, this is something that we see towards the end of the year and the beginning of the year, are these kind of unknown teams stepping forward and getting things done. The middle of the year is owned and run by our kind of like staples. And so very cool to see some new faces getting to that monthly final. Congratulations to the Cool Kids.
MVP अभी तक आया नहीं लुल. Hey.
They will be on our region.
Team Flash, Rising Sun.
Still a battleground.
Bye. Bye पहुंच गई. Bye.
Everything. I mean, if you're out here, this is encouraging.
Cool Kids इतने पीछे है भाई, फिर भी जीत गई. Wow. Interesting.
You got a whole bunch of trophies. Get out there and join a team. So many different squads ready have shown up and earned a couple of points here. Made one monthly finals. Cool Kids won their only monthly finals. Made semis here and there. This is the region where there's a lot of competition and people are just hitting the ground running.
Oh yeah, you're telling me that the Cool Kids can appear out of nowhere and secure a spot on the leaderboard. Not too far away from it, the representatives of their region that are literally going to LCQ. That, if anything, makes it apparent that really a lot of things are possible in this region if you're able to put in the work, put in the hours, and get some of the Cool Kids on your team.
Yeah, I think looking at Team Flash and Rising Sun SEA, you should get to know them, you know, and when you said the LCQ and of course, shout out to our homie Spoo. who is always good friends working out in the Southeast Asian region. But a lot of cool stuff to
हेलो एनिमे भाई
on the pulse of in this region. I know when it comes down
कैसन बा
to East Asia, we see Euromina, we see North America get a lot of the fanfare. But one of the cool things jumping into this year ready set for me was seeing these newer regions. Southeast Asia is one of them, and India is another one. So if you're a hardcore Brawl fan, keep your eyes on these smaller regions because this level of talent's going to come up. You might see some crazy strats. Shout out to that Carl feature you're talking about, but always a reason to show up and watch. Coming up next, we've got India on the docket, another small region with big action. We'll be back after this.
It has all been coming down to this.
4V को वोट कर रहा हूँ मैं तो कर दो कोई मना नहीं करेगा जिसको वोट करना है उसको करिए %59 vote for now.
Brawl, and it's F-Dot and Kenny here. Welcome back, Kenny. Glad to have you. But actually very glad to have you above Ready Set. Just saying.
You know, I really appreciate that. Full honesty in our final month. It's really good to hear. I'm sure he will take that to heart in the sidelines, and he can't retaliate, so we're just going to roll with it for now, and I love it. Thank you, sir.
Exactly. Well, India is also something I'm excited for. So let's jump into the region itself. Like I said, one of the smaller regions, but the strength level is certainly not small.
Revenant Esports highest.
Dominant teams overall in their region. 514 points, almost 200 above the next squad, Marcos Gaming, who also have some strong players here as well. But something very interesting to note is that neither the top team nor the second top team, is there a third, like a tertiary, like neither are the grandizers here. 4Button is coming into our grand finals today, Kenny. And so again, some hot new names.
Yeah, some hot new names, and as a result, too, keep in mind, this leaderboard's coming into the day. That doesn't include the points that we will dish out at the end of this tournament. And as a result, some
अब इतनी सारी टीम इंडिया से कहाँ से आ गई
coming into the month, didn't need to put on a show. You never like
सेम वोटिंग परसेंट है पिछले मैच की तरह
that confidence going into the announcement of LCQ. But nonetheless, because of 4Button's run here this tournament, they're at 294 now in 4th place. But they will be moving forward and jumping it to that second spot regardless of what happens today. Nonetheless, though, like I said, you want that confidence boost, you want that cash prize, and you want to show the world what you got when you're going into LCQ.
You don't want to show the world the bracket. Let's take a look here. As we said, 4Button beats Akatsuki and winds up in the semifinals, and then takes down the Grindizers. But Revenant Esports lose in the semis to OK. And Revenant Esports, they get 3-0'd, which is a big, big deal. And Marcos, not even here, as they get beaten up.
रेवेनेंट Esports को ओके ने हरा दिया वाह भाई
The toughest time through their
मजे आ गए भाई रेवेनेंट Esports को ओके ने हरा दिया
number 2 team, and then they 3-0 the number 1 team. Now they're in the grand finals, and they're not even on our regional league.
वाह क्या बात
Yeah, it's pretty wild to think about, too. I mean, they had 7 points and were 10th on the leaderboard. You couldn't even see them on the screen. And they
ओ भाई ओके को वोट करना चाहिए था इस हिसाब से तो बाकी देखते हैं क्या होता है
we saw. And then they went ahead and said, okay, I'm going to take down Revenant 3-0 as well. A crazy stuff for them this month. I'm really excited to see what they can do.
Absolutely. We'll start with 4 buttons since they are the top card, the known quantity. Fahim, Hadashit, and Shafeen are here again.
भाई मैं भी खेलता हूँ इस टीम से
They played well. They certainly
देखो चश्मा भी लगा रखा है इसलिए उसने
earned their spot
देख रहे हो
on the leaderboard. I look at Marcos and Revenant as kind of the pace setters, and Hadashit and these guys are
हर्षीट नाम का देखो बदनाम कर रखा है भाई नाम की बैंड बजा देते हैं लोग इनको कौन बताया वो दैट्स नॉट अ शीट हर्षित है वो
not out.
उसका मीनिंग अलग और पंजाबी भाई साहब आ गए भाई साहब कैप्टन रॉक्स आए हैं
Captain. Little question marks as we are less familiar with these players, at least myself.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen somebody like Ash King play for a
ओ पाजी आ गए पाजी कैप्टन पाजी आए हैं क्या
side, very familiar with Captain Rocks and D-Skills as he played with him on Southern Cross. So there's a little history.
अरे अरे कौन सा कैमरा लगा रखा भाई पूरा हिले ही जा रहा है चक्कर आ जाएंगे देख के
Big Brawl Stars broadcast scene, but we love to see it, right? These are some of the guys that have been proving themselves. Neither of these teams, of course, have had the consistency that somebody like Revenant had, but 4button now on a heater, going all the way through this monthly finals bracket, a little more.
सत श्री अकाल कैप्टन
Finals, and they could
भाई सत श्री अकाल जी
siding with that as well. 60-40 here, but a pretty even split, all things
ये तो अभी खेला था ना नॉकआउट स्टार्टिंग में
Sure, and I think this is
सेम ही रखा है इन लोगों ने वापस से
60% of the fans are like, hey man, 4button, they're number 4th on the regional leaderboard. But then the other 40% are like, look, they beat number 1 and number 2. So maybe there's something out here. We certainly will find out. We're going to Bell's Rock playing Knockout. We'll do Bounty and Gem Grab. And then Heist and Brawl Ball if we need it. Same layout as the Southeast Asian region for sure. A Mr. P-Band. You like that one?
I don't mind it. I think we're currently in a meta where Mr. P is going to get some love. I think it depends on the part of the world, maybe depending on the team as well, how much they value it, but it can be a little pesky. Think about it too, in Knockout, if you get the Mr. P borders down for the rest of the game,
Sprout
takes it out, you have a free scouting report. That Mr. P porter is automatically chasing down whether you're in grass, whether you're visible to the enemy. It's going to reveal those people, and especially towards those in-games as well, into single shot brawlers. Not necessarily as fun of a time, so I really don't mind the Mr. P band.
सब सेम मैप से
LPRT selection overall, just one of the strong master of all trades type guys. And Fahim goes with the first selection, Sprout. Big fan. However, Sprout does, you're picking first overall, might offer some chances to answer. Shafeen goes to the Cordelius though, quickly. And so, as we've seen some of the changes to this character coming up, I think get your Cordelius games in. I don't think he's going to disappear, but he certainly won't be as crazy as he is right now. And we've seen him banned out all day, Kenny. And so 4button take their opportunity and slam it.
Have to. I mean, when you see the Mushroom Man available, it's almost a lot of the time. He has some insane stat lines last month, one of the best brawlers, if not the best in the game right now. The Shadow
where does Cordless Super Saiyan you
take your matchup, and especially at times where
the Shadow Realm
you can get it right for tanks, Cordelius just shuts that down.
Yeah,
So I think
Shadow
that
Realm.
is going to be advantageous. The one concern I have on something like Knockout is that range, and I think OK immediately identify this. They're going for Brock, which I think can be a good way to kind of wall break up the map too. Maybe give Sprout a little less value, so a little 2-for-1 kind of action there. And they pair it with Bonnie as well. I mean, Bonnie going to be an aggressive brawler that does have that longer range, does have more health points. So Cordelius not going to have as easy a time, I think, taking out these enemy brawlers, at least off the start with no soup.
Got to agree. I think my brain was first thinking thrower here for OK to round out their composition, but I like the Bonnie long range nonsense. And then Bonnie late game always just does Bonnie late game, right? You either get one of those kills and you have a 3-on-2, and then Bonnie jumps on in there and finishes things up, similar to what Fang's gonna do. And we have seen Fang as the last selection here a couple of times now in the BSC. And honestly, if memory serves, India has been a region that goes to Fang more often than others as well. And so Fang, I think Fang and Bonnie have similar situations here, Kenny. I mentioned all the time with Bonnie, where I like Bonnie a lot on Knockout, because the downside to Bonnie jumping in is that she just gets punched back. You get your kill, and then often you wind up trading out because the enemy just answers. But in Knockout, answering back to that jump in, that all in, is less frequent because homie just died. Fang does something similar, and so I'm looking at both these comps, Kenny, and seeing a similar approach for both these teams.
Yeah, and you're that immediate wall break as well. So Captain 1 with just long-range engagement, that benefits Sprout for healers, but already a dash forward, a roundhouse kick as well.
GG's.
Immediately going down. I was talking about how this was going to be a long-range engagement. If you're hitting all your Fang kicks, though, and you pump up that super, I mean, all's good in the world. They can't do any wrong off the start, and unfortunately for OK, it's just all wrong so far.
Yeah, this was not okay. Well, the pun was, I didn't mean to get there, but, you know, we got there. But essentially, this was not
All I've got the super.
correct. This was supposed to be a long-range engagement, but 4-button here, just go, wait a second, he's by himself. And then just slammed the dive kick. It really was just that simple. Okay, need to be aware of that. And I think they will be going forward. So round 1, that I call them okey-doke kills. Like, you know, fool me once, homie.
I think that is like a one-time use, but it could be corrected here. Ooh, a little bit of a misstep there from Fang. Was looking for that stun, didn't quite grab it, and as a result, the high-risk, high-reward kind of strategy is going to go the opposite way they would have liked. 3v2 situation, again, they're going to keep their distance here. I don't expect them to close out here too much, and towards the end game, gonna have to see some crazy supers, some rotating walls from Sprout. It's going to be tough, though.
Tough, for sure. Shafin, down for the kill.
Turn around.
Out here, round 1 goes to 4-button off of a just oops daisy from OK, and then a better round 2 from that OK squadron. Captain immediately unleashes the super, does 0 DPS. Sprout falls down, so 4-button on the bad side of things. And
Okay wins the match.
with 3 players standing up, we'll take probably the round and game number 1.
You never know. I mean, that's a good... I'm glad you called it out. You never know. Does have that Fang
Pam pum 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 हो गया.
side.
लुल हो गया भाई लुल हो गया.
Done it. I think Fang was going to do it. I've been proven wrong before. That super can go crazy. We saw what he could do with it in round number 1, of course. But at the end of the day, OK, I think played their matchups correctly. Didn't overstep there. Handled things like they should have. I expect similar stuff here in an approach in this first upcoming round of game number 2. They're in a double wall break. Keep their distance and just make sure they don't feed that Fang super early.
Don't feed. That's all I ask out of my randoms. Just don't feed. How do you win? Don't get hit.
It's that easy.
Oh man, I used to say that to Reddy said. He used to get so mad at me. No, there's got to be a bigger strategy. Don't get hit. Fahim getting hit over here. That's
Easy loss.
Five on the left hand.
Easy.
And a secondary kill. I didn't even see how Fahim went down. I was watching the duel on the left side as OK's duel just winds up feeling a little pretty good.
स्प्राउट बहुत बेकार सुपर डाला और खेल ही नल्ला रहा है भाई एकदम.
I think his goal is going to be just trying to...
पता नहीं क्या ही खेल रहा है वो.
I don't even know if he...
इस मैप पे स्प्राउट लेने के बाद इतना गंदा. छी 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 छी.
They do end up getting that Fang super, though. That is a little more helpful. Shadow Realm available for Fahim here as well. They're already going to let it rain. I mean, right-hand side, Brock throwing down a super. No real connections, though. Maybe some early pressure alongside this Sugar Rush here from Bonnie, but overall, not too much out of that.
Nice one. Oh भाई तोड़ दिया.
Yeah, that's the second time Captain's done that. Just kind of wasting it. I want to say he used as a zoning ult, but it didn't really zone anybody. Trouble for the RT player, shoved up left-hand side. Meanwhile, Ash King in the Shadow Realm. Not really finding anything. Here comes a good super from Brock, used defensively. Fahim chasing down Ash King, jumps out into the mid. Down goes...
Oh भाई good super drop there.
On the good side of things, Fahim up north by himself, quarter HP. Uses the super on D-skills to get out of dodge. Misses a couple of shots, finds them after the fact. Shafin dealing with Captain, uses the ult. Bad news bears, Fahim wins the duel, but it's still 1-on-2, Kenny. Looks like it's going to be a walk uphill for the Cordelius player. Ult is good.
Oh, good one.
Comes out on top, 2 in a row, and game 2 goes to OK.
I had to hold my breath there. I mean,
GG's बढ़िया.
focus in that close range fight, very scary. And of course, with that, can drop down the mushrooms as well, which poison the enemy. We've got the poison on top of the poisonous mushrooms. I mean, there was a lot going on there towards that end game. I think 4Button brought it close. I just think overall, OK played their strategy pretty well. I think it was pretty clear what they wanted to do from the get-go, and then they executed that like they should.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think we saw that first kind of round. Fang just noticed that D-Skills was too much by himself on that left lane and took advantage of it. And just, you know, oh well, that's the way she goes. But OK stepped up after the fact and then made those changes and honestly just played better Brawl. And I just want to thank both teams for this last round. Usually doing play-by-play and knockout is like, and there's one play and the rest of the game is pretty much going to go in that direction. But this was some good back and forth in that last round, man. I had fun.
Yeah, they had me second guessing a little bit. I mean, they kept it close. I think it was very competitive.
I thought Fahim.
Yeah, I thought Fahim right here might do it. I mean, he brings him to Shadow Realm. There's some mushrooms on the ground. Bonnie's trying to get around it, but the second he pops out, it's a tiny little square. Brock hits the shots, but man, I had to hold my breath. It was really, really exciting to see that.
जी
A lot of times we talk about these game modes, not necessarily relying on kills.
ओके जीत रही है हे
Different, and the kills, of course, piling up for OK really reflects.
क्या कर सकत बानी
So good.
Nice plays there so far. Welcome back to the Velasa Rapids. The creativity from the Brawl squad is just always off the charts, but Velasa Rapids is one of my favorites, like Hard Body.
One of your favorite
disagree?
friends there too. No, I was just taking it in, to be honest with you. I mean, the lifeguard. I was listening before. I know you're a big fan of all the friends in the map. Couldn't agree more.
Oh, yeah.
Velociraptor is very cool. I will add too. I mean, y'all commented on it. I don't see Buzz doing a lot of life saving. More of ending on the map, if I'm being honest. So a little conflict of interest there, but no surprise to see this Cordelius early and more Nita coming in for the night. This is a map that I think these grand finals kind of cater to some Nita maps in general. Squeak one that I think it's about time we start seeing him here, especially as the ban phases don't go through for him. I think Squeak's an excellent choice. I think you kind of have to auto-click the Cordelius in this spot, especially when you see the Shelly banned, but do have other brawler options as well.
Cordless ने भी जंप वाला गैजेट लिया था साइलेंस वाला बेटर है
So I think pretty concrete, just normal Brawl Stars here. Nobody reinventing the wheel. Again, just no surprises here, but I'm with you, man. I do agree all the very creativity that the Brawl scene brings.
P's and B's. Jumping into this one here on Canal Grande. We've got Cordelius again, first selection overall. So going back to the Mushroom Man, agreed, strong work. The Nita, the Squeak, as the answer. Third selection overall.
क्या ये वापस आ पाएगी 4 बटन चाहे इससे चारों बटन दब जाएंगी अभी पता चलेगा इसमें स्प्राउट कार्ल मशरूम गाय कॉर्डेलियस नीटा बस्टर एंड चीपू भैया wow
I think the one risk you run if you go long range here, especially considering long range brawlers are more oftentimes than not a little bit on the squishier side. You're playing into a sprout advantage into the long range brawler as well in general. Can kind of just hide behind those indestructible walls. Carl, of course, very aggressive brawler. One of those brawlers similar to Eve that can traverse across the map. I think Buster here is going to be one of those brawlers that are looking to hunker down.
नहीं भाई बकवास पिक
Dodging the shot with Buster. It's just going to be kind of getting in their face, getting aggressive and trying to grab those kills.
कॉर्डेलियस का तो 72% विन रेट था पिछले मैच में लेकिन हारा ना पिछले गेम कौन यूज कर रहा है उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है
Okay, I like it.
Like that's pretty much it. I just don't love it. I don't love it. I think 4Button might have some problems actually getting into kill range, like just making it happen. Shafin gonna get the first kill, so maybe I should shut up. But I think a lot of OK success relies on D skills here, and Ash King keeping people at a distance, and then when they do come close, Captain's gonna step on people. But I'm not overly confident in this 4-button draft. I hope to be proven wrong.
I think think that's fair too. I mean, into Cordelius, I think Cordelius can keep up there. There's a ton of HP with Buster as well, but he's going to charge forward, activate that gadget, and that Sprout matchup is exactly what he is going to want. D-skills though,
वो भाई
for a second, Captain there.
बा खत्म हो गया, खत्म मैच,
Swing there for D-skills now.
खत्म हो गया मैच बाबा.
9-4. All of a sudden, that OK roster really coming alive.
That's exactly what I expected. And you know what, to be honest with you, D-skills was late there. It would have been better if he just got there first and didn't let that kill happen. So like that.
लॉजिक ही नहीं समझ में आया भाई, लॉजिक क्या है इसका?
Nice smooth moves there. Captain a little excited.
देखो सब जंप ही लेते हैं भाई, जंप बेस्ट है भाई, मानो ना मानो.
And
जंप इज द बेस्ट. मैं भी जंप ही लेता हूँ भाई, जंप सही है.
6 stars in total for 4-button. But OK has the 9 total. So a 3-star lead here, Kenny, as we're counting down from 15.
Gonna be a close call here. Super being activated. A little hop and a skip left-hand side and being drugged to the Shadow Realm as well. D-skills knows he has to avoid this. Pops the super. The Sprout wall traps him as well. 11-8. 3 scores as Harsit trying to move forward. Nice cut off there. And outside of striking distance. Came down to the wire, but all is good for the red roster here.
My man, Ash King locked in. I do want to say, by the way, this guy looks fresh. Like, obviously,
Agreed.
We were like out of focus right now, as focused as he is. But like, you know, listen, I'm a t-shirt guy myself. I feel it. This guy shows up to monthly finals, combs his hair, puts on a nice shirt. I'm just saying, you know, setting a precedent. I want to see everybody in shirts and ties. No, I'm just kidding. First kill for Captain.
I'm with it too. We were talking about it beforehand, but look good, feel good, very real approach. So a lot of respect for the fit there. Shafin though, pinned to this back right-hand side. I mean, Ash King with these Sprout walls is going to be able to do some work. He's going to be able to shift this map the way he wants, drop his moon rocks wherever he pleases, and gets a recycle 3 times a game, which is why Sprout's so appealing here. On the left-hand side as well, a big battle going down. Captain now diving in, close touch. Harsit with a light hit there, going to finish off the enemy brawler. 4-5 now. 1 star for OK, and that blue one, the also valuable star, sitting on D-skills head.
Closer one than last time. D-skills gets interrupted. Nice job there from Fahim. That's why you picked the Nita into the crawl.
वो किल लेके गया भाई, लेकिन फिर भी ब्लू स्टार उनके पास है.
8-8. Lead going the way of OK.
50 seconds remaining.
So nice
अनु नहीं आया, वो गर्लफ्रेंड के साथ जाता है ना भाई, सैटरडे संडे.
fast-paced.
जिम जाने का कुछ तो फायदा मिले. तुम्हें नहीं पता क्या पिछले संडे भी कौन सा आया था?
Happy to see some action, you know.
याद है, भूल गए.
Gonna play it cautiously, calculated, but I like that everybody's just clicking the W key button. I think that's the best way from a viewing perspective, and with 30 seconds to go, I think it can really go either way. Blue Star.
अरे फेक सुपर अपना नल्ले लोग, 18 सेकंड बाकी है, फेंको.
Starts to expire, he's gonna have no defense.
13 seconds. Shafin trying to bake something out, but it's still 8-8.
ओ 11 हो गया, 14 हो गया.
Fahim gets a kill after the fact. 14-13. One answer back makes it.
अरे भाई.
4-button take the game. We're going to a game 3.
Big clutch moment there for the blue side. Nice work there again, really down to
हेलो राजदीप, कैसे हो?
with knockout and bounty especially. You never
सुबह खेलने बोलता हूँ तो रात में खेलते हो बजमी. कल खेलेंगे सुबह.
all those supers going at the final moment.
हेडफोन आ जाएगा तब खेलेंगा.
Nobody really afraid to let it fly, and I think that's appreciated. I think it's a good team, just showcasing their confidence. I mean, off the rip right here.
Nice one.
Running forward, and already 4 stars apiece for each side. Very unusual for pro players, and I'm welcome for it.
Love to see something different.
Ah,
Give me something different. Okay, clumped up. And losing the 2v3, to be honest with you. Now Fahim's here. Here comes the bear shot.
oh GG's.
Down goes the captain. And 4-button have the lead. 8-6, excuse me.
बंदे सुपर यूज नहीं करते, पता नहीं क्यों. सुपर क्यों बचा के रखते हैं, आई डोंट नो. मैं तो भाई पूरा धमाके कर देता हूँ.
His time.
कहीं उतनी देर में दोबारा दूसरा सुपर चार्ज हो जाता है भाई, जितना ये लोग बचा के रखते हैं.
Everybody knowing the stakes of this set number 2. OK can take a 2-0 lead, forcing a 4-button reverse sweep if they want a chance. And if not, 4-button can tie it up. So set number 2. Going to be one to watch here and very likely going to impact the remainder of our match. Another cycle of that Sprout Wall. Everybody just trying to play for the end game here. Nice squeak super, but it's going to cost them as well. 9-8 now, 1-star lead for OK.
Here comes D-Skills getting the win on the left-hand side, so it's 12-8 with half a minute to go. And I think the more controlled the game is, the better OK winds up looking. 4-button, they succeed when everything goes nuts.
20 सेकंड बाकी.
Just hitting buttons and going ham. That's what they're trying to do right here.
अरे उसके मुंह के ऊपर सुपर यूज कर दिया भाई, बेचारा कार्ड उड़ के नहीं जा पाया भाई साहब.
D-Skills and Ash King, any combination they're in. D-Skills goes all the way in. Fahim has a good eye on him, but OK has the better trigger finger. 5 seconds left. Fahim and Hunsheet coming on in and falling on it down. OK.
Ding 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 ding.
Gems.
Match point or match set.
Stars at the end there. I mean, that was one of those big moments at the end. It might just be OK's month F-Die. They have come through and taken down Marcos, who was number 2 at the time, Revenant, who was number 1. I was on the side of going with 4-button, the higher seed in general. One team that we're going to see go to LCQ, but right now, OK are playing phenomenally. I'm really impressed with these two game modes.
कल नहीं सीधा मंडे. ओम क्या बाबा ब्रो, मंडे आना फिर. मंडे खेलेंगे, गोकू के साथ उड़ेंगे.
They stay together, some good disciplined Brawl stars, and a very exciting one to watch.
आज क्या है, आज कौन सी तारीख है?
I love to see. I want to see teams play their play style. And I think it
आज 12th है ना.
really well here. Couple good ones.
नया सीजन भी तो आने वाला है. कल नया सीजन आएगा, मतलब रॉयल पास का सीजन. बकवास खेले ये.
They're taking some time off before finals, before Worlds. Now, looking at how OK plays, I think they just beat him, dude. I think OK just beat the higher seeded teams. You know, I'm not sitting here saying that next year Captain D-Skills and Ash King are going to be the #1 players in India. Watch out, the entire Indian subcontinent. But I'm saying that this team, I kind of figured that this squad was just kind of, you know, happened to be here. But they've earned their way. They're playing extremely well. And this is one of the things I said it with respect to SEA earlier, which, you know, in smaller regions like this, names like this can pop up out of nowhere. It's harder to in the more established scenes. But when we look at the Indian sub-region, you can certainly make your mark. And that's exactly what this team is doing here today.
Yeah, and good on them as well. I mean, take advantage of the situation, play your best, and when given an opportunity to play in a grand finals, way to show up. I mean, I'm super impressed with what they've done so far. And again, they had to take down some big teams to get here too, so more than earned.
खोपड़ी तोड़ो इनकी.
Button once again, and a Cordelius pick. It's just hard not to do it, especially on a map like Double Swoosh 2 with all this grass. Just all the reason more to go ahead and just select what's arguably the best.
Okay, फिर से
So okay, gonna take advantage.
कॉर्डलेस आ चुका है.
I think make a correct decision.
जीन लिया है.
Gene coming through. Haven't seen much of him this contest.
Which player swapped regions to join your?
7
Huh?
in that order. And there's the M's.
शाफीन आया ना दूसरे रीजन से.
I was just at the comment.
रिस्पॉन्स है रेवेनेंट टू जॉइन. वाओ.
Our teams have not really looked
No
at
idea.
data that much this set because we keep showing the win.
इधर कौन कौन ब्रॉल स्टार खेलता है?
The first time where we've seen the top win rate.
सारे ही खेलते होंगे तभी तो बैठ के देख रहे हैं.
I think so too. I think Bo, Otis, not ones that I'm used to seeing as frequently, but I think can work. Bo with the mines. Look, I trip on them all the time. I'll confess. I'm a mythic player. It happens. Even pro players, though, it's a lot to keep up with. I have to worry about the fellow pro player in my lane. I have to worry about grabbing these gyms. And now I'm going to throw down some mines on top of that. It can be a lot to keep up with for anybody. So I think picking Bo is a very safe choice. The range, not necessarily going to be there. I imagine they're going to put him in the mid. So I think this works out a little bit better than those long left and right hand lanes, but I'm curious how they're going to stack up on the other end. They're just going to go for this more area control, area denial kind of composition. Poco and Ims, not sharpshooters. They've got Gene in the mix as well. I think they kind of mix and match how they want to play this mid setting too. So I'm very interested to see the strategy more that 4Button incorporate into this game. Whereas I feel like it's pretty straightforward for OK's side. I think they've got 2 lanes and a mid. Go. I'm curious to see how they approach this for 4Button.
अबे
4Button really
पोको वोको लेके क्या कर लेंगे लोग?
It looks like they're just playing sweep, right? You just have 2 giant cone brawlers. They're gonna find where you are. They're not gonna let you hide in the bushes, and they're gonna pull you and push you. That's the idea here for this composition from 4Button. Look at that coverage. You're just not hiding in the bush. Fahim and Shafin can just sniff you out. Nice kill in the way of 4Button. That said, okay, doing the more, like you said, sort of like they're trying to use the map of double swoosh, whereas 4Button is trying to beat the map of double swoosh, so to speak. Ash King versus Fahim. The dark duel goes the way of Ash King. And so okay, trailing by 3 gems here, Kenny, now have mid control, and they've cut the lead to 2.
I think I'm okay with Ash King being really aggressive there at the start as well. He goes down immediately, but more than anything for Cordelius, once he starts cycling that super, especially considering right now, at least given the balance changes, that he can do that underground, it's a huge deal, but it's going to be coming to a halt there. Can't activate a super when you're being pulled, and there are those mines I was talking about. 4 gyms on him, Bo looking for the shots and doesn't round the corner in time. Like I said, it's a lot to keep up with, even for our pro players, so hard to fault him there, and Captain's just going to keep cycling this and gaining scouting reports and visibility for his own side here as Ash King continues to put in work with that super.
Putting in work with the super. Not able to get the kill on the Fahim until he turned around and decided to go back. D-Skills was there with the assist. So nice job there coming out from the OK squadron. 8 gems to their opponent's 5. Fahim healing and dealing. Harshit gets the last hit there to confirm the kill on the bottom side of the map.
लेके भाग गया वो.
Still with the lead, still on the top, and still in the countdown. D-Skills goes head to head with Shafin. They're gonna put him down, Kenny.
भाई 4 बार लोगों ने उसको बंद कर दिया.
Definitely did not expect this really high score count for OK, at least this early. If you told me OK wins it all, not surprised. It's just the fashion that they're doing it right now is crazy to me. 1 more possibly to go, unless 4Button really step it up here too. Keep in mind, this is our LCQ team right now, and OK are walking their way through this bracket unless something big changes here.
Yeah, that's huge, by the way. 4Button, they're going, and OK is just like, who are you? And I love it. I am loving it right now. Captain wins the duel against Fahim. Ash King on the assist. 4Button keeps sneaking up and stealing these gems, and I'm just like, ow. OK has been murdering you guys every 12 seconds.
I mean, at the end of the day, they got the bow mines for a little extra visibility as well. I think when you're running Ash King's Cordelius, it's an aggressive option that Poco just can't deal the damage quickly enough. Ims, maybe with the friend zoner, has to activate it at a perfect time, but once Cordelius takes to the Shadow Realm, it's his domain. He is definitely favored, as we're going to see here as well, just continuing to fire down shots. There's nothing they can do. D-Skills, Ash King continue to aggress. Cordelius with a major pop, the primary gym carrier for 4Button, pushed all the way to spawn. So it's going to allow for OK to keep collecting and hold on to this small but very controlled lead.
Yeah, very, very controlled is
वेस्ट भाई.
Captain ranged the pull, but did drop the totem just in
हार गए. हाँ, वो तो हारना ही है इनको. खेल जैसे रहे वो देखो ना.
out of the meta for so long.
उसने अपना मैजिक हैंड यूज किया, लेकिन कहाँ? उसके ऊपर अगर मान लो अटैच हो भी जाता तो उसने उसके ऊपर यूज किया था जिसके बाद जेम्स नहीं थे इतने.
10 gems in the pocket of the bow player. And they're making their way back home. Gotta defend on 7, and 4Button are pretty close. All the gems on one player. All they have to do is take down the bow. But with 1 second.
And with that, GG's.
Grand finals winners. Ash King and his squad. Okay.
Look good. good, feel good, looking rather dapper and getting a nice win as well. Congratulations to OK. What a performance here in our final month on broadcast. They delivered exactly what we saw in that bracket a little bit earlier. These players look
0-3 भाई रेवेनेंट को हराया था तो फिर तो बनता ही है भाई.
hardest run at this bracket, put on an insane performance, and 3-0 here in our grand final.
बड़ी जल्दी मैच खत्म कर दिया भाई इन लोगों ने. हाँ देखो इसमें आया है.
2-1, 2-0. This was clean and clear and just very, very smooth. Like I said, when it comes down to the end of the year and the beginning of the year, sometimes we see some matches that aren't always the top of competitive prowess for sure, for a number of different meta reasons. But that's not
देखो आधा तो पहुंच ही गए अपन.
one of the top teams in the region in the quarterfinals, and then they 3-0'd the other top team in the region.
ईस्ट एशिया सेमीफाइनल्स पहुंचने वाले हैं अब.
Number 4 team in the region, just like, listen, man, where have y'all been? If OK showed up months ago, Kenny, this might be the team going to the LCQ. I'm just, listen, they didn't put on, I'm impressed, and I can't wait to see them next year.
Well said. I mean, it's just a reason we love sports and esports in general. Anybody on any given month given the opportunity can prove themselves, and I think OK really took advantage of this month. All the credit to them. Makes me even more excited to see.
ब्रो सुनो ना इस बार साउंड कम आ रहा है गेम एंड ऑल का हर बार से.
across the Twitter.
वाह कभी इसको ज्यादा लगता है कभी इसको कम लगता है. क्या नशे करता है हमारे साथ.
Just this is incredibly developed. All these players really showcasing their stuff.
ये लो
It's nice to
बढ़ा
see
दिया.
you guys kings too.
Well, crowding an MVP, Ash King gets the vote from y'all at home on events.brawlstars.com. Ash King, the man on the camera. That right there, that's victory, baby. That's victory. Man, winning their first monthly finals in the Indian region. You love to see it. And again, dude, I can't drive this home enough. They beat the top teams to get here. This wasn't an oops.
MVP मिस हो गया मेरा. वाओ.
They did it well too. Yeah, very impressive stuff. Makes me look forward to this India sub-region and regions like SCA even more next year. All these players getting better and better, competition levels rising. It was a great way to cap off this region for the year, and look forward to seeing the teams that are in LCQ here in the future too, and seeing what they can do against the rest of the world.
Well, as far as the Indian region is concerned, that's all she wrote, folks. Revenant Esports and 4Button are 2-year squads, kind of denoted up there on top. Like we said, Marco's game. Look at this. All 3 top 3 members of India got beat by OK today.
Wow.
All 3 of them, dude. All 3. Like, I'm just saying, they didn't just, wasn't one bad team having a bad day. The number 1, the number 2, and the number 3 teams in the Indian sub-region got beat by Team OK. Let that sink in.
Yeah, and such an underwhelming like name. Like they're just called OK. Very deceptive, clearly deceptive. The 1, the 2, and the 3 seed all defeated by these guys. 107 points. What a month to come alive, join together, and grab yourselves some nice glory and cash, of course, at the end of the year. Great stuff and a great way to cap off the year here.
Certainly a fantastic look.
राज इंडियन 10th में है ना वो बहुत पढ़ाई कर रहा है घर में. हाँ. आप कब जाओगे चैंपियनशिप में. सोलो होती या डुओ होती तो चले भी जाते भाई. ये 5 मिनट का ब्रेक है भाई. 5 मिनट का. क्या बात. बस आज रात को 6 बजे आ जाएंगे भैया. मैं चैंपियनशिप में ले जाऊंगा. अरे 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 पहले जीतो तो सही. अर्ली रात होता टीम का नाम, मेरा नाम से टीम का नाम क्यों होता बे? हैं? तो बोल रहे हैं जाओ खेलो मजे करो, लेकिन पहुंचो तो सही पहले। जाइए पानी वानी पीजिए, टट्टी फड़ाका जाना है तो वहां भी हो आइए, पेड़ों को पानी देने जाना तो वो भी करके आ जाइए। पेड़ अच्छे दिख रहे हैं, मैं पानी पी के जाता हूँ, फिर पानी दे के आता हूँ इनको। आप नहीं पिन यूज करते हो ना ही स्प्रे, तो ये क्यों देख रहे हो न्यूज? ये मैं पहले ही बता चुका हूँ, फ्री कंटेंट है ये ब्रो। इफ यू डोंट नो, आई एम रिपीटिंग माई सेल्फ, this is free content. You don't need to do anything, you just need to chill down, just stick to your chair, watch the stream and enjoy, nothing to work out. Meanwhile, you can also do some other work. This is the free content. So yeah, this is why. जीतने के लिए टीम चाहिए, वो मेरे पास है नहीं, इसलिए गेम भी नहीं खेलता। वाह, वेरी डेंजरस ब्रो। तो वही तो हम बोल रहे हैं, टीम होती तो जरूर खेलते ई स्पोर्ट्स। नहीं है अपने पास टीम भी ये। अब हम बिम्बार है बिम्बार। हमारे पास ब्रॉली ब्रॉल जैसे ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर्स हैं जिनके सामने हमारी चलती नहीं। हमारा टाइम फिक्स हो जाता है, इसलिए मैं खेलता ही नहीं भाई, डर लगता है इससे भाई साहब, क्या बताऊं आपको मैं। अब किसका मैच है भाई? रिजेक्ट वर्सेस क्रेजी रखून, तो फिर तो ये पोल बंद करके दूसरा पोल डालना पड़ेगा ना भाई। न्यू पोल इनकमिंग। क्रेजी रखून। डिलीट किया क्यों किया भावेन? भेज फिर से। क्या डिलीट कर दिया भाई इसने? अब कितनी देर होगा ये? 5 मिनट में आएगा। CR इज गोइंग टू विन। वाह, 1 मिनट में आने वाला है, तो मैं पेड़ों को पानी दे के आ रहा हूँ, बीच में अगर ये कुछ आए तो वोट कर देना। ये बताओ जरा कि भावेन प्राश्तुनी के अलावा भी क्या भी है क्या स्ट्रीम पे, जिसकी चैट पढ़ रहे हो जो मुझे दिखी नहीं रही? भावेन प्राश्तुनी मनन है ना भाई? आई जस्ट सॉ दिस स्ट्रीम, वाह। हेलो मनन कुमार, कैसे हो? अच्छा राजदीप, वही मैं सोच रहा हूँ। पर्पल केक गेमिंग नो चापी नहीं छपरी है उसका नाम, वाह वेरी डेंजरस। अच्छा हुआ यहाँ आया, याद आएगा। चालू हो जा।
That in a moment.
हम्म
I'm excited to dive into it, Kenny.
I am too. I mean, we've got some LCQ spots on the line. We get the continued rivalry of a Reject and Crazy Raccoon. Easily one of my favorite matchups and easily one of the most mechanically skilled, insane ones we could have asked for the 2020.
अभी याद आया मदली फाइनल से आज, यस।
Ever, but especially this month, given the stakes, given the team.
एक तो यम खा ले ऑरेंज वाला, मजा आ जाएगा, वाह।
Little tap on the regional leaderboard. We've seen Crazy Raccoon and Reject top the boards all year long. But one thing is still not a lock. That third spot of teams that can possibly go to the World Finals. It's our second LCQ spot in this region, and it's a toss-up between Aphelion Esports and Chazmac Gaming EA. And
किसको? क्रेजी रकून।
So this is going to be
चलो,
very, very entertaining.
वो भाई साहब 86% वोट।
I mean, Chasmic Gaming, Aphelion, two teams that we've seen some stuff from, especially somebody like Chasmic Gaming, not necessarily as much on the broadcast day, but we've even seen Aphelion take down some big teams, make a
बोलो जुबान कैसे लिए? अच्छा,
other end. Reject and Crazy Raccoon, of course, have been phenomenal all year long, very much earning those 1 and 2 spots.
उसके लिए रुको मैं अभी कर देता हूँ। बोलो जुबान कैसे चाहिए ना तुमको?
A lot of people expected to get there at the end of the year. Crazy Raccoon, just a star-studded roster.
Certainly so, and I mean, Crazy Raccoon, we've said it every single month leading up to this one, but I'll say it one more time. This is a dream team. These are world finalists. These are 2 times in a row world champions, if we look particularly at Tensai from that roster. And Reject, they got some world finalists on their team too, and they've been looking scary good all year long, currently just below Crazy Raccoon in terms of points, and now possibly being able to ascend and usurp the champions.
बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Now,
बस
you
खुश।
can make your predictions on event.brawlstars.com. Get some cool in-game goodies and get some points towards the awesome rewards at the end of that road, especially heading into the rest of the year. Plenty of fun stuff to earn. But predictions time, Kenny. We got a couple of semifinals ahead of us. I'm expecting
दोनों अच्छी है पर आरसी अंडररेटेड है।
that's a caster hive mind right there. Maybe you can explain for me why we all think these are going to be the outcomes.
I guess if we're a hive mind, we all have the same logic and reasoning
Yeah.
anyways, but I am a little shocked to see us all on the same boat. I think at least for semifinal number 2. I feel bad because I think Aphelion deserved
कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई, क्या समझना है बताओ?
especially for that second match, but for the first
क्या समझना चाहते हो?
Crazy Raccoon have won more times than they've lost. They're the number 1 seed. It's one of those things.
गोल्डी मसाले जहाँ जहाँ रिश्ते बनाए ये वाला ऐड करो वॉइस बॉक्स में, कोई मतलब नहीं है।
Multiple time world finalists.
घूमने आया करो, पैसा लेके आया कर 10 से 20 हजार, जो वहाँ नहीं मिलता यहाँ से लेके घर पे रख ले।
Dude, I think
वाओ, नाइस आइडिया।
Crazy Raccoon have won
ये अच्छाप्पी आ गया भाई, अच्छाप्पी
Menmi
लेवा है।
in their own right, and on any given day can certainly cause an upset.
Absolutely. And one player that I look to in particular every single month has just stolen my attention has been Levi. So we'll see if he makes some flashy plays. Always onto those tanks, or at least always making some pretty huge plays on the tanks. And we got him on the player cams too. So we'll get to see his reacts after he makes those awesome plays, if he gets some game finishing moves in there. But Reject, you've said that they've stolen the show a little bit, but we still have some players that we've had our eyes on all year long. And in the years, that's plural, by the way, leading up to this very day. Tensai, Moy, and Shitetampo, the core roster of Crazy Raccoon, which I have called a dream team. I think a lot of people are in the same boat as me on this one. They are such a phenomenal roster, but Reject has proven to be their...
बताओ, एक ही टीम में खेलते थे, जीटा जीटा 0, जीटा डिवीजन 1। अब दोनों ही पूरी जीटा यहाँ पे आ गई भाई, पूरी जीटा यहाँ पे बैठी हुई है अलग अलग टीम में। आरसी और क्रेजी रकून।
Decide to run it together. A lot of pro players out there just preemptively congratulated them on a World Finals. I mean, that is the kind of respect these guys garner. When I think of my Mount Rushmore of Brawl Stars players across the years, all three of them are in consideration. A phenomenal team. Masters at the middle of the year didn't go their way, but I know they are looking to make up for it in the World Finals later down the line. And I think this is going to be a good preemptive way to get some more practice in, one final month of glory, some cash, and of course to showcase to the world why they should
CR.
I think the world is still going to be pretty darn scared if our prediction is right.
Sighted tempo
Through the lens of a Brawl Stars Mount Rushmore.
के सामने टिकना
Getting
मुश्किल है क्या?
those highlights that you guys just saw, that we just watched, were from last month when Reject and Crazy Raccoon, these two very teams, faced against each other. It was a 3-2 victory for Crazy Raccoon, and Reject did pull through some awesome victories, but finished just short. So given how close this match is, it's once more just really a toss-up. Who comes out on top in this matchup? As always, I'm excited to see what they're going to pull out in the ban phase, in those drafts, and especially when it comes down to the gameplay, because these players can play absolute perfection in Brawl.
अरे guys, मेरे 500 subs हो गए. कंगारू चना बेसन.
Of these guys popping off, making major
लाइए पार्टी दीजिए अब.
less today, especially for our final month of the
पर्पल के गेमिंग पार्टी देगा आज तो.
also just makes this
मजा आ गया.
watching experience so much better. I mean, Reject and Crazy Raccoon, anytime you see them play, it's must watch Brawl Stars. Another match down the line a little bit later, must watch Brawl Stars. We're at that time of the year, you can't be missing out, and I wouldn't want to miss this matchup for the world.
Yeah, and I mean, it might be the last time that we see this matchup, lest one of these teams makes it through that last chance qualifier and goes on to the World Finals, because one of these teams is going to be going straight to Worlds, golden ticket immediately. Pass go, collect your $200, and catch you on the World Final stage. The other team is going to have to grind through the LCQ alongside another East Asian team, which is yet to be decided. That's for our second semifinal. Let's focus in on the first, specifically our very first set here on Crystal Arcade. In a
ये देखो किस बात की पार्टी बे.
this one, not
दारू में
audience going
लगाया है तू काम कर. हाँ भाई सही बात सही बात.
of us on the casting desk.
पार्टी में पर्पल केक मिलेगा लुल.
Get owned.
अरे यार यहाँ भी केक ही मिलेगा.
Fans, Kenny.
ठीक है भाई,
We coming in.
केक ही खा लेंगे. लाओ पार्टी तो दो.
Squeak, and no surprise for Crystal Arcade is
हम तो केक खाने को भी तैयार हैं. पार्टी चाहिए
much trouble.
भाई. ये जो कल गिव अवे जीता था हम लोग, उसकी टॉफी खाएंगे. वाह, बात तो सही है.
Brawl Stars, as I like to call her, she is so good. Back-to-back months of Shelly causing chaos. I love to see it. A very aggressive brawler and a very
भाई
aggressive
जीटा वर्सेस जीटा होने वाला है, बट एक्स जीटा वर्सेस एक्स जीटा.
in the mid, I'm imagining. And not to mention great synergy here too. Get the magic hand to pull in an enemy, greeted with a shotgun from Shelly. So very exciting stuff and a great synergy from a Crazy Raccoon to kick things off.
I've always had something that I called this strategy, but it always makes people twitch a little bit when I say it.
बाय. राधे 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 ब्रो. बाय बाय.
Strategy could come out here if we see the proper synergy. Reject, though, have to be aware of this. They did ban out that Nita, which is a known hard counter to Shelly.
तुम्हारी वीडियो रिलेटेड ही तुमसे बात करनी है मुझे. वाओ,
Banned out.
वेरी डेंजरस ब्रो.
I'd have been expecting Reject to go for that Shelly first pick. Obviously,
एक्स जीटा.
Cordelia selection from Reject. Interesting to see the pretty much #1 and #2 brawlers in the game at the moment. Sneaking through the ban.
इसलिए हम इन दोनों का नाम घसीटा रख देते हैं. ये भी घसीटा, ये भी घसीटा.
Action goes down
घसीटा राम वर्सेस घसीटा राम.
lane each of the brawlers. I'm
पर्पल गेम में
it's probably a mid choice, maybe selected here as a
दिख जा तो बुलाऊंगा तो हमें.
out of dodge, but it's really interesting to kind of see this. I'm not used to, like you said, seeing all these great brawlers show up on the same map. It's not often you can see Squeak, Shelly, Cordelius, and these names just all on the same map. Barley a final selection here too. I don't mind this as a lane option, especially considering there's not any wall break really outside of the Shelly Super and the Jean, so they're a little more controlling about how they use those. I think Barley's going to do just fine here.
My thoughts as well. Nothing to break open the walls. All of these walls might as well be indestructible unless Shitampo gets a little trigger happy and ends up breaking up some of Moya's cover. Aside from that though, Moya has some good lane matchups, especially versus Cordelius, also notably versus the Squeak. Squeak's shots still can go through those walls though, or at least can hit you through the walls with a pretty large radius, so it's definitely something to watch out for the Barley play. We'll get into it though. Game number 1 of set number 1 between Reject and Crazy Raccoon. Such a historic matchup. Levi already against some mayhem happening on the left side. Mute versus Yume. Minmi as well taking some damage by collecting those first couple of gems at mid. And Shitampo claiming his territory on the right side versus a Choppy. A little slowing action going down versus him is going to open things up for a Choppy. Shitampo still trying his best to get in there, but it's no use, and not when the residue's down.
Great start to the rivalry here from the year. You may point out as well that's going to be Moya Goku going to go down here, and immediate control for Reject. 4 gems in their pocket.
तीनों यूज हो गए हैं गैजेट अचापी भैया के.
Looking to get aggressive, drag him to the Shadow Realm, keep his space. Keep in mind, Minmi can't shoot anything at Tinsai, can't even see him right now. As far as they're concerned, it's a 2v2 up top. A Choppy receiving a lot of heat here as well. Tinsai ultimately getting the victory, throwing down a gadget as he returns to action. Now all of a sudden, Crazy Raccoon can start to come back and claw their way into this game.
Things look pretty successful for Crazy Raccoon, especially if we hone in on the left side, but Reject have managed to claim the gems all the way along. Yume does have that super though. Minmi's carefully holding on to a gadget and a super. Both things that can keep him safe from that super from Yume. Levi on the left side is just looking for an angle and also trying to keep Tinsai occupied on the right side. Shitampo gets a good kill. He needs the super though. Minmi has to take to the skies, and Yume almost gets taken down. Left on just 70 health remaining, and Levi looks for the kill on Shitampo. Swiftly eliminated as well. Reject and Crazy Raccoon very, very close in terms of gems. A Choppy now sent to an early grave, and Crazy Raccoon will manage to tie up the scoreline as far as gems. 8-8.
Even count here. Gene collecting one as well. Keep in mind, they can't just back off when they get these gems. They have to keep in mind the 15-second clock and the couple gems that can pour in after the fact. Being very oppressive right now, though. And now Tinsai adding in as well. A super going down there. An 11th gem being picked up. Reject have to track.
GG's भाई.
Doesn't look
बमड़िया खेलना बमड़िया.
distance. No super available from Minmi, and all the supers on the side of the
घसीटा. Good comeback. भाई 8 gems थे उनके पास.
Now it's all
8 gems भाई साहब, फिर
those draft choices that they
भी हार गए.
last pick available with the Cordy
क्या बात.
selection on the opposing side. They knew that they would be able to counter things out with the Barley, but it did take them some time to find their footing. I would say a major thing was the wall break on the right side, paving the way for Shitampo to make some work. Looks like a misprediction in terms of the lane matchups, though. An early grave for Shitampo on the left, and an easy pinch between Minmi and Levi. They're not going to be able to bring that to a kill just yet. And in fact, it looks like Yume's been able to fend them off appropriately. Not something you see every day. A player escaping from the 2-man pinch. Yume not going to get slowed down by that super. Keep in mind, the Choppy's running even more damage with his star power. Recently received a buff. Shitampo also falls on the left side. Pretty good
ओ बहुत लो है.
from Reject. He's looking for
मार दे, बहुत लो है.
Yeah, Reject running the show here to start things off. Even a Choppy taking down Barley there at the get-go. Really winning those lane matchups and the duels going in their favor. Minmi even with a flyby there as well. Take out a Crazy Raccoon Brawler. No Gene now. Sniper Shelly on the loose trying to take care of a Choppy, but he's just going to be able to dip back, drop a super, and at least cover himself for now. Slow down super as the choice here too. Very interesting stuff. Always a little curious to see how pro players will select those, because I think both star powers have a lot of merit. Levi though with these walls down, also interesting to be playing this left-hand side.
I'm wasted.
Squeak here too. Insane stuff. It's all Reject in game number 2.
Yume has another super. He
खींच ले उसको, खींच ले. शैली के पास खींच लेता ना भाई. शैली के पास खींच लेता, शैली उड़ा देती उसको भाई.
going to be good.
उसके बाद सुपर भी नहीं था कि उड़ के चले जाए.
And Tinsai trying to make it work. Yume now rolling up to the Brawl with the super. Minmi not really available here. It takes to the skies with just a few seconds left, and he's untouchable.
Ah.
Here to tie up set number 1 in a nice way. They managed to keep control the entire game, fighting some 2v1s. At some times we did see Crazy Raccoon come out on top in some sticky situations, but I do think that it was a bit of a misprediction off the beginning of the game in terms of lane matchups from Crazy Raccoon.
कर का मुकाबला है तो घसीटा और से घसीटा है भाई.
Already was sort of dragging their feet at the beginning of game number 1, which extended into game number 2.
Big pickup here for Levi off the start. Nicely done, dropping a gadget there to make sure he can get the free kill. And now a Choppy fighting against the Tampo. The tankier brawler is going to survive, has a super in hand as well. Connects with Tensai, who's going to be in trouble here. Levi Menmi in the mid as well. 5 gyms already for reject. Satampo forced to play back. Yumi being slowed down by the gadget rather than the super. Believe I was actually. I think a Choppy is running the more damage there. But 6-0 again. Great adaptations here. Great adjustments. And Levi getting another kill as well. A Choppy on the right. It's lane after lane. Win game. And that's what reject are doing right now.
Tensai unfortunately also is having so much trouble on this left side.
खींच ले इस बार अच्छे से खींच ले उसको. अब भाई क्या है ये? कौन इसको दिया है ये जीनी? भाई एक बार भी उससे नहीं कनेक्ट हुआ. और खींच भी किसको रखा है? चीपू भैया को खींच रहा है भाई वो, जिसके पास ना जेम्स है ना कुछ है. अबे भाई
wanted the super more than anything, won't even get it. And that's the set going to reject. One dominating win after the other. Secures
एक बार बताओ, चीपू भैया बोल तो स्क्वीक के पास तो जेम्स भी नहीं है. अगर सुपर कनेक्ट हो भी जाता तो उसको जो खींचना है तुझे. वाह क्या दिमाग पाया है ये भाई, क्या दिमाग है. बहुत बढ़िया मजा आ गया देख के.
As a gym carrier forced away, wait for your teammates to recover. I think especially considering how good of a brawler Shelly is right now, the fact that they made it look so easy there in games 2 and 3, really impressive stuff from Reject. That is no small feat, especially considering the caliber of opponents that they're facing off against.
Shelly's a major player in how this set turned out. I had my attention a lot on that left lane, especially in game number 3.
जीन टेंसाई खेल रहा है. नहीं
Tensai earlier on, but come game 2
टेंसाई तो वो खेल रहा था भाई.
figured out, but I said game 3 for a reason.
बार्ली खेल रहा था वो.
Charging up that left side immediately,
टेम्पो जो था वो खेल रहा था अपना शैली.
crazy, especially given how difficult
यूमी खेल रहा था. यूमी अच्छा देखना, अभी भी देखो रिप्ले में देखो, ये भाई ने यहाँ पर 9 जेम्स के साथ उसके बाजू में घूम रही थी, उसको नहीं खींचा. उसने 0 जेम्स वाले अचापी को खींचने का ट्राई किया है. मतलब व्हाट्स द लॉजिक बिहाइंड दैट थिंग, वो मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया. उससे पिछले वाले गेम में भी उसके बिल्कुल बाजू में आ गई थी वो, जिसके पास उसके पास सुपर भी नहीं था. वो खींचता शैली के पास तक वो आती है, और शैली क्लोज रेंज में कितनी खतरनाक है सबको पता है, किसी को भी उड़ा सकती है. उसने अपना सुपर यूज नहीं किया. क्या लॉजिक है? अब फिर मुझे याद आ रहा है कि ये घसीटा टीम है, दोनों एक्स घसीटा टीम है. तो कुछ नहीं, ये लास्ट सेट तक खींच के लेके जाएंगे. उनको लंबा खींचने में मजा आता है. उनकी स्पॉन्सर नहीं दिखेंगे ना ठीक से, तो इसलिए लंबा खींचते हैं भाई.
rushing in, hoping for the win, and honestly coming out on top in some crucial moments, especially towards the end of game 1.
हेलो मिस्टर हाक,
DPS you're gonna rack up, but
इसके बाद खेलोगे ना भाई? इसके बाद तो अभी और लंबा चलेगा ये तो भाई.
that tends to have a
ये
major
खत्म होने में ही देख सकते हो. चेस में गेमिंग चलेगा, फिर एक ग्रैंड फाइनल्स आएगा. अभी तक तो 3 तो ऐसे ही बच जाएंगे मुझे लग रहा है. अभी क्या टाइम क्या हो गया? 12:25 तो ऐसे ही हो गया.
Curious to see the bans a lot of the time because, you know, we talk about Shelly, Cordelia as being some of the strongest brawlers in the game, but this is a very long-ranged map, and historically in Brawl Stars, especially before those
Safe
industries,
zone,
it was a left, mid, and
8-bit.
long-range duel. But instead of Cordelius and Shelly, the early picks are going to be ones like this. The strong arcade man, big blaster, going for that high DPS and damage that you can get in the high safe. You just have to get across. He is very slow, so you have to make sure that you're gaining control, getting those kills, so you can set your 8-bit up for an opportunity to lay down the law onto that high safe.
So let's talk about 8-bit and how Reject have some opportunities to draft into this. We see some of the major things that are able to deal with him effectively, or at least one of them banned out.
Crazy Raccoon.
I'm particularly looking
अच्छा.
at Brawl because because he gets
51%.
serious free wall break, and he's very good against that safe, getting good damage, playing against long range effectively. But we see Reject have also gotten rid of Bell and their bans, which is a major counter for 8-Bit. It is very bold for Crazy Raccoon to select this as their first brawler, though. If Reject pick up any kind of wall break, it's going to make 8-Bit's job a lot harder. They have to be thinking of this. Colette is the kind of no-brainer selection in an 8-Bit, which Crazy Raccoon have left open, and given how talented this team is, I'm tempted to say it's deliberate. Colette is the no-brainer pick in an 8-Bit. It is the 8-Bit hard
यार था
do Crazy Raccoon do into the Colette that I think they've clearly been
2500 पॉइंट्स हो गए मेरे 500 पॉइंट और चाहिए बस
point, right?
इजी पीसी
HP on their side, Colette's gonna have great matchups into Carl as well, and they pair this with
इसके अलावा भी 2 मैच अभी बाकी हैं उतने में तो हो ही जाएगा
Crow, somebody that I think is really good. He was one of the top 5 most banned brawlers last month in this region as well. But for Heist and on a very long range map like this, I'm not 100% bought into the Crow cause. I think he's not going to do enough on the DPS side to the Heist safe. And again, sometimes you got to play that game mode. This might be their way of kind of allowing for 8-Bit and Carl to get there. Cordelius on the other side too. I think they can afford to do this. It's a strong brawler, closer range matchups. I mean, if Carl approaches you, you got Cordelius to let loose. But this is not the draft I really expected from either team. I'm with you though. I like Colette in general on Heist, and especially into Carl and 8-Bit. I think that's really going to help them out. But the Crow into Cordelius have me a little more stumped.
I'm a little stumped too. I think really the big takeaways for Crazy Raccoon, they're
मेरा
control game. They want to
553 535
pretty
ओके बढ़िया है
swift, and maybe that'll work. It'll put him in close range versus Levi, which I'm sure he's anticipating a lot.
चेसमैग ले लेना चेसमैग ने पिछली बार ट्राइब को बजा के रख दिया था
That mid roll, and no gadget forward from Shtitampo. Instead, going to be taking that right lane. And Yume trying to hold things down on the left. Control game is what it's all about, but Minmi jumps over, immediate kill onto Yume. Shtitampo looks for the aggression versus Achapi, and no Seagar. Achapi remains alive, and Levi gets a lot of damage on a Tensai. A free super for him too. He begins to chain things up, using that cover as much as he can.
Well played there too, especially considering how much HP and aggression Sutampo has into that Squeak matchup. You think Carl wins that matchup more oftentimes than not, so the fact that
ये लोग उस पे जो नहीं मारते सेफ पे
hand is really good right now though. Control on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Levi
अभी आएगी उड़ते हुए
distance of Tensai. Even though when he does hit those shots, it's going to apply so much damage to 8-Bit, you have to close that gap for Colette. Doesn't have as insane range as some of these longer range brawlers, but now set up for an opportunity here. Kill on the
वॉलेट तो भाई चिपका देती सीधे
out. 10% damage immediately being dealt, and Reject holding on to this lead as Minmi dives in for more.
Tensai could have an angle, but that super is swiftly taken down by Squeak. Squeak is so good at eliminating turrets in a choppy. This is second set in a row playing that Squeak. More damage for Levi. Minmi also keeping Shtitampo permanently banished to the Shadow Realm. Little vertical super from Yume is able to shut things down on offense. But Tensai is also similarly fallen on the right side. Choppy's going to continue the aggression for the Reject roster. And Crazy Raccoon have yet to get any significant damage on the Reject safe.
Nice jump there from Minmi, but things could get out of hand here rather quickly. Tensai letting it loose here with a gadget. Sub 20.
भाई साहब 73 70 तक तो आ गए हैं
The 30% threshold for their side as well. Less than 50 remaining.
ओ भाई वाह
Now Uni close
डैमेज भाई डैमेज
swing there. Over 75% now being dealt from Crazy Raccoon.
भाई बहुत क्लोज आ रहा है ये हर बार का ये इनका भाई ये घसीटा वाला भाई हमेशा खींचते हैं मैच में बोल रहा हूँ
9k damage on that safe with a perfect super placement. Tensai now also deprived of the super. And Shtitampo banished to the Shadow Realm. Minmi's really just trying to get in position to get some extra damage on the safe, but it's left there incredibly exposed. Reject now suffering the last.
ओ भाई वेरी क्लोज वेरी टर्न अराउंड सिचुएशन हियर
Raccoon coming in, but man, was that a nail biter towards the end. 97% as we entered that final minute of the game, and that is when Crazy Raccoon finally managed to break through the Reject defense and get that massive
क्या बात
safe, bringing it
बहुत बढ़िया
100%, only to finish it off in the final few seconds.
Yeah, it felt like it just started as your normal push, 10-20%, but they just kept going. They did not stop. Crazy
भाई इन प्लेयर्स की वजह से जीटा के मैचेस देखने में मजा आता था अब वो जीटा में अंदर कोई है ही नहीं ये लोग भाई
last time
इन प्लेयर्स को देखने में मजा आता था, इनके बीच जो चलता था भाई साहब।
Feeling of how much damage they can really pile on. In trouble on the bottom left.
अरे किधर मार रहा है?
Use Carl as kind of a way
90%, वाह।
resources down low. They don't want them moving up. Memmi is just forced to stay glued to Satampo, which Hoppy forced to do with the other two as well. Tensai dropping one down. Another gadget in place. 720s pouring in from the blast.
अरे किधर मार रहा है?
It's close, but 12% lead for Crazy.
साइड टेम्पो किधर मार रहा था?
Not the super from Yume on top of the safe. That's a touchdown dance. If I've ever seen one, that's a rare occurrence in Heist too. Crazy Raccoon do have to sort of roll with the punches. Tensai has to retreat, suffering some major damage from a Choppy, who remains alive on the right side. Shtetop also trying to keep his distance from Minmi, forced to use a gadget just to keep up with the pace of this Carl on the back left side. And Crazy Raccoon are going to suffer some serious damage too. 9K, followed by a 1620 from a Choppy. Just keeping things going at the mid area. Levi also swiftly taking down the super from Tensai. A jump in from Yume. Crazy Raccoon desperately want to end this faster. And Shtampo might be able to do. He's going to pop out of the Shadow Realm right on top of the safe. Big super in. Mimi's still trying to keep up. Just below 7,000 health remain. Choppy on the right.
अरे भाई फिर से 11-23%। अबे भाई क्या चल रहा है इनका? अबे फिर से इतना क्लोज आ गया। डिस्कॉर्ड डीएम देखोगे अगर फोटो भेजूं? अभी कहाँ देखूं? अरे भाई क्या करते हैं ये लोग? क्या ही चल रहा है यार? खा रहा हूँ कुछ, खाओ मटन, खाओ मटन। तो मैं क्यों फोटो देखूं भाई तुम्हारी? भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ इन लोगों को मजा आता है लंबा खींचने में।
And does 9K to the safe repeatedly. Holds down the right side with no mercy at all. And it's not easy for him to get up there either. He's going to need some assistance from Levi to actually get in position over there. Shtampo's going to be the one trying to hold him down on the right. Minmi now with a gadget on the left, trying to take down Yume, but to no avail. Crazy Raccoon will be able to mount sort of a counter assault as a result. Shtampo planning something, spinning, maybe looking for a push in, but Reject are putting up a very stiff defense. Here comes the push from Shtampo, and Levi's forced to defend.
Perfect timing there from Satampo. Even if he goes down, well worthwhile. 11% now on to the high safe. So Crazy Raccoon once again starting with this lead, but Reject with clear positioning here. If they can hold on for a long time and get some damage going, it's going to really work out for them. This is a great start for them as Mimi is looking to take this down. Tensai probably getting comms from his teammate there as well. Keep in mind, while you can't see them, your teammates can still talk to you. So I'm sure they're going to be identifying that constantly as Yume's going to dive in here, look for this choppy kill, and be punished for it. Not what you want to see if you're Crazy Raccoon is now they've lost their lead. They're struggling to get this positioning back, but some low HP brawlers, they have to take advantage, and Tensai couldn't quite do it. Colette with the roll forward, and 71% will be the number. Nice job here from Reject in game number 3.
1 minute still remaining.
Crazy Raccoon seriously suffering as a result. Choppy on the right side might be able to push him. Yume's holding on to that super jump in to a Choppy. Not a free kill by any means, though. And Levi, since it's a lapse in defense, for an extra 6K on the safe. Now, below 50 seconds remaining. Tensai has that super. He's in position. He might be able to start off this push for Crazy Raccoon. Reject are determined not to let it happen. Shtampo is having some trouble versus Minmi in the Shadow Realm. Big damage from a Choppy as well. And the turret falls.
हार चुके हैं।
Shtampo now pushing in for that safe. A Choppy slowed.
छोले वेज बिरयानी, वाह।
Shtampo's in perfect position with the damage gear active. He might be able to do this. He might be able to put Crazy
52 और भाई बहुत क्लोज,
do the exact same. And Minmi abandons the base race.
बहुत क्लोज ले गए भाई।
15 seconds left. Tensai eliminated.
5% का डिफरेंस, 5% का।
Very, very close.
कूद
From Yume.
कौवे, कूद कौवे, कूद कौवे, सुपर यूज करते कूद।
See the defense from 8-bit slips around the left side. And
अरे भाई
Crazy Raccoon. It's another set victory for Reject.
Woo, that was a nail biter.
क्या भाई, और यूमी नाम का बंदा क्यों है टीम में?
Smile there from Reject too. Levi showing some emotions, and rightfully so. Very scary in-game there. Another 2-1 kind of situation. And Reject taking away a second set.
भाई ये यूमी नाम के बंदे को मैं तो वोट नहीं करने वाला, भले ही अब जितना भी अच्छा खेल ले।
Instead, it's going to be the number 2 seed in this region, a guaranteed LCQ lock. getting a
अब घंटा भर क्या वेट कर रहा था, किसका इंतजार कर रहा था? वहां कूद के जाता तो और 2-4 अटैक मार ही देता भाई। जब 3 सेकंड बचा तब कूद के गया भाई।
just instrumental in this comeback, piling up shot after
आई एम बैक, वेलकम बैक ब्रो।
hand side.
ई क्या हो गया?
With this weak already good brawler, but in the Choppy's hands, it is
बोला ना आरसी अंडररेटेड है, तो आरसी तो हार रही है।
on the squeak, being able to deal with absolutely anything. The dude can be on 463 health, and a full health Crow jumping in still won't be enough to get any
रिजेक्ट।
trade versus the dude.
अरे इनने अपना टीम का नाम रिजेक्ट इसलिए नहीं रख लिया, बोले घसीटा टीम से हम लोगों को रिजेक्ट कर दिया था, इसलिए हम अपने टीम का नाम रिजेक्ट रख देते हैं।
Okay, a lot of control here. Definitely
भाई
when it
साहब।
comes to safe damage too, contributing some 9Ks from time to time. Still, sort of the star player of this team, bringing in a couple World Finals victories in a row and trying to lead this team to victory. And so
शी यार क्या खेला।
2-0 score line says, I think about all we need to know, but at least as spectators, we're getting our money's worth. It's still 2-1 sets all the way around, so if anything, we could get a couple of match points in a row if Reject managed to take this 3-0 possibility all the way.
those 10%ers out there ready. They're feeling pretty good right now. I'm not gonna lie, that whole 100 over 90 thing, not looking great for us right now, but you never know. And if there's one team I'm putting my faith in to make a reverse sweep, it would be crazy.
यूमी
Like Reject,
आज 2 प्रेडिक्शंस रॉन्ग हो गए लॉल।
take it one set at a time here. Tick Gray
अब मैं बता दूं इस वाले मैच में देख लेना ये जीत जाएगी।
is here once again.
सीआर क्रेजी रकून,
No Shelly in this band stage, so I'm curious to see if we see
क्रेजी
here on Goldirock.
क्रेजी रकून।
Definitely wouldn't count it out. Brock for selection from Reject, an interesting one. I think really the aim here is to blow up some of those walls because Crazy Raccoon selecting that gene is going to be so good versus basically any thrower. And with Reject getting rid of the tick, that's just the must-have first pick for Crazy Raccoon had it been available. And also Crazy Raccoon banning out the Sprout. There's still one thrower that could be pretty viable for them, and that's got to be Grom. Reject, they don't want to let that happen. Brock selection in. Bell, second selection, make use of some of those broken open walls to get some long range lockdown, and they still keep things open for some versatility with the last pick.
I think the long range composition can work out for him here. Brock can be able to tear down these walls, but as you see there on the brawler win rates, we do still have some of the options open that have shown up at least a lot in the winning side. Nani, Daryl, I wouldn't say are every set kind of brawlers on this map, but very circumstantially, we're going to want to play him in the right situation. Piper on for Tensai, one of his
अब गेम पलट जाएगा। हाँ हमेशा का ही है भाई, इसी बात पे सब मिलके बोलो।
बोलो जुबान तीसरी
हाँ जोर से बोलो, सारे बोलो, बोलते रहो।
advantageous into somebody like Brock and Bell. I'm imagining that Reject are going to respond and really try and pick a brawler that can give them a favorable matchup into either the Piper, since the Piper does well into Bell and Brock, or they just recognize this threat and try and handle the Shelly. And Grom, with the squishiness, not a lot of health points, not always going to be the best in a Shelly, at least up close, but can certainly work into somebody like Piper. So I think they have a nice, well-rounded composition on both sides. I would say Crazy Raccoon with a little more modern, and then the thrower, like you mentioned, they got the long range, the thrower combination there from Reject. So 2 very different approaches here, I think, but both can certainly work.
That Grom pick coming in, I was holding my breath a little bit, thinking, was it even worth mentioning the gene into the possible thrower last pick? But yes, Reject are still going to be going with the thrower, and they seem to think that they can play it effectively into the gene. And there's not a doubt in my mind that they are capable of doing that. But a gene the likes of any member of Crazy Raccoon is certainly one to fear. The Shelly, another thing is, yeah, sure, we'll be able to use a lot of that speed close in. I think she will be outranged for a good portion of this. It's gonna be tough, but I like the drafting approach from Crazy Raccoon. Reject, I think, do both sort of an advantage here.
अब हैट्रिक होगा ऐसा क्या? अब लगता है ये देखना ही पड़ेगा पॉइंट्स के लिए।
Wall break, or does he go for the jump that'll keep him away from the Gene Super?
जरूरी नहीं है, अगर 500 पॉइंट्स ही चाहिए तो 500 पॉइंट्स तो अभी भी हो जाएंगे।
His very first game.
300 पॉइंट्स तो सिर्फ MVP सिलेक्ट करने का मिलेगा, ठीक है? बाकी और देख लो कितने और चाहिए।
Some angle around the top side or the bottom side. We'll see which path he decides to take.
Yeah, I think it's a good point out to go for that gadget there with Brock too, because a lot of times you just assume wall break, right? But you have the Piper on the other end. If you open it up, you're giving Piper a little advantage. But if you keep the walls closed, you're helping out Shelly and Jean a little bit more with those nasty pulls. Plus, like you said, Rocket Lace's little bounce away from a Jean pull could be kind of nice. Maybe dodge out a big Shelly super. Could be really interesting here. We'll see what they end up choosing here as the Lord of Lightning takes down the field on the bottom side. Bellingram alongside it. And of course, a low HP Jean off the rip too. CR need to be careful here, but Mimi's in the same boat too. Gonna have to take this lightly. Tensai looking for shots there as well. Strong start here, but I think it's gonna settle down here in a moment as teams look to get supers.
Early game assault from Crazy Raccoon almost got them the kill on Minmi, but they weren't able to finish the job. And now Reject get to sort of play the control game that they wanted to play from the outset. Shedtampo on the top side on that Shelly is going to be dodging the shots from Minmi. Just trying to...
इसी बात पे बोल जुबान के इसलिए अभी नहीं बोल रहा भाई.
Then he's in a really good spot for the final few seconds of this round. Yume and Tensai also trying to work the long range, especially Yume looking for those chip shots to gradually farm up his super and get a free kill on a someone. Minmi can block off his super, but he's already used one of those watchtowers. A Choppy also fresh out of gadgets as he broke open all of those walls, but it doesn't seem to be affording him too much control. There's just Shedtampo pushing in from the top side. Poison closing in, the final crucial moments now approaching.
Very scary stuff here in the 1v2 situation now, and with a shotgun versus a thrower in the storm, this is looking very favorable for Satampo, even flashing that just in case. But Grom, too low of HP, and Satampo too good of a player to be hit by those shots. So nice dodges there, and they're coming into this one locked and loaded. 3 supers available for CR. Memmi has one in hand.
मुझे तो और 600 पॉइंट चाहिए 2000 के लिए. 2000 के लिए फिर तो तुम तीनों देखना भाई, तीनों स्ट्रीम देखना पड़ेगा तुम्हें. ऐसा तो हम स्ट्रीम करेंगे, वो भी देख ही सकते हो.
Missed super on the left side. It's seriously going to cost Yume. He's also on very low health. Almost the finishing blow too from Minmi. They really committed hard. And with gadget from Levi and Minmi's super, they weren't able to finish off the kill onto Yume. It still remains a 3v3. And a few gadgets missing on the side of Reject also could hurt them as we inch towards the poison. Closing in this map. Still some good taps from the members of Reject. Choppy has the super, but he's suffered a lot of damage along the way. Levi in with a bounce shot. He has one more left for the remainder of this game, but Crazy Raccoon are up by 1 round already. It's not a good look for Reject.
Tough situation here. Tensai hitting shots. Satampo winning the lane up top. Now the evil spirits going down. 2v2.
जी आप करोगे 3 स्ट्रीम इसकी. देखो जितनी कर सकते हैं उतनी तो कर ही देंगे.
Very aggressive start, I might add, especially in that round number 1. Everybody just looking to open fire, go for shots. That's not something I'm used to seeing in Knockout. So I'm curious to see if we have any adjustments here in game number 2. But Tensai and his squad looking to extend into a 4th, and for them trying to keep the dream alive of trying to go to another grand finals here.
Gotta wonder if Crazy Raccoon are going to be able to do the same thing that they did versus Minmi in game number 1. We see Reject already taking a different approach on the right side. Instead of the left side, Shedtampo is trying to close things in on the left. Vastly different strat from Reject so far, but it earns Crazy Raccoon a kill as well. They've adapted, but they haven't really found the winning formula. And in a 2v3, the odds are stacked in Crazy Raccoon's favor. If anything, Reject can get some supercharge out here. The Crazy Raccoon are looking high and dry at the moment. They just got to keep this lead and not whiff it. Shedtampo and Tensai are both looking particularly healthy. Shedtampo doesn't want to feed supers too much. He's already used that
lag
power.
किस बात का lag हो गया भाई?
Gadget in from the top side, almost a kill onto a Choppy. He's left on his last legs as Minmi topples to the ground, and a Choppy leaves it all on stage, going into the poison. 1 round to Crazy Raccoon, 1 round away from winning this set.
Can't count him out. Satampo now scary force on the left hand and does get hit though, so they will be able to see him here. He was going for gold there, and a little bounce off the backboard gets a kill for Levi there. Now a 3v2 for Reject this time. Not something you want to see if you're Crazy Raccoon, but I respect it. Going for gold there, trying to end the set right there, right now, and take advantage of how good Shelly and her shotgun are. But a Choppy Levi, they're too smart for that. They're going to be doing their own scouting report. So Tensai and Yume, well, now just Yume, gonna have some tough work here.
Man, Tensai was just Neo in the Matrix. The dude was just dodging like crazy. Of course, it would have to be friendly fire that shuts him down in the end. Yume, the unknown enemy, hiding all the way on the right side. And I think
यूमे ही ने टपका दिया भाई, अपनी टीममेट ने उसको टपका दिया.
Fed on the enemy side, Yume, he's buying a little bit of time for the team to take some time to think, what is their strategy going to be for the next round? They are one round away from winning this entire set. If it goes the way of Reject, they're going to a match point. It is the opposite outcome from what Crazy Raccoon want. They're so close to being able to grab the gold. They have every single super on their side, but so does Reject. It's going to be a close call, any way you put it.
Love the little mind games being played. Shelly not going for the aggressive approach, but Reject does a little bit of adjustments, and all three in there firing shots the whole way to make sure Shelly is not in those bushes. They understand and respect how good Satampo on that brawler especially is going to be. Everybody with all of the utility available, supers in hand galore. Tensai can be forced to pop his here to stay alive, but opening up this map for the in-game should help him out a ton. Choppy flashing one here too. Shelly not looking for long-range engagement. The gene pool not connecting the way they want. Piper with a curve there though. 3v2 situation. Advantage Crazy Raccoon right now.
Satampo takes things down on the top side. It's just Levi versus the world. Yume and Tensai have so much health on him, and you can't dodge that last shot from Yume. Crazy Raccoon, just like that, managed to swing.
अब ये एक और जीतेंगे, उसके बाद फिर जाके
Number 4 with one set.
सेट नंबर 5 आएगा, फिर उसमें मुकाबला होगा, जो जीतेगा फिर वही बंदर होगा और कुछ नहीं. हमेशा का यही है.
A nice way to pivot the momentum for this match, a 2-0 victory for the guys.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any team you can never count out, it's somebody with the mechanics of Crazy Raccoon. They really showcased it. They turned it on at the perfect moment. They got a long road ahead of them, but they do avoid their first sweep of the year. They haven't been hit with a 3-0 the entire time. Reject, though, still looking good in my mind. I think still a pretty good played set. But just when Crazy Raccoon decided to go on offense, it was very tough to deal with. I think Satampo bringing in the very aggressive super. Tensai with Piper, a very long-range combative brawler, and a good choice here for these long-range engagements. Again, Tensai with more DPS, a little more damage from that range on the Piper versus somebody like a Bella Brock who don't quite meet that. So I think in those very one-on-one situations, Tensai was able to really take advantage here. But at the end of the day, just more kills piling up Crazy Raccoon's side. Love to see it. Outside of that one round, like I said, where Satampo just charged down the left-hand lane and got punished for it, I think that's okay. Willing to sacrifice one for the mind games there and trying to catch them off guard. Love to see the creativity and not just your straightforward, everybody go to one side, everybody go to the other, every single set. That's what sets players like this apart.
Yeah, and this set also was not exempt from the fact that this is a very close matchup. We see Levi also pulling out 4 kills of his own, but Crazy Raccoon dominated the scoreboard here, as well as, well, literally winning those games 2-0 within the set. I think we saw some good moments.
ये भी पलट जाती है चैंपियनशिप में. हाँ वो तो है.
Where we saw Satampo get a little too aggressive on
यार बिरयानी बेकार है. अच्छा ऐसा क्या हो गया? भाई come on, they can do this. Why? They can do this. What about us?
To perfect Brawl's
हम क्या करें?
far and few in between those mistakes from either of these teams. But once those mistakes roll out, it can be the deciding factor who wins the match. But for Crazy Raccoon, they were able to roll with some of the punches, make a couple mistakes, pick themselves back up, dust themselves off, go to the next round, and even send themselves to the next set. Set number 4 coming in, and it's Pinball Dreams.
Pinball Dream's an interesting one right now, especially with scouting out East Asia and what they're playing here. One thing I noticed a little bit differently, a lot of teams really messing with Sprout on this map as a thrower option, especially I'm assuming at times where somebody like Barley's banned out, you see B, you see Spike as some good options here too. So I'm putting it on my radar at least. It's not regular, but I will say, at least in practice, a lot of teams were messing around with it, and I wonder if it's a matchup that any of these teams will be looking out for if the draft delivers. Lola as the first overall selection, one I'm not necessarily used to seeing here either. I think Lola's a fine brawler, great DPS, high damage, but in Brawl Ball, doesn't necessarily scream a Lola game mode for me. Just a safe pick, doesn't lock you into anything, but I don't think it'll be a game changer either.
And I think Lowe is also very capable of like playing really either lane here. I'm talking the mid lane, and if we're looking at the perspective of the way that we're looking at this map, I think she can play that left lane too. You don't want to be firing over the walls with Lola. You can see Crazy Raccoon definitely have that idea as they've gotten rid of that Barley. They've also been careful to get rid of Nita. Of course, Shelly is such a strong selection here, but Nita, since she could run rampant in the absence of throwers, I wouldn't totally count out Dynamite. It's not very typical for this region, but it's still a very possible selection coming in as a last pick. Crazy Raccoon have that on their table, and Reject need to be cautious whether it might approach them 2 picks in a row to decide with. They've afforded themselves a very versatile draft with that Lola first selection, but they're about to lack in their final ones. So we'll see what they go with.
Yeah, Willow on my mind here as well. I think mention the throwers.
Waiting for Dyna Sprout pick.
Not necessarily as their
मैं जा रहा हूँ.
choice here, but I think
एक ने बिल्कुल फेंकी है यार. Wow.
sense. And to me, Willow just makes sense. You see Tara on the other end, you see Gus. It doesn't necessarily scream advantage for Satampo and Tensai unless they can get these wall breaks down, and they pair this with Cordelius too. Now they're really starting to bring it together. I think we're starting to see it all come together here. Lola's going to be playing the mid, which I don't mind as much, especially considering that interaction's a little more mid-range. It's not long-range, Piper, Bell, Brock kind of territory. It's going to cater to Lola really well, so they're going to have Willow play behind these walls. Cordelius look to get aggressive, charge that super, and especially in this game mode, you can send somebody that's playing goalkeeper into the Shadow Realm. It's a free bucket for your side. So I really like what Reject did here.
I really do too. I think Willow would be able to do very well into any thrower that Crazy Raccoon could have selected. Reject have also gone with the Cordelius, a strong selection, especially you get that speed boost from being in bushes, if that's the ability that you decide to go with, and I would say it's fairly likely that they decide to go that route. But Crazy Raccoon with the final selection of Gray, sort of
Heart is broken here.
guys at earlier selections, so it's not every day you see him as that last pick, and I think this is a great way to approach that Willow. You can, first of all, get the cane and hook someone through a wall, open things up, and seriously diminish the value that any thrower would be able to have. Second of all, though, can get that teleport in. Already the cane's in, and look at all those walls it broke open, not to mention the bushes it also eliminated. Choppy, though, isn't too worried. We'll still be able to get some damage on Tensai, but the second cane comes in, and that right lane is all but destroyed. Reject might even have to go for a lane swap.
Agreed. I mean, that's how you take a disadvantage and make it your own too. That Gray selection, you have to nail those gadgets. Otherwise, this goes very differently. Levi fighting on the left-hand side, but CR getting the victory there. Trade on the right-hand end, so it's going to be a charge forward here. Gray dribbling, looking for any sign of action as Satampo holds on to that super. Tara supers can change the entire set. Really go from your team being in losing position to sucking into enemy brawlers or more and just dishing out damage. They're going to like to play it a little safer, though. Wait to try and gain some more control.
भाई इतना सुपर बचा कि क्यों खेलते बंदे, मेरे को समझ नहीं आता. मैं तो इतनी देर में 2 बार सुपर चार्ज कर ही लेता हूँ.
Up for a goal later on. I think a wise decision. Don't want to force anything here.
Well, let's see if Shitamp was able to do something. There's the kill on the left and a forced teleport in. Yume, though, is mind-controlled, going for a bit of damage on Shitampo. He's going to get eliminated in time, though, but it afforded enough time for Reject to mount the counter push. Jump in from Shitampo, a teleport in from Tensai. He's going to try and force it in, but it was too trigger-happy. And just like that, Crazy Raccoon might have actually forfeited all of their mid-control. Reject stomped through Yume. Now the 3v2 ensues. Achapi has an advantage with the use of his main attack, firing over some of these walls. Levi also might be able to do this. Here comes the super in from Shitampo, and a mishap. A little super forward there from Tensai. The ball's pushed all the way back, but a little bit of passing can get this accomplished. Yume has that gadget, is able to defend, but
Oh भाई.
through. Wonderful stuff, if a little bit chaotic there towards the end.
Sometimes Brawl Ball is a game of momentum. We saw CR dominate off the start. Complete map control, ball in their hands. Once all 3 brawlers go down, it's just left for Reject to charge forward. Now a little Michael showing a wide open net as well.
GG's. Hey.
All of a sudden, what went from bad is now worse. Reject on match point.
It is all falling apart for Crazy Raccoon. They look so strong as they kept that battle at Reject's goal for so long. But now it has all come back to them. Reject on the verge of taking down Crazy Raccoon, and a more dominant victory than Crazy Raccoon were able to muster over Reject last month. It could come down to this. Yume not going to be hitting those early game hooks on Choppy anymore. He might be able to move over to the right, but Choppy snuck forward all the way, and he's even keeping the range advantage versus Yume. Not going to be any value for Yume if he decides to use any of those gadgets. Minmi also trading places, a missed hook, unfortunate for Yume. The pressure's mounting as Crazy Raccoon have to get some value off of these hooks. Another one for Yume. The mind games taking place on the right side are proving disastrous consequences for Crazy Raccoon.
Easy goal.
Opportunity here. Wide.
Yeah.
Choppy dumps it on in.
कसम इतनी बेकार कहाँ से मंगाई थी?
Saw what that could do using the last one here, so that wall's going to stay up on the right-hand side, but a pass forward here. Moya Goku low HP, teammate on the right-hand side. Tensai denied.
ओ भाई
Keeping there. Filthy work coming in as Crazy Raccoon respond.
My goodness, it was so close. It looked like every single day of the week a Choppy would have been able to defend that. He had the kill on Gray on the left side, he had the mind control on the right, but somehow, some way, Tensai was able to get that shot off and still take things down. Crazy Raccoon, they still got their heads in the game, even with their backs against the wall, fully in a corner. They're still able to make some huge plays. Keep Reject on their toes too. You see Reject fully on defense. In a defensive formation. Levi looking for a bit of offense here, but he's going to have to play his cards correctly. Into Stetampo with the heart of the cards on her side. In with the gadget, Stetampo still not committing too hard with the super. He knows how difficult it's going to be to earn that back. But he can have it fired off in a crucial moment. 35 seconds left.
भाई
Fully push things over to Crazy Raccoon's side. No kill for Stetampo. It's looking scary.
Very scary, especially considering they don't hit the Tora pull. You may get a fall low in HP as well. Lola getting the final blow there as the top was just forced to get aggressive. Tensai staying back, going for the TP play, catching a Choppy off guard. Major goal right there for them. In overtime, they have Gray, they have Gust, they have the long range, but they don't have high health points right now. Levi working with the super. Menmi regenerating up back in terms of HP. Scary stuff as Levi's trying to drag somebody to the Shadow Realm, I imagine. Ball in hand looking for the shot here. Kick away as well. Tensai playing defense, throwing the bubble to himself. Satampo teleport and super available. Now CR all of a sudden looking alive and well. Only one brawler standing. Another assist here. A Choppy trying to play goalkeeper. Tensai low HP just stumps it off. Levi gets the stop with the teleport.
Oh भाई
Set up, bounce off the wall, and
easy peasy.
Crazy Raccoon staying alive.
I cannot even begin to put into words the roller coaster of emotions that put me through.
भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई इनका फिक्स रहता है भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ तुम मानो ना मानो
And Crazy Raccoon
इन लोगों का फिक्स रहता है मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये घसीटा वालों को मत बुलाया करो
absolutely right. And even then some. That
ये घसीटा वाले जबरदस्ती खींचते हैं भाई साहब लंबा लंबा खींचते हैं
crazy train going, there was no stop in sight. Into the line beyond comprehension. Crazy Raccoon still are in it to win it. It all comes down to this though. Reject. They get the win here, then it's all said and done. Monthly finals victory for them, but Crazy Raccoon are just one win away from sending us on to a set 5 where anything can happen.
We had all that build up there in overtime, and it's suddenly speeding up again here too. Tensai, very valuable super to keep him up at least a little bit longer. Nice job by Minmi though, ultimately getting the kill necessary to prevent Yumi and Satampo from pushing forward. Again, big difference maker in game number 2, despite it going CR's way at the end, is these walls going down. If they're hitting these hooks from Gray, opening up this map, Gus, Gray can take on that longer range brawler that they have and really take advantage of the situation that they're given. A little mind control shenanigans now too. A CR on CR fighting each other. Sachapi looks to do it again here and try and charge up another one. Nice pickup. Satampo being denied any shots here. Reject inching closer and closer to offense until, well, Tensai stepped it up and teleported on in. Insane stuff and just so much going down there.
Choppy's just using those mind controls whenever he's got them. He's serving them up hot and ready.
भाई मैं तो सुपर यूज करके वो बीच वाली दीवार पहले तोड़ देता कि चलो दीवार तोड़ देते हैं घुसने का रोल ही नहीं भाई अरे जा भाई साइड टेम्पर क्या कर रहा है भाई बीच में फेंक दे दीवार तोड़ दे भाई कोई ना एक तो आते ही बीच में यार
If things get closed in on Reject's side, then it might be very profitable. And Reject, they don't really mind sticking close together. If they're able to bait Stetampo forward, they will be able to take advantage of that aggression. They have to keep really, really close tabs on his positioning, though. Otherwise, there will be disastrous consequences. 25 seconds left on the clock before all these walls break down. If Chompy can get a super, then that could be some good momentum for Reject to start getting this control back.
Overtime possibly imminent here. A lot of availability of supers from the CR side. A super going down there and a game-changing one at that. Satompo Tensai now going to be able to break away here. I thought they were going to focus for overtime, but they might be dangerously close to scoring here as these walls come down. And Chompy the only one standing. Supers available here. Yume dribbling, pick over Satompo, and they're going to buy their time just a little bit here. I think wait for Gus to return, try and play this out as a full squad.
They don't mind staying at the middle of the map because they know that they need to get the kills in order to get the win. A Chompy's barely alive. Levi misses the super. No mute on the right side either. It's all falling apart. A pull on to Levi and a takedown. Pass down the right side. Minmi intercepts. Could be a pass around the right, but there's not enough time to respawn.
मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई, पूरा फिक्स होता है इनका मैच, जबरदस्ती इनको खींचना है, मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
It's the reverse sweep that you were talking about, Kenny. I did.
अबे लंबा लंबा खींचते हैं भाई ये लोग। इंटरेस्टिंग मैच भाई। जीटा के मैच देखने में क्यों मजा आता था, मैं बोल रहा हूँ, फिर से रिपीट करो। जीटा का मजा देखने इसलिए आता है ये लोग वहां खेलते थे, लंबा खींचते हैं भाई, एक दूसरे से लड़ते थे ना। जीटा वर्सेस जीटा देखने में और ज्यादा मजा आता था।
It's crazy to think 15 minutes ago we were having that, right? We were like, hey, there's a very real chance that Reject might be the first team this year to 3-0 Crazy Raccoon. Nope. 20 minutes later, here we are. Insane stuff from Crazy Raccoon. We talked about it in game number 2. They missed, I think, maybe every one of those gray pools. Maybe they hit one there, and they still end up winning that game. It's crazy to me. You can never count them out. Good mechanics, persevere, and Crazy Raccoon play that disciplined, long game. They get a nice bounce shot there at overtime, a nice assist to the teammate, and once again, they do it. They don't force things. They learn from their mistakes.
चैट्स, अबे कौन सी चैट? तेरी तुम्हारी कोई चैट नहीं आई भाई।
Like I said a little bit earlier, sometimes in Brawl, a good defense can...
पढ़ तो रहे चैट्स, ये लगता है इसका दिमाग का दही हो गया है। जा बिरयानी दूसरी लेके आओ, अब हैट्रिक होगा। देखते हैं भाई, होता है नहीं होता है।
This is the Brawl Stars we know and love, and this is looking like the rivalry we were promised here in our final month.
Oh man, I mean, everything is coming true, and there's so much on the line too, with these two teams being neck and neck. It's anyone's game at all, but it's all going to be settled on dueling beetles. A little bit of hot zone to finish things off, and hot zone set 5 is always a funny one because you have those moments where it can get down to 99%. I feel like hot zone is the mode where things really can get the closest, because in heist you can get those one pushes, but it's not even really that possible in hot zone. No one really locks down the zone for the entire game and denies to the enemy team, at least not with Reject and Crazy Raccoon throwing their cards in here. We'll see Squeak for selection from Reject. That's gotta be via Choppy special, and that's really up to Crazy Raccoon. They decided they would let that one go to the other side, knowing full well that it would be selected by Reject.
Lola back in action here, and Gus, the brawler that was selected a little less than 50% of last month's matches here in this region. Be the response. I'm keeping my eye out for Jesse here as well. You see at the top of that win rate, but in North America, where we're from, ready, this brawler is everywhere, especially on this map. When you got the indestructible walls, Jesse can put that down, get the slow down, and really gain control for a team. So I'm going to be keeping my eye out for that just in case, but it seems they're flying through this draft. They've made up their minds. B, Squeak, and Shelly, a fierce composition here for Reject.
It's really looking scary. I'm looking at a lot of control from Squeak and B in particular. Crazy Raccoon have some good options on their hands, but not as really tailored for control so much as B and Squeak are. Final selection, though, they have to be looking for the counter here, but I don't see really a whole lot of counter for either of these brawlers. When Shelly is in play, it's going to be a tall order. They're running out the clock, but Ruffs is their final selection. And this is probably going to be second gadget Ruffs, right? Because those sandbags can be easily broken down by Squeak, unless they really think they'll be able to get that much value playing into the B, which I think is a little unlikely. Another thing that I want to sort of bring everyone's attention to with the B is that there's a fair likelihood that she is is running that second star, or rather that second gadget, the Rattled Hive, because we've seen that grow quite a bit in popularity. So just keep your eyes peeled for that one. We do know that the honeypot is still usually the go-to. But with that, the draft is locked in, the bans, it's all said and done. Sound of the game.
सोयाबीन बॉल्स को प्रेस करने पे रिफाइंड निकल रहा था, वो अलग. वाओ. थ्रोअर्स क्यों नहीं ले रहे?
Great Brawl stars can't complain here. And a Choppy on a brawler he's shined on all night long. There's that Rattled Hive, which honestly I think I'm more expecting at this point, at least on this map in particular, than the honeypot. And I think they're going to gain a lot of value out of it here, especially if they don't have those sandbags. A nice play there from Reject. Going to maintain positioning here, force Tinside to kind of charge forward, and he does end up going with these sandbags and a wall break alongside it here too. Shut down immediately by Mimi though. It's going to be a back and forth affair the whole way.
Oh, you may try to escape from that bit of the Squeak Super lodged onto the Ego. Will be able to come out of that one alive and still hang on to the power-up from Tinside. Still looking for another treat to dispense to an opponent. Rather, on an opponent, most likely to a teammate. Mimi also breaks open walls on the left side. Even more value for Levi to work with. Levi still trying to hit some of these shots. The final Rattled Hive coming in, looking for value on Yume. A bit of damage, not quite what he wanted. A little damage onto Yume as well, but Mimi still is having a lot of trouble forcing things out of mid. Tensai still able to stay alive. A good slow from Levi, but no follow-up. Leaves Tensai alive on the right side, and Crazy Raccoon continues to accumulate the percentage on the point.
This is where things start to get scary too. Colonel Ruffs has powered up his teammates. A bounce back on a Choppy as well. A great super there to keep Chatompo alive. 75%. Things really getting out of hand here for Reject. They're going to have to step it up, own this positioning. I think now that this map is a little more wide open, it's going to be a little more troublesome. They can avoid these squeak shots. Memi going to have to just pop super after super and hope he can get within striking distance after a little cleanup there. I'm feeling pretty good about Crazy Raccoon's odds this week.
Easy होने वाला है ये.
No good for Mimi, still giving it his best effort, but he needs these supers. He's fresh out of gadgets too. Not only 96 health to work with, it's a tall order, and a Choppy is not really.
Yeah.
Crazy Raccoon have a dominating victory over Reject in this very first.
हर्ट हुआ ब्रो मुझे. अरे 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 अरे.
Wow, here we are. A reversal of what we were.
Achapi, the favorite brawler is weak.
And again, neither team.
वही तरे भाई साहब अगर ये 3-2 गया, भाई आ ही गया. मैच पॉइंट पे आ गए हम. It's a match point. Match point.
Surging here. Dueling Beetles can be a scoring map, and it might just be that today for Reject.
So far, good takedown to Yume. Levi mounting the control. Chatompo all the way forced into this back left corner. Menmi holding onto the super too. Trying to get Tensai within striking distance. A little slowing action on him and the Clay Pigeons to finish it off. Reject, they're going to try and get this control early game and then keep it for the...
भाई ये वाला जो है राउंड ये लोग जीत जाएंगे, फिर लास्ट के लास्ट में पता चलेगा. मैं बता रहा हूँ. ये बस ऑडियंस रिटेंशन के लिए. अरे ये लोग का अलग ही चलता है भाई. अपना स्पॉन्सर ज्यादा देर तक दिखेगा ना भाई.
Pigeons, and he doesn't actually get too much value off of it. You see the Ego down the left too. Minmi still holding on to that super.
ये वाला ये लोग जीतेंगे, उसके बाद फिर लास्ट वाला राउंड आएगा. इनको लंबे से लंबा खींचने में मजा आता है.
As well as Tensai falls, Reject are looking for a dominating victory. Another takedown onto Yume, and Crazy Raccoon might not be able to get on this point.
I mean, 5% after such a dominant win. What is happening? Ready, set.
Easy. अब देखो क्या होता है.
Winner take all here. Crazy. It's the last month. Both these teams trying to prove why they deserve another grand finals appearance. Keep in mind too, Crazy Raccoon have won this rivalry all year long. And now Reject
600-5. Yeah.
With an opportunity of their own. Game number 3.
अब देखो.
Reject and Crazy Raccoon. 2-2 on the match score and 1-1 on the set score. So, in summary, everything is going according to script. The final sort of cherry on top would be Crazy Raccoon taking this and then continuing their year-long streak of defeating Reject in this showdown. For Reject, not only are they looking to play upset, they're looking to get a very important victory for themselves with so much on the line. Good takedowns for Crazy Raccoon, but still they have not gotten control at this point. Mimi has that gadget active and the super as well. Choppy's also trying to hold things back. It's not looking promising for Crazy Raccoon. They've only got 8%, and Reject is crossing the 60% threshold.
Menmi playing amazingly on this left-hand side, showcasing
GG's. With that, जीत चुके हैं ये.
over and over again. They're gonna have to throw some sandbags down, and now with 80% in climbing, the Reject Brawlers standing tall, they have to get a shutdown here, or this is all but over. 60 HP from Sotampo, and here we go, ready. They have to play perfectly, or else it's the end of the line, and Reject will get their first win over Crazy Raccoon this year.
That's a big ask versus Menmi, because even though he doesn't have any gadgets left, he can get that super. Chompy's on dangerously low health. Levi's trying to fire some pot shots in a mid with Tensai fresh out of sandbags. It's going to be tough for Tensai.
Great comeback. अरे अभी तो लंबा खींचेगा ना.
With the follow-up shots, Menmi goes for the kill. Yume has to back away. The kill.
ये लो, जीत गए.
Choppy and Menmi, they all storm the point. The 1v1 is here, but Menmi stays alive, and Reject take the win. Their first
GG's.
Crazy Raccoon to end off the year, and they're going to the grand finals.
Putting the fear in the rest of the world. LCQ teams beware. Reject are here to play, and Crazy Raccoon in the final month with the team that they have are going to go down. This is a legacy kind of year for somebody like a Choppy who's played with these guys before, that has experience, that has been to the World Finals multiple times, that has some ships and some rings in his own hand. A perfect time to gain some confidence. They'll be going to LCQ in a little over a month from now. This is not a team I want to face.
Especially if Squeak is not banned, because we've seen a Choppy play Squeak every single set. It has not been banned in every single set. He shows us why Squeak is one of the best brawlers in the game, and why a Choppy is a name to be feared in the Brawl Stars competitive scene. What a competitor and what a team leader for this group of phenomenally talented players. Now looking to head on, well, heading on to the grand finals and looking to clinch
सब उल्टा हो रहा है.
victory for themselves. A 3-2 victory.
टाइम्स अप हो गया. मैंने MVP चूज ही नहीं किया. वाओ.
The script that we've seen all year long. Check out Shtetampo putting in the work on the side of Crazy Raccoon. 10 kills for the guy. It really goes to show that this was not
Next is
set for Crazy Raccoon.
CSMAC Gaming EA or Affiliate Esports.
Crazy Raccoon were still giving it their all in this set.
Everybody doing work on the side of Reject too. 6, 6, and 6 on the other end. I felt like everybody was keeping up. You know, Tensai only with a couple kills there, but I think the consistency from Reject, that everybody was putting in that work, goes to show why they ended up winning here today. Just barely getting the victory over Crazy Raccoon. And again, at a perfect time in our final month. It's almost poetic ready. And if I'm the other team, whoever wins this next match, take note, ban the darn Squeak. You can't have it.
I mean, if anything, but Levi still steals the show on the side of Reject. We entered this match, and when it came time for me to say, okay, what's my player to watch on Reject? Levi 100% of the way. Choppy did sort of steal the spotlight with the Squeak play, I won't lie, but Levi simply gets it done, and he does so in some very entertaining and flashy ways. The consistency really...
इंडिया का हो रहा है. इंडिया का हो चुका.
And I can't wait to see him in the grand finals.
इंडिया का हो चुका है ब्रो ऑलरेडी, जिसमें ओके जीत गई रेवेनेंट जैसी बड़ी बड़ी टीम को हरा के.
So everybody just performing here. Everybody from Reject coming together when it matters most, and now with an opportunity to take a grand finals of their own a little bit later. Again, just it's what that last set showed. Everybody doing their part, playing different roles, very different brawler skill sets, and it's all just coming together, and I think this is the perfect time of year to do so. Again, I'm really looking out for this team later on today. I think they'll be favorites against whoever they
ये देखो इधर,
CMG or
ये था इंडिया का 4 बटन वर्सेस ओके का, इसमें ऑलरेडी ओके जीत चुकी है.
Raccoon. We'll see if anybody can challenge them, but they're looking pretty fierce today.
Well, let's talk about what just happened and what's coming next. Our bracket has developed while we weren't looking. There you have it. Reject heading on to the grand finals, and we got to find a worthy opponent for them between Chazmat Gaming EA and Affiliate Esports, who
CSMAC की Affiliate सच्ची बताओ अभी पता चलेगा ब्रो.
within the region. Not only is this a chance for them to take down Reject, a chance for Reject to win a monthly final here, but Chazmat Gaming and EA
केंजी कुरो और आईसी और मिल्क रियो शिजुकू और शू
monthly final of the year to decide.
हाँ चेसमेक पे जाऊंगा मैं तो कैंजी कुरू को तो खेलते देखा है.
A lot of times I'll see players joke about their Power League games being the World Finals for them. This is
Chalo.
literally the World Finals for these teams. LCQ on the line for Kenji, Kuru, and IC. Coming into this year, this was a team I think we had pretty high expectations for as a community. I think they've got that potential in them, and even though on broadcast days, they've only played, a handful of opponents on broadcast. It's been very consistent who they've lost to. But we see the vision for them, and at the desk, we ended up all selecting this. I think Aphelion deserved a little more love than that, but sometimes you gotta go with a gut call, and I feel like the ceiling for CMG EA is something we haven't seen, and I'm hoping we see that more today from them.
Well, they're certainly going to be forced to explore that ceiling because Aphelion is really putting in the work. They are a fearsome roster. The last month we did not see them make an appearance in the monthly finals. They have made it this month, and they are looking to claim that spot in the LCQ. But from Chazmat Gaming EA, it's not going to be any easy feat either. Milkrio, Suzuku, Shu, some repeat offenders when it comes to making monthly finals. We got Milkrio on the cams as well. What up, Milkrio? Yeah, get excited. You're going to need some of that energy because this is what it's all been coming down to. This is Worlds for Milkrio and company.
I guess that's just how you react. I personally have not contested for a World Finals. Maybe that's how you react, though. Oh, got some people cheering him on, too. Got to put on a show for the live audience, not only at home, but in the room as well. But ultimately, I'd love having a little bit of fun, too, for whoever is also in the room as well. Giving me a good smile. And, it's, again, all of us at the casting desk end up going with CMG EA. I think Aphelion deserve a lot of love, though. I'm hoping the people at chat have some good representation for both teams, because I think this is a pretty even fight. And honestly, Aphelion have actually reached further in the bracket this year than CMG EA have. They've even caused a ruckus early on in the year against Crazy Raccoon, I believe in month number 2, which is pretty crazy to think about, but that's a long time ago. This is here and now. Aphelion need to step it up if they want that chance at a last chance qualifier.
Well, we'll see if they're able to rise to the challenge. I see here repping the cams for CMG and Milkrio on the opposing side. We'll gauge their reactions. I gotta hand it to Milkrio, though. What an entertaining guy to watch, and we'll see if he's able to replicate that on the battlefield as we get into our very first map of this matchup. Infinite Doom, a newer introduction into the competitive map pool, one that a lot of players had some pretty spicy opinions about, like, I don't like this map, but upon trying it, we've seen some people be converted to saying, okay, actually, I enjoy Infinite Doom. It's the bushes, really, I think, that stir up opinions about this one. Bush maps can be very difficult to play for some players. It really influences the brawlers that you select. You need to have some kind of vision for the draft, but also literally vision inside of those bushes. Shelly, not going to be contributing a whole lot by means of vision, but definitely going to be able to sneak up on opponents, not being wary of what's going on in those bushes.
I was just about to bring up Maisie too. So Cordelius, Shelly, and Maisie. Maisie's kind of the surprise pick for this region. You don't see it everywhere, but for whatever reason, in scrims, everybody was running this.
भैया आप MVP को वोट नहीं दिए क्या? नहीं.
Respect recently. I've had debates with people about Maisie. Gotten some pro player takes. A lot of people think she's good, but hasn't quite made that S tier kind of level play. I think she's better. I think her super, especially if you can get sneaky, can be kind of lethal. But it excites me to see this because we've seen it in a bunch of scrims. We've seen it in practice. But let's see it in play. I want to see what she can do. And pairing this with Pam, beefy brawlers to go into the shotgun Shelly, I think a wise decision in their approach.
Yeah, Milkrio here on the Maisie is going to be able to fend off some opponents that get within close range, but not too close because it takes a moment for that super to take effect. And I say super because, yeah, the main attack is cool, but you're not going to be prioritizing that long-range play if things get in close range. And on top of that, the super charges so fast. You super a couple of enemies, you get one shot, and that super is charged up once again. Kuru, also another brawler that'll be able to sneak up on opponents in close range. Some ideas maybe in terms of shutting down close range brawlers. We've seen Chazmat Gaming EA get rid of the Tara, which is, I think, definitely a good decision. She can really sneak up on you, and she plays so well in these bushes. Cordelius, however, is a final selection from Aphelion. I like this idea from them. Kenji is going to have to sort of play the long-range game. In fact, everyone from Chazmak is going to have to prioritize that long-range game, but they still need to be able to sneak in here for some kills. It'll be complicated.
I think complicated is a good word for it. Anytime you don't see Cordelius in the ban phase and you see a bunch of bushes, immediately my mind went to Shelly and Cordelius. I think Carl, an interesting one in terms of matchups here. I'm kind of curious to see how he does. And then Otis, you know, kind of one that sometimes I forget about, but he's...
मैंने दूसरा पिक किया, बढ़िया भाई. यार ये लोग कॉर्डिलस को बैन क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं, पता नहीं. No idea.
I think Kuro could bring a lot of value to the table here, and of course the Carl into a stretch of that blue star immediately, so it's going to be a small Chasmic Gaming lead here as we kick off our second match of East Asia.
Well, free blue star for Kenji, but Milkrio's on a tear. He's already powered through mid, and he's looking to claim Kenji's life next. There it is. And Shu from the top side is trying to take down IC, met with the blast to the face. And a follow-up on the left side from IC to take down Milkrio. Chasmat Gaming EA have swiftly taken back the lead that Aphelion Esports claimed in the earlier parts of the match. A 5-star lead is looking very promising for Chasmat Gaming EA. Shu also rushing in. Once again met with a super to the face. An aggressive super in for Milkrio and the kill. But IC once more fires back with the clay pigeons to keep themselves in the lead.
6 stars for IC. What a performance to kick things off here as Shu drags one to the Shadow Realm. Now sprinting at Kenji while the other two brawlers take to the top. Everybody dueling it out here, but at the end of the day, it's CMG moving closer to their back wall. Kuru, Kenji can afford to go down, but if they lose IC, they're aggressive, in-your-face brawler. Things will get really scary, and Suzuku holding a super here as well might be going for that gadget super combo at the right time, especially with IC dwindling in HP. Have to watch out for that shotgun blast, but I think Shu's going to look to close out here and try and give them the swing. 1 star now being the difference, and the blue star residing with Aphelion.
Kenji pops super to stay out of range. He gets silenced as well. Shu now in the Shadow Realm versus IC. He looks for the kill. IC can't use that super. He doesn't want to stay too aggressive though. He get a little close to Kuru, who's actually on quite low health. Aphelion Esports leading by 1 star. 15 seconds remain. They have a pretty decent advantage with Shu still having that mute on the right-hand side. IC in with the super. Shu still trying to fend him off. Pops that mute, but still won't be able to use it. Here it is versus Kenji, and Kenji's none the wiser to the Shadow.
ये नीचे मुंह करके पता नहीं क्या देखते रहते हैं. मैं अपना काम करता हूँ भाई. तुम मुझे 1 करोड़ रुपए महीने को दो, मैं तुम्हारी तरफ ही देखता रहूंगा. लाओ दो पैसा.
Man is excited. Good win, brother. We're seeing it at home too. Love the animation. Just love that these guys are having some fun alongside it too. Just not afraid to be goofy. And at the end of the day, there's some cold-blooded killers down there too. So very dynamic on the brawl field versus what we see on the camera.
Yeah, Milkrio, I'll have what he's having. Someone get some of that over to me. Yeah, hopefully a whole lot of caffeine, because that energy is going to be required, as Aphelion Esports have already gotten a lot of momentum here. IC, though, powering through the right side. Another super down the middle, blocking up a lot of those bushes that Aphelion Esports used to play in their assault. Suzuku in with the super, too. IC and Kuru, Kenji all on low health. Might see the kill from Shu on the left side. He's on desperately low health, but the damage over time is able to claim 1 kill. Another follow-up on the left for Shu. And he has a mute to follow up, too, if anyone gets in dangerously close range. Kenji on the right side is desperately holding on to that blue star, looking for a long-range matchup, but no one's going to give it to him. Everyone's trying to find a more winnable matchup for themselves. Aphelion Esports holding on to mid, but they don't have that blue star that they need so much from Chasmac's side.
Shu just holding on to this gadget here too, trying to make it count. No Creo, healing station available. IC with the big shotgun blast going down, trying to release the sniper shots as well, and does get it through as well. All of a sudden things going towards CMG's side, but they have to be careful. Kenji does not want to give up that blue star, tries to go for the hyper offensive play, and makes the wiser decision to back off for now. But this is scary stuff. Very similar situation to what we saw in game number 1, and Suzuku alongside his gadget and super combination were able to take advantage of pick up there as well from the long range shot. Kenji and IC left to defend here. Shu drags another one to the Shadow Realm, walks away with his blue stars. IC tries to play defense. Healing station hits the ground. Kills piling up right now for Aphelion. Suzuku gonna keep him away with the super. Doesn't connect, but will buy some time here.
10 seconds remain. Gotta see a big push in. Kenji, no gadgets, neither for IC. A kill for Kuru, though. It's getting close. A blue star differential. 3 seconds remain. Suzuku with the pushback versus everyone. Kenji almost gets the kill, but Suzuku manages to clutch it out in the end. Celebration from Milkrio. That's set number 1, buddy.
I've never seen anything like this, Reddy. Just on the field, it's so serious, it's so mechanical, and it's they're not taking themselves as seriously. And honestly, if you can have that much fun and win, I think that's the dream combo. So good for Milcreo right now as they take a 2-0 lead. All things considered, I think CMGEA were in that both games the whole way through. I think Aphelion just timed things really well here. I mean, look at this, grabbing that blue star. They know they're only down one, Suzuku diving in, and these spawn trap situations, I feel like, is where Maisie really started to shine. Her shot's not always the easiest to hit. You know, it does have that kind of delayed effect. It's a little bit slower, but once you dive in and can drop that super slow down the enemies or force them away, I think that's where Maisie really started to get her value.
And seriously came in clutch towards the end of the last game as the clock.
नहीं चल रहा है, सब उल्टा हो रहा है.
Look at this, Kenji in with the super. Suzuku was down to 600 health. That was a desperate play there, and it almost came to fruition. That was almost a game 3 propelled in from Chazmat Gaming EA. Some serious stuff from IC from the side of Chazmat Gaming EA. Remember last month, IC was the one who said, tired of watching CR win, leave it to me. They might be able to get an upset over Aphelion Esports, but it's certainly not happening in set number 1 as Aphelion looks so strong there. But Chazmat,
I see you.
as we head into set number 2 momentarily.
Yeah, good lead here for Aphelion Esports. 1-0 is always the spot you want to be in, of course, but I think considering CMGEA's performance, I'm definitely not counting them out by any means yet. Again, on broadcast days, we haven't seen the most of these guys.
EMEA वाला देखने वाले हो क्या आप? कितने बजे है? डिपेंड करता है. जितने बजे होगा उस हिसाब से देखेंगे. ये
Finals before. They've had some big days, so starting out strong here I think is good for them as well. Ring of Fire going to be the next map. We're going to see a little bit of a shift here from Chazmat Gaming EA. I'm curious to see what the drafts end up going with. It
फिर से गलत हो गया क्या prediction?
Region really cater to the Lola pick, especially early.
Yeah, Lola, I mean, what more can you say besides
गलत हो भी जाए तो क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है.
she's incredibly consistent.
3 स्ट्रीम होती है भाई.
She has the same range as a lot of other meta brawlers. She gets great DPS, and she's even able to double that once she gets that ego down. So
हाँ काश तो.
complaints from me, especially when you get that freeze frame up, you're able to deal well in a brawlers that have single projectiles that don't have
कोई चार्ट
category that squeak
कौन सा चार्ट
for selection from a feeling.
देख के सोना कितने बजे है.
Lane control with this guy too. If you go around the left, then
चार्ट देख के आओ ना. कहाँ से चार्ट देखो? इसी साइट पे दिखता है.
for an enemy can force their way through that left side, or the mid brawler pressures you, and that would not be a good situation for Milcreo. But next selection, Gus, the mid brawler,
ओपनिंग soon है.
leaving themselves open with that last pick.
Couple brawlers names who get called out.
3:30 बजे था I guess. 3:30 बजे से.
Squeak, I think a no-brainer for me here. That gadget gets a ton of value. The area control that he has allows your team to walk forward or shut down opponents from possibly walking onto the hot zone. It's all about the mid-fight on this map. So if you can keep the enemies off it, all the more value for you. And Gust, of course, with that shield available, is going to be able to power up teammates or himself to keep him alive a little longer in the hot zone, help him win some duels. But I do like this response. Bonnie, of course, one of the most banned brawlers in this region and across the world, can dive in, be aggressive, be that long-range option. Just whatever you need Bonnie to be, she can do in a given set. So I think so far so good for both of these teams, to be honest with you.
I'm just wondering to see whether Aphelion Esports is a dedicated Colette player, since I think that could be a
एक और साइड है schedule for Brawl Stars Esports.
every single
Wow.
one of these brawlers.
3:30 बजे था जहाँ तक मुझे याद है.
Me saying that as a
कल देखा था ना 3:30 बजे दिखा रहा था.
but Aphelion Esports have a lot of options open to them.
अभी कितने बज गए? 1:30 तो अभी बज गए हैं.
Jesse selected on the enemy side.
और 1 घंटा चलेगा
Sort of a moving target for
तो 2:30 तो ऐसे बज जाएंगे.
off of her. So this is a big consideration for Aphelion Esports. They have to play around with what they're comfortable with. They already have a mid brawler. A final selection coming in momentarily. Carl, a very safe selection for them. Still can get some good value in here. Has piercing damage. Probably not what I think a lot of other teams would have gone with.
I've been swayed more and more as a Jessie fan after talking to some of my NA pros over at home. I think Jessie in this matchup is going to do quite well. This is a map that I think she can do just fine in, especially in those kind of mid-range engagements. She's going to be good. If she can get that turret down, another option to slow down opponents. Alongside Bonnie, Lola, I just don't think there was an easy answer here after looking at this Chasma Gaming EA draft.
1 घंटे बाद होगी क्या?
Fine pick doesn't super surprise me, but
पता
I
नहीं
don't think this is going to be a freebie by any means for Aphelion. I think they're really going to have to let the mechanics shine here if they want to win this one.
Well, I'll put my money on Chasmat Gaming EA here. I do really like their draft. We'll see what Squeak's able to do here. This is what we were sort of talking about. Suzuku with the Squeak is able to shut down this lane, especially if the residue comes down. But Suzuku is not being liberal with where this gadget is placed down, only going to put it down if it is necessary. So far, Chasmat Gaming EA's got some good percentage accumulated. Milkrio's still trying to dip his toes on this point and get some value, but it's difficult versus Kuru, who has such a large spread with this projectile. Milkrio still is avoiding a lot of that damage. A little transfer projectile bounced over from IC onto Suzuku onto Milkrio shoes, getting a lot more aggressive. Gadget to the backside, actually, as a lot of the attention has now been diverted over to mid. Kuru still dipping toes on the point, gradually working things up. There's a residue down. Suzuku's being very deliberate about where he places this down, and it's forced off Kuru for just a moment longer.
A lot of the set, the lanes have actually been favoring Aphelion in terms of positioning, but because of Kuru and his efforts in the mid, that's where all the focus needs to be. They're doing a great job of rotating brawlers on there, and as you put it very well, dipping their toes in and out. Kuru back on the point. That's exactly what you want to see in all these small, short spurts of putting your
Purple Bhavin, yes.
It's all going to come down to these lanes as well.
पास फोन कितना चार्ज है? वाह,
I see, not fragging out, but
ये सबको फोन चार्ज करके देगा.
good enough right now.
Well, is it built to last is really the big question. Aphelion Esports are forcing their way back. Milkrio keeping Kuru at range. He's also trying to get some of this health back with the ego at his side now with the shield active too. Kuru's using this as sort of a way to dodge behind. See a couple of those ghosts as well from Milkrio, but he's not able to explode anymore. He's used all of his gadgets. Jump in from Kenji. Suzuki goes for the kill shot, and it's good. Shu now in with the super, but Kuru stays alive, and IC is there to witness it all go down. Gadget down as well from Suzuku, his last one of this game. Aphelion Esports are going to need to dig deep as Chasmat Gaming EA are just 16% away from victory.
TMG avoided a very tough situation. When Suzuki flew in that gadget to at least give them a little life. Kenji putting that to a halt. A Jessie turret now on the ground as well. Celebration from CMG, and again, I think they just played that game mode so well.
मेरे पास 2 फोन है, एक चार्ज पे लगाया है, उसकी 13 हो गई थी, ये वाला 95 है. वाह.
Throughout, once that Jessie's turret started to get incorporated a little bit, they had some more favorable lanes. I think that really allowed for CMG EA to win there. Like you said, we have to see if that's something that can last forever, if that's just a one-time occurrence, and maybe even a change-up coming in. Yeah, it's going to be Squeak in the mid here. I don't blame Aphelion for making adjustments. I think it's something that you kind of have to consider after that game one.
Well, Aphelion Esports so far are not getting too much off of it as Chasmat Gaming EA are about to bring back this lead. Milkrio, though, is getting very aggressive. An early kill on Akuru is looking actually fantastic for Aphelion Esports. Kenji's forced back. IC now also going for the lane swap. Bit of action, too. Kenji jumping out of that cannon form and leaving the Squeak shots behind, managed to grab a kill off of what would otherwise have been him dying on the backlines. Chasmat Gaming EA, though, still trailing behind. Aphelion Esports are looking much, much more renewed in this game compared to the last, but it could be short-lived. Chasmat Gaming EA now eclipsing the capture percentage that Aphelion Esports has gathered so far.
Nice pickup there from Lucreo, and as a result, because they win that right-hand lane, forces the other two brawlers to back off from the mid. Suzuku able to close this out. Shu now flanking left-handed, and Lucreo slowly backs up. Again, not going down, getting his one kill, playing it slow, and trusting his teammates on the other side. Shu now looking for aggression. Kenji gonna go down here. Things looking much better for Aphelion. That switch to Squeak in the mid, seemingly making all the difference.
नीटा का स्प्रे नहीं है तुम्हारे पास, भाविन.
1% lead now.
Looking good for
अभी और 1500 पॉइंट चाहिए.
Gadget. Suzuku is bone dry. Kenji now all the way to the enemy ramparts and getting some great damage in. Milkrio manages to defend things off.
यार एक सेकंड रुको.
But Kuru and IC are still looking strong. Gradually working up this percentage. Turret also getting a few taps in here and there. Milkrio's trying to stay out of range of it. Shu almost able to eliminate it. Not too much of a problem anymore as Shizuku swaps onto the mid lane, and Milkrio is able to move around the left. A bit of space for Suzuku to dip his toes on this point, and now they start getting that percentage back once again. Kuru and Kenji team up for the mid fight. Kuru's tagged up, Shu in with the super and the gadget combo, which for the kill on IC. Might even get taken down by the turret, but he's able to take it down in time. Aphelion Esports bring it back for a game victory.
That was a make or break moment there. Big pop off there towards the end for Aphelion, keeping themselves in this.
हैमलू विवेक on बारिश. क्या बात.
For them to make a comeback, they would have had map.
बारिश के मजे लो भाई.
Force their brawlers up.
क्या हुआ, कौन जीता भाई?
Just maintain possession for a little bit longer, and they may have just come away with that set. It's going to be 1-1 here. We'll see if CMG decide to make any adjustments. Squeak once again going to be
ड्रॉ हो गया, वो लास्ट चल रहा है.
long hand, left hand side. Carl playing the right against Jesse, and this time it's going to be Kenji more focusing the mid rather than that left hand lane. As Suzuku looks for a cutoff, another rotation as well. It's clear that Aphelion know what they want. They're looking for these proper matchups. It's going to be a back and forth here, and if kills go down early for either end, it could cause chaos.
Suzuki's still trying to keep Kenji completely locked in on the back line.
अरे मेरा भाई आ गया. अच्छा.
Sort of being forced over the right. A little switch up here. Kenji in with the super. It's good. And Milkrio has a switch over to the left side to account for it. Nice combo there with a gadget. Gets a kill for Milkrio. Could be him forcing Kuru to the top side. Suzuku has to get some damage here. Milkrio is forced to pop that super. And Kuru manages to get the kill too. Kenji now once more forced in. Shu taken down on the right. It's looking great for Chazmat Gaming EA as Kuru now pierces the back lines for Aphelion Esports. Gadget in from Shu is a kill onto Kuru. Kenji and IC still remain alive at the mid area. Aphelion Esports, vastly different situation this time than with last game. This Chazmat Gaming EA is boasting.
हेलो टेक गेमर आशुतोष.
For Aphelion Esports just getting their first taste.
किसका भाई आ गया? किसी के भाई, किसी की जान भाई.
Yet another
विवेक on बारिश.
and another kill.
Big moment there for CMG. Set number 2s matter a lot, especially when you're down 0-1. You never want to be in a reverse sweep kind of situation. You want to be tied up here. Shu making it difficult for him. Kuru, IC, Kenji now coming together here as Suzuku and Shu running for the hills back towards spawn. Shu now flanking left hand in, the gadget going down, just trying to make something happen here. If they're not careful, CMG could come away with a nice lead. Opportunity, I think, here. Gadget going down, super available. IC the only one left. No HP for Shu, and Gus moving it on back. So Kuru might be able to step forward here and grab these last few percentage points that Chazmat Gaming need.
Kenji with the jump in affords that much more space for Aphelion Esports. It's Milkrio and Shu fighting the 2v2. Milkrio in with the super. IC still alive. Another
GG's.
down, and it blocks the final shot for Milkrio. It's a game and set victory for Chazmat Gaming EA.
All tied up here. Both teams, LCQ spots on the line and coming alive when it matters most. This is everything. This is for the remainder of the year. Sure, winning this monthly finals would be awesome. Getting an opportunity to take on Reject, that's great.
Bye bye Bowen. Have fun.
Opportunities matter a ton. Not too many of them in Brawl Stars. If you want to have some kind of legacy and big moment, you have to get it done at home in your own region. I like what CMG did that set. It's something we talked about in the draft phase, right? We really liked what they ended up selecting. And again, I think that Jesse is a nice brawler, but I don't think that Jesse is what really stood out to me that set. I think the way that CMG played it on the matches, or excuse me, the games that they won, Kuru just rotating in and out. Kenji, when Kuru gets off, steps up, dives in, looks for aggressive kill. And I think Kenji, a very smart player, you called it out at one point. When you dive out of that Bonnie form and a super's attached to you, you just dump and leave all those sweet shots behind. That's just the kind of plays that make or break a match. And man, the stats piling up there too for everybody for that matter, but especially Kenji.
No doubt, 11 kills. The guy's looking insane out here. We also saw some good plays in there from Kuru, using that Lola range to stay on top of that point. This is sort of what we talk about with Lola being an evergreen brawler, sure, but there's a reason for that. She has good range, she has good health, she can block off a lot of damage. It's just no real
एक मृणाल आता है, वो बोल रहा था सीजन पास एंड रैंक 35 एंड मर्चेंट गेल एंड 50 के ट्रॉफीज जब आईडी मांगे तो उसकी 3 के ट्रॉफीज थी. अच्छा,
gameplay. Good stuff for Chazmat Gaming EA. It ties up our match 1-1.
I'm very impressed with both teams. I really do think this is going to come down to the wire. I'm going to be very heartbroken for one of these teams who misses an LCQ opportunity, especially if they keep playing the way that they do. Hard Rock Mine coming up here for set number 3. A very important one. Win it and you're up 2-1 with an opportunity to close out in one set. Lose and you got to make magic happen. So Hard Rock Mine is going to have some tough decisions here, some interesting draft choices, and it all starts with the ban phase. Shelly not allowed, no Crow, no Tara, Stu a first overall selection for our red side, and of course we can see even the double Shelly ban, which means an opening for the Mushroom Man. Cordelius starting out the composition here for Chazmat Gaming EA alongside Gus, 2 brawlers that don't surprise me in the slightest.
Yeah, here on Hard Rock Mine, you have lanes that can be played in short range. And
मेरे 89 के है, वो 89 के नहीं 89 ही है, समझे? 89 ही है तुम्हारी ट्रॉफी सर.
It's going to be as versatile as before, especially as it was for Chazmat Gaming EA. There's a mid option here, sure, but do you really want to be playing that into the Gus? Well, it worked out well for Chazmat Gaming EA last one when they were playing the Lola into the Gus, but this time
अरे सिर्फ 89 ट्रॉफीज हैं उसकी.
you cannot rush in and keep control and then surrender it immediately thereafter. Fang selected from Aphelion, which is a little rare to see not as the last selection, but how will Chazmat Gaming EA counter this brawler? They sort of already have a counter on their side in the form of the Mushroom Man, Cordelius, but he's going to have his super in order to properly get things fired up versus Fang. Aside from that, he does have a mute that can be very effective in close range.
Yeah, Fang has me puzzled a little bit. I just didn't expect that coming, especially as a pick number 5. And they don't necessarily go for a hard counter here either. Maybe that's because they've already got Cordelius, or maybe they just want the extra bounce shot. I actually think the sandbag's going to make a world of difference here, though. It's something that does really well into Stu. Fang's kick from a long distance, going to take him a few shots to take down a sandbag. And of course, Lola, high DPS, but not going to be able to easily take down those sandbags, so they'll burn in a couple shots of their own. So I'm imagining that's what Kuru goes for here, if of course he's the one that ends up playing Colonel Ruffs. I like Kenji and Gus in the mid. I think that's going to be some good long
891 के हैं.
at a professional level.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा.
Take advantage of that Gus super. The Ruffs
इतनी होती ना, ब्राउजर वाले तुम्ही को रख लेते ब्रांड एम्बेसडर. बोलते अरे अरे भाई इतना खेलता भाई, हमारा सर्वर का आधा खर्चा तो इसी को नहीं खिला के हो जाएगा. इसको बैन कर देते हैं. बोलते इतना खेलता है, हमारा आधा सर्वर तो यही खा जाता है. इसको बैन कर देते हैं तो हमारे सर्वर का लोड कम हो जाएगा, फिर 0 लैग.
This guy is a repeat offender when it comes to the Stu gameplay, but what star power is he running is an even bigger question. Well, we'll see Kuru try and play that lane versus Suzuku. He no doubt has those sandbags ready to go. Suzuku now coming in with a Gasa heal star power, it looks like. And Kuru tries to force his way down the right lane. Big moves from Milkrio, lots and lots of damage, and also a whole lot of gems stacked over his head so far, 6 to be exact. IC and Kenji forced on the right side. Take down to Kenji, and Kuru almost able to escape, it looks like. A lot of damage, and IC tries to come in with a mute, but it's no good. Not even going to be able to reach that tree, it looks like. Not without going down. Kenji on the left, still trying to shut down Suzuku, and he does manage to come out on top. Milkrio, he was almost able to get that last gem before Suzuku went down, but he's still able to snag it there at the end. 10 seconds remain for IC and Kenji to make a big play, but it's a tall order.
Gonna be tough here. Does drag him down to the Shadow Realm, so that's gonna be a one-on-one situation with 4 seconds to go. Needs to climb up the map. Can't get there in time. So it's gonna be a Aphelion in convincing fashion, I might add, in that game number 1. And Milcreo, of course, drawing in so many fans, I'm sure, this month. Gotta love just the pure emotion coming in here and the excitement after a great performance. That's tough, man. They're doing a really good job on the CMG, or excuse me, the Aphelion side of dealing with CMG's Cordelius. They keep that range. They don't let IC pop off, and I think that's why it was such a convincing win for him.
Yeah, they've kept him at range so well, but IC's going to be able to sneak towards the backlines this time, it looks like, and Milkrio has to react. He's sort of sticking around mid still, looking for a pinch with Suzuki. Suzuki's well aware that Kenji also has to be dealt with in the same go. Shu on the left side, on that Fang. He's playing this pretty safely. IC, though, is forcing things back so much. Suzuki is going to have to completely encircle the opponent to make some moves happen. Here it comes. 1, 2, 3 kills for Aphelion Esports, and Shu just barely falling in the entire scuffle. Aphelion Esports now get promoted to 8 gems total. Chazmate Gaming EA looking for any value they can. Icy's going to be able to pick up this treat. Nope, not without going to the Shadow Realm first. There's the kill. 3 gems for him. And shoots towards the backside, looking to encircle Kenji as well. Icy needs this super. Here it comes, but it's a complete miss. And Suzuki manages to grab the kill. Kenji with 6 gems, only barely able to survive for a moment longer with the use of his super. Kuru also trying to collect some of these. It was just Milkrio in his ego at the left flank to try and take that down, but it wasn't quite enough. Icy once again looks to you. Get these enemies from behind. 7 gems, now promoted to 8 for Chazmate Gaming EA is a great outlook for them.
I mean, that was the hardest 6 gems earned by any team ever. Every single member of that squad had to touch those, but Shu, the dynamic playmaker here, dives in, steals 7 gems, and is taking CMG for all they're worth right now. With 10 seconds to go, gem count heavily favoring Aphelion. They have to find some kills here, but not within striking distance right now. IC without a super.
कोरियर आ गया, लेके आता हूँ.
Get up to the top of the map. Aphelion Esports exploding here in set number 3.
You say explode. I'm curious if Milkrio is going to explode if they win this match. That he's so full of energy. Maybe he'll do a backflip for us as a finishing move. But exciting stuff. I'm excited to see this team do well. But I'm just as excited to see CMG do as well as they have as well. The draft is very heavily weighted in Aphelion's favor, in spite.
रिफाइल level and headshot rate क्या था तेरा?
Aphelion, they played it so well. Lola seems to be the win condition du jour as Milkrio shut things down so hard here in game number 1.
Yeah, as a Brawl Stars nerd, I will definitely be diving into the Lola stats after this, because it feels like she's shown up everywhere. And again, Lola's a good brawler. She's been around for a while, but I don't necessarily see her being in that Shelly Cordelius kind of category where it's a must-play, a must-ban. But she's been showing up all the time and doing quite well today, too. So I think that's definitely an interesting transition we've made in this region, and I'll be curious to see if we see it in EMEA later today and our other regions across the world. But it worked very well for Aphelion there. Again, I kind of had some question marks about the Fang. They make it work. He makes the big plays he needed to make, and as a result, the kill category gonna line up for Aphelion there. Just not a lot that Chazmate Gaming could do to get that set going their way.
Yeah, Kuru probably facing the stiffest opposition and getting almost the most DPS on the team too, but not a kill really to show for it. We saw some good moves in from the Cordelius towards the end of the game though. Well, towards the end of the set, towards the end of the game in game number 2 to be more exact, but it just wasn't quite enough. We saw great team cohesion when it came to what Aphelion had to offer. Cordelius coming in from behind, it was not able to really shake their sort of teamwork, especially staying together as a unit and making sure that they can fend off opponents from every direction. We're going to be headed to pit stop for a bit of heist action and for what could be Aphelion's final set if they close it out here.
Aphelion 1 set away from LCQ. And Chazmate Gaming EA's future for 2023 on the line. A lot at stake here. No Cordelius, no Shelly, nobody taking any chances, especially considering Shelly has the #1 win rate tied with Carl on this map. Love to see old Michael, our good friend, up there as well. Makes my heart happy every time we see him touch down the map. But to kick things off, just a simple imp pick. Not a lot of analysis to be done here already. Just a safe brawler option that a lot of teams are going to select here. And Bonnie, as a good way to kind of respond, is that long range, but also aggressive kind of measure.
Yeah, this is sort of an uncommon pick on Pit Stop, at least from the North American and EU angle. Bonnie, she's not...
मेंबरशिप ले लूं भाई, तुम्हारी मर्जी है भाई, तुम्हारे पास पैसे पड़े हैं तो ले लो,
Pit Stop is a pretty dense
नहीं है तो कोई जरूरी नहीं है भाई.
in bushes that are scattered throughout the map, it might be tough to find that. Barley is the selection from Chazmat Gaming EA. This one I'm in absolute support of any day of the week, but especially when you have Bonnie on your team. And El Primo is here to ruin your day if you're any brawler that's been selected so far on the side of Chazmat. I think that's Milkrio doing the pose that El Primo does, which is awesome. Suzuku in with the BB and a final Colette counter from CMG EA.
Perfect stuff here on the camera and on the field as well. It's going to be BB coming in, which is not something we get to see as frequently in Brawl Stars, but I think this is one of these situations where it's allowed. It's great and heist on pit stop. Anything from the tank category basically flies here. So that's why you're seeing Colette come out, not only for the high damage that she can do. We saw what it could do earlier on Safe Zone, longer range map. But in this case, you see El Primo, you see BB, so it's going to be a good way to kind of address those in one-on-one situations, as well as give your team an advantage on the heist safe. Live or die here for Chazmat Gaming EA. It's all going to come down to this one. If they can drag it to a set 5, another opportunity to go global. If not, they're going to be falling just short. Doing esports will be celebrating.
Well, we already saw that dash in from Colette, the base race taking place on Chazmat Gaming EA side, but IC and Kenji are getting some good taps into 58% remains on a feeling esports is safe, and Shu is a little out of his depth when it comes to playing offense. Cruz getting those easy supers farmed up back to back. IC and Kenji getting a lot of damage on a feeling safe too. They might be able to end it here and now. Shu's gonna have to use that super on Kenji, and there it is, another one chained together, but no use on an IC. Milkrio is able to claim that kill there, and Cruz just playing goalie over here. A little bit of defense to fend off these tankier brawlers. Definitely a wise final selection from CMG EA.
I'm still nervous though for Chazmat Gaming EA. Both sides can just deal so much damage so quickly, and now Shu diving in here. Suzuku trying to take this up as well. Only one brawler standing. BB alone can't get this job done, so IC actually just gonna break for the other side as there's a dive in there from Kenji. 2,300 left. IC desperately throwing down potions, and they connect there as well. The El Primo can't dive in time. IC and his teammates taking game number 1 of set 4.
I see you.
To the very beloved set number 5.
Oh goodness, you say beloved, but not on the side of a feeling. I think they're ready to end things, and now, but they got to get 2 game victories in a row, no less, into a Colette when they have BB and Primo on their team. It's going to be tough, but if they're just able to stay away from Crew, that might also work. Shu's going to be breaking open the walls on the left side. We see another one onto that safe. Bit of extra damage in here. Crew already has that super ready to go. Milkrio on the right side also is trying to hold things back, but IC does have the upper hand in that 1v1. Shu taken down by the super from Kuru. IC on top of this safe. And Suzuku and Milkrio largely ignoring it. The takedown to Kuru is going to be disastrous now for their safe health. Suzuku gets to go to town, but Kenji and IC are playing base race. So far, Aphelion Esports trailing behind. Kenji and IC are really putting in the work here. It could be a photo finish.
अरे भाई
Close
Ah.
down to the wire, and it's ultimately Aphelion in the tankier composition that get the punches onto the safe. That missed play there from Colette. No super connection on that.
चलो सुपर चैट कर देता हूँ. सुपर चैट से अच्छा है कि तुम मेंबरशिप ले लो भाई.
In a base race,
अगर पैसा खर्चा करना ही है तो फिर मेंबरशिप ले लो, सबसे बढ़िया.
touchdown, match point incoming, and an opportunity to go global here for Aphelion Esports.
Well, she's going to get things started by rushing forward. Kenji having to use that gadget to run away, immediately goes for the enemy safe. He's in that cannonless form. He's going to get a lot of damage here. IC also going to play this. Suzuki and Milkrio going for the damage, and we're going to see Primo respawn to get the defense. It could be close, though. CMG EA is trailing behind. Milkrio needs the damage in here. Kuru with a super, and it's a good takedown, but Shu has the super. There's no Barley in sight. Never mind, IC now once more on top of the safe. Suzuku has to pivot, go for the defense, but it's not going to be possible. Milkrio also has to chime in for the defense, and it's good so far. The final moments could be coming in momentarily. 16% remain. Suzuku needs this bubble to get some work in. Here's the offense from
ओह ये
the safe.
बड़ी जल्दी खत्म कर दिया भाई.
EA sends this on.
नेक्स्ट ब्रॉल टॉक पे पावर लीग का मैच मेकिंग फिक्स होने वाला है.
To take a
बढ़िया भाई.
your global spot on the line with a base race is intense. CMGEA had to play that perfectly at the end. If Barley doesn't get enough damage, if they don't let Colette pop off down there in a 1v3 situation and she doesn't hit every super, it's over. End of the year for Chasmic Gaming. And they step up when it matters most. And this is what I talked about beforehand. On broadcast days, we saw them rise to the occasion last month and put up a great fight in a 3-2 situation. We haven't seen what they can do against some of these other opponents, though, like Aphelion. We just haven't seen this matchup a ton this year. But coming into it, I really felt like going into the year, CMG had a very high ceiling. They get IC on the roster here recently as well. And things have been looking better for them. That was just intense, I think is the right word. It made me hold my breath and just look at this interaction right here. Neck and neck the whole way through, but Kuru persevered and grabbed the kills necessary and drags us to the beloved set number 5. And I think the stat line here is going to be very interesting.
Whoa. Sorry about that random sound. That was just the reaction of me to Kuru's DPS. 12 kills. Okay, that's, you know, that's part for the course, but 502 DPS coming out from the guy. That is insane. That's what happens when you get the privilege of playing
कौन सा मेंबरशिप लूट 29 वाला कि 89 वाला वो तुम्हारे ऊपर है भाई.
Scoreline here.
ब्रॉल स्टार्स ने कम्युनिटी पोस्ट किया है.
Wow. I'm just here to do the damage to the safe man, get a couple kills, whatever, cool. I'm here for the base race.
It's up to you, bro. मैं कौन होता हूँ बोलने वाला.
Wasn't quite enough in one of those games, but it was good enough in a couple of the other ones too, where yeah, they can
आता हूँ in 2 minutes.
defense as that one thing that separates them from potentially going to LCQ and definitely not, as Aphelion Esports looked so indomitable with their base race capabilities.
All comes down to this, and it's tough, right? Set number 4, you got a 2-1 lead, and you see 50 and 83 on the DPS category there for Suzuku and Shu. On the other end, though, you see Kuru with 12 kills, already impressive. 502 DPS, brother? That might be a world record. That is insane for Brawl Stars Esports, and what a time to do it here. Pin a hole punt, our final map for both of these teams. One of their years is coming to a conclusion right here, right now. Getting a win in this draft means everything.
Let's see how it gets started. First pick going over the way of Chasmag Gaming EA. It means that Aphelion Esports are going to be getting the last pick here. Bans also flying through. Cordelia, Stu, and Nita eliminated side. Aphelion getting rid of Crow, Shelly, and Ims. All understandable bans, especially when we look over at Aphelion. That Crow is a must ban when your enemy has that first pick. Tara is going to be the first selection from CMGEA. Nothing to sneeze at. A very strong brawler in the current meta. She's gotten some pretty sizable buffs in that last patch. We see also some common brawlers to look out for. Ims making some waves here. 74% win rate for that, rather 76% win rate for that brawler. I like Aphelion Esports' approach here with the B. It's a good consistent brawler, and Squeak is another one that's going to be able to keep that good control. We saw these two brawlers make waves on Hot Zone before, so I trust in their ability to keep the control here on Pinhole Punt.
Well, Creo giving us a little vibe check here. Looks nervous, but still smiling. I think that's a very big deal for the mental, especially going into this set number 5 after being so close to claiming an LCQ spot. Squeak one, that's a no-brainer for me in this spot. Most last month in this region and in the world. Option like B.
Yeah.
Reinventing the wheel here. Everybody playing it safe, being calculated, especially when it is a LCQ spot on the line. If you mess up a draft pick here, it is going to haunt you for the remainder of the 2023 year. Kenji selecting the gray, and 15 seconds to go for Chasmic Gaming to lock in what could be their final brawler.
Counting down, Chasmag Gaming EA locking in their final brawler. Aphelion Esports already trying to plan things out. Poco selection from CMGEA. Now this one's a bit of a tricky one. Yeah, we see Milkrio also smiling at that one because they already have the B on their side. And I feel like it's pretty well known that B is a hard counter into the Poco. But if Kuru is able to claim this mid early on and he's able to use, say, speed gear to his advantage, then it could be different. Jesse, final lock-in from Aphelion Esports. A good one for them. Going to be difficult for that Poco and for the Gray to deal with. They don't have a whole lot of DPS, in any brawler that has a spawnable is going to be pretty good. Milkrio's feeling good about it. I wonder if that means that it's a draft win for them.
I I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of with him a little bit.
Yeah.
I think this is not bad for CMG EA, but on paper, the spot that Jesse's in makes me like this. A B, like you said, into Poco, totally fine. Tara, dynamic super, breaks open those walls, can pull in supers. If Tara has a great game and is the best brawler on the field, it can still go CMG EA's way. Gray gonna need some isolated plays onto somebody like Squeak, but if that Jesse turret gets down, if map control starts going their way, things can get scary here. Take down onto Kuru, making a second one as well. Ooh, and Kenji gonna be the last one standing. If they didn't claim that kill, it could have been a runaway goal there for AE, but nonetheless, still ball control and mid position here for the red roster.
Aphelion Esports keeping that mid control. Shu's really targeting Kuru here. Milkrio's also trying to keep him on his lane. Shu, not really sure who exactly wants to go for. Here's the Rattled Hive down, little ball pass forward. It's going to be a bit fruitless, unfortunately. IC on the left side also getting good vision within those bushes. It's the second one of the game. Good teleport in from Kenji. Milkrio's tasked with fending it off, but he's not able to finish this off with a kill. And Kuru, now with B eliminated, can't be pushing forward. Kenji is holding on to that super. Could go for the double teleport. He's being cautious about it, though. Kuru gradually pushing in. Great hook there. A teleport forward, but he's not able to snag the ball in time. A bit of healing in from Kuru, and he's going to pay the price with his life. IC might be able to...
Oh, bhai.
Scrappy's the...
तो ये क्या था?
For Aphelion Esports' defense.
630 HP, and Jesse from the grave gets the kill. Almost a big play from Kenji with that teleport too. Had a great vision, went for it. Sometimes you just gotta shoot your shot. And unfortunately for CMG, it doesn't go.
ये क्या था?
Results can be with positioning.
Turret टोपी भाई साहब.
No turret available to the display here, at least on this side. Kenji trying to make something happen. A pull going down. Milkreo, low HP. Shu shuts that right-hand side down, and now IC with the super as well. They have to throw down Scrappy out of desperation to buy some time. Shu with a nice sniper shot here, too, leaving Kuru all alone. They're going to back off for now. Kuru going to step up to try and buy his teammates some time, and a beautifully cycled super to keep him up just a little bit longer. However, Gray's going to get immediately eliminated. Tough stuff there for CMG.
Just a constant barrage of shots in from Aphelion Esports, but Kuru gets the aggression, a little passive to him on the right side. Is not going to go to anyone as he was eliminated earlier on. IC with a great teleport, the unseen teleporter hidden inside of the bushes, but a known exit that Aphelion Esports are going to have to play very cautiously around. These bushes are going to be short-lived though. 10 seconds remain before everything breaks down and we head into the final minute of this match. Overtime. Kuru has a super. We see the super in from Milkreo, blocking up some of those effects as well. Kuru uses his final gadget. Great super on the left side as Suzuku falls. Milkreo trying to keep up the defense. A pass to Kenji.
Good one.
IC and Chazmat Game EA take the win. It's match point.
Look at this replay right here. Kenji grabs this ball, throws it forward, gets the
Match point है भाई, match point है.
and Shu stops it. Our play of the day though already might just have to go to this Jesse turret. Look how close IC was. Nonetheless, they still get the job done, and thank goodness they did, because in overtime they've got a B, they've got a Jesse, they've got the long range. On the other end, it's Tara and Poco. They have to win that quickly, but AE need to capitalize on their early situations, but it's gonna be tough if Kenji keeps shooting like that.
He's used 2 hooks already, though. He's going to have to use that last one wisely. Here it comes. This kill onto Suzuku. But Kuru's still on fire at mid. He's gotten some good positioning, but he's got a known position as well. Shu is sort of cramped in on this right side. A great teleport in from Kenji. He's able to finish him off. Suzuku in the 1v2 on the right. This could be the force through. Suzuku's dribbling this ball.
Oh yeah.
Kenji comes in to swipe it up. Chazmat Gaming EA are 1 goal away from going to LCQ.
They could make the comeback here. B trying to say something different though. Aphelion looking alive now. Kenji going to fall as well. It's just IC lurking with the super. Suzuku breaking down the right-hand side, trying to deal with...
अरे भाई क्यों? सुपर क्यों नहीं यूज किया इसने?
Aphelion
भाई क्या बंदा है?
their own tie ball game here and still...
भाई ये लॉजिक मेरे को समझ में नहीं आते भाई. सुपर बचा के क्या खिचड़ी पकाएंगे क्या उधर पे? जीजीस भाई मुझे समझ में नहीं आया भाई गेम.
Welcome to Last Chance Qualifiers CMG EA. And did they ever earn it? If there's one time to come alive on broadcast day, it was today. Insane performance from both of these teams. Aphelion with a wonderful year, exciting players, and I'm sure Milcreo made a lot of.
चलो हो गए मेरे 1000. वाओ, बढ़िया भाई, बढ़िया.
Sides, but what a well-earned fight there. Congratulations, CMG EA, for locking up that final LCQ spot in this region.
What a hard-fought victory, too. I mean, all the way down to set number 5. Huge plays made by both teams. Chazmag Gaming EA absolutely stole the show here in set number 5. There's just no other way around it. That around the world pass there was just a wonderful bit to watch. But Aphelion Esports had some really close defenses in here. This is when things
हमारा न्यू
really hairy, though.
न्यू नवेला सफेद चूहा आ चुका है.
Nothing that Aphelion Esports could do. The final teleport in secured it from Kenji, and the rest is history. Chazmag Gaming EA really deserved their spot.
भाई
It is a little sad though.
हल्का भी है, भारी भी है at the same time.
Going to LCQ, especially with Milcreo on the player cams, looking so excited, and we'll now have to watch from the sidelines.
Wow, what a way to end the year. Gotta hurt if you're Aphelion. I'm a little heartbroken for them.
इसमें एक एक्स्ट्रा बटन भी फायर के लिए अलग से.
Team,
नाइस, बढ़िया है.
but the victors go the spoils. So see,
ये हाँ.
gonna have a great
और
day.
मैं बता दूं तुमको, इसमें
Goes. And for the
12,800 DPI है.
away, the long time
12,000 का DPI, सोच रहे हो
pick this one up. What a
कहाँ ही उड़ के जाएगा भाई ये मोबाइल, ये माउस.
Well deserved. I mean, you saw those great plays in the final set. That is, if anything, enough stuff to give him MVP. I feel like the silent MVP is also the Jesse turret there, just for that one little play. That was a spectacle to watch. But across all 5 sets, okay, sure. I guess it goes to Kenji. But what an awesome match that we just watched. We got one more on the way. We've had F-Dot also watching the entire time. What up, F-Dot? What do you think, man?
I mean, this is just another East Asian monthly finals. Of course, it's the last one of the year, but like, this is what we sign up for. You know, I mean, as far as East Coast is concerned, it's 4:30 in the morning. And like, even if I'm not casting, I'm usually up watching the APAC region. It's just like, if you're into Brawl, like, this is the region to watch. And so here we are, doing our thing, middle of the night for us, but they are making everything shine across the world. And so Reject taking down Crazy Raccoon, a little bit nuts for me. I had CR.
अब कुछ हो गया, बस पीसी शुरू करने की देरी है. सब कुछ हो गया, बस पीसी शुरू करने की देरी. बढ़िया टेक्सचर है इसका तो. पिछले वाले से देखो, कंपैरिजन भी दिखा देता हूँ तुमको. ये एग्जैक्टली अभी जो यूज करता हूँ प्लस न्यू, ये अभी चालू है इसलिए इसमें लाइट जल रही है. लाइट तो वैसे इसमें भी जलती है, बट या दोनों अलग अलग माउस. इसमें एक बटन कम थी, लेकिन ये काफी हैवी है. इसको मैं फेंक के मार दूंगा तो किसी का सर फूट जाएगा. और ये अभी नया वाला है, इसमें एक एक्स्ट्रा बटन है इधर पे, फायर बटन. गुड फॉर वैलोरेंट एंड अदर गेम जहाँ पे बहुत सारे बटन्स कंट्रोल करने होते हैं, तो पीसी की जगह आप माउस में ही रख सकते हो.
I mean, that's the fun part about the competition.
GG's, Chad.
Next year to do it all again and see if any of these teams kind of change positions. But like I said, whether I'm
मुझे बाकी लोग के मैसेज नहीं आ रहे, कोई है ही नहीं तो मैसेज कहाँ से करेंगे.
looking at Reject, Crazy Raccoon, there's some of the more
कोई नहीं अभी फिलहाल के लिए, जब आएंगे तो करेंगे मैसेज, तब दिखाई देगा.
Really cool semifinals. I like the organizations, I like the players, I like the game.
Now Reject versus
I like the drafts.
Reject versus Chazmag Gaming है, कौन जीतेगा? क्या लगता है गाइस, कौन जीतेगा?
Every single day of the week, Reject, Chazmag Gaming EA. I mean, what a way to end off this year.
Well, as far as our predictions are concerned, all of us went Crazy Raccoon. So, I don't know about that. I didn't put my prediction in. Y'all said Reject for Grand Finals. I am going to go. I think Reject is a smart choice. I'm going to go Chazmag.
I like it.
That's it. I'm going Chazmag. I think realistically, nice. Wow, our production team incredible. I think realistically, Reject is the smart choice. I think that is the top card, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities for Chazmac to take this victory. And I think when it comes down to it, you know, if you put any stock in the intangible of the game, Chazmac coming through here, last monthly finals of the year, trying to make it happen.
RC जीतेगी, I guess. Wow.
Set that they just did a lot of work on. I think this CMG team are going to come into this grand finals with everything they need, Kenny, in order to get this dub against what could be the best team in the world in Reject.
अरे मैंने वोट ही नहीं किया. Wow.
I don't blame you. And to be honest with you, F. You've called your shot on a different CMG roster before, and it worked out really well for you.
टाइम खत्म हो गया, मैंने वोट नहीं किया. Wow, very dangerous.
They had such a good showing there, both in 3-2 matches. CMG EA deserves some love too. I think Reject, like you said, should.
अरे आपका टाइम अप हो गया. हो जाने दो, क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है.
Don't blame the people at home.
देखो ऐसा है, मेरे को मिले ये सब सारी चीजें तब भी ठीक, नहीं मिले तब भी ठीक. पता है क्यों? क्योंकि स्टीन ही एक ऐसी चीज है मैं जो यूज करता हूँ. अदरवाइज इनमें से कोई भी चीज मेरे काम की नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरा सब मैं लॉक ही करके रखता हूँ. ना मैं स्प्रे यूज करता हूँ, ना इमोट्स.
Side, I'm watching out for that. No squeak allowed on my end.
Yeah, this is definitely me having a little bit of fun, essentially. Like, I'm not, don't get me wrong, I hate these casters or these on-camera talent that just like, oh, I'm gonna pick Team Z for my prediction with 0% chance they're gonna, like...
मैंने तो कुछ भी नहीं लिया भाई, टाइम अप है मेरे लिए तो.
I think Reject, if I was putting $1,000 down, I'd probably go Reject. But at the end of the day, this Chazmac squad, it's closer than people think.
मेंबरशिप ब्रो, मेंबरशिप ले लिया, नोटिफिकेशन ही नहीं आया भाई. चलो बढ़िया है भाई. कंगारू चना बेसन, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बिकमिंग अ ब्रॉलर. पहली बात तो नोटिफिकेशन जो नहीं आया. नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आया भाई.
I think CMG have that kind of ceiling that you're talking about too. I think Reject have showcased it more.
ये भी ठीक है, अच्छा है भाई, बढ़िया है. कंगारू चना बेसन ब्रो. वैसे मैं बता दूं, आपने अभी लिया नहीं है. इसका नोटिफिकेशन मेरे इसमें नहीं आ रहा भाई. आपका पैसा कहीं और चला गया है. चलो बढ़िया है, अच्छा है. Thank you for becoming a member. विवेक ऑन बारिश. अब बैठ के टर टर करिए, बारिश से मजा लीजिए. अब ये भी जुबा केसरी करेगा बैठ के. वाओ. कल का विनर कौन कौन था उनको भेज देता हूँ ना. अभी फ्री है एक टाइप से.
You know, they're going, everything's all good, right?
Yeah, I think this is gonna be interesting. I think
so. My point is there, and I mean, I'm gonna take it away from. This doesn't hold any water. I was gonna say, I mean, this squad doesn't have much to worry about. Why are they gonna show their deepest, darkest strategies? But we have months before Worlds. So it's not like they have some secret strat that's going to turn that, you know what I mean? They're not hiding anything here.
I think that's honestly a fair point, you know, but then there's money on the line in the mix too. Do we see the, you know, bread and butter? Do we see the safe picks, or do we just see Reject just go crazy and test some things out? I think there's plenty of room for opportunity here for both teams. I think now's a good time to kind of figure out some good strategies, but one of the beauties of Brawl Stars is this meta changes up so much. So by the time we have LCQ and World, we're gonna have different balance changes, different brawlers. If I'm these teams, I'm just going all out. Just go for the strat you want.
Purple Jay ko Bhavin.
Really holding tight to the chest.
Well, you know,
नहीं मुझे मत देना, मैं सेव कर रहा. वाह वाह वाह.
We'll see which direction these squads go in. As we said, our semifinals were really exciting. Watching these guys kind of take the field. Chazmac Gaming just barely getting the victory on their side of the bracket as well, and we will start to sniff the grand finals. Knockout is going to be our first game mode, and Bell's Rock is where we're going to play it. We'll see a whole bunch of Brawl here this evening. 69%. Think Reject is going to take it. 31 on the other side. I'm in the camp of the 31%. We'll see how it all shakes up. But ready, set, as we jump into picks and bans for our final East Asian monthly finals of 2023. What's up, dude? How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm excited for this as we get to see Chazmat Gaming EA not only claim their LCQ spot and clinch things up here in the last monthly final of the year, but get the opportunity to take down Reject. It's a tall order, though, if Reject are able to take down Crazy Raccoon and disrupt that sort of pattern that we've seen the entire year long. What else can they accomplish? Maybe Chazmat Gaming EA will be able to sort of move with that disruption in the pattern, gain some kind of advantage from it. It's a stretch, but we'll see what Chazmat Gaming EA does regardless. A first pick of Gus, definitely a favorite for the players of this region.
Talk about a stretch. You want to talk about, long range? All right, that one's kind of
That's a big stretch right there.
But long range, 81% win rate for Piper? That's kind of nuts here on Bell's Rock. One of the more, standard. It is a knockout map that more standard selections work out on. But now with the advent of RT, I'm not going to say I don't see why you pick Piper, but I would rather have RT.
Sure, I mean, RT is not able to pump out as much damage as Piper when it comes down to it. I think Piper also comes in clutch with some of the wall break action, too. Piper's just a good long-range brawler. That's really what it comes down to. Here's the big stuff, though, is that Piper is very easily countered. That's the main reason that we don't see her as much as we used to. So you got to play her very carefully. And if you're Reject, you're definitely keeping that Piper possibility in your back pocket. Chazmat Gaming EA know full well that they could be facing into a tank last pick, even though it's not as common in this region. They got to play carefully around it. There's a Piper possibility. Piper picked a peck of, I don't really know, man. They got a last pick.
Piper possibility.
Yeah, the Piper possibility has been picked, and Chazmat Gaming EA have to prepare for a precocious bit of preparation. I'm not really sure what I'm saying. We got a last pick, whatever. 12 seconds left for them to choose. I'm not sure if I agree with the Piper, since it is pretty easily countered. But if they're able to sort of cover their bases and neutralize any, be able to do well.
नोटिफिकेशन कैसे आता है आपका मेंबरशिप लेने पे?
But if they win with it,
स्क्रीन पे वहां पे भी आ जाता है.
A punctilious pick here for Chazmat Gaming. Long-range sharpshooters. You've got Piper, the old-school long-range sharpshooter. You have Gus, the defensive long-range sharpshooter. And then you have Kuru, the also I'm an assassin long-range sharpshooter. It's kind of a cute little matchup there for CMG. Obviously, they are looking to conserve that range and then send the body in there for the last hit after all and get that gold. But as far as the composition across the way, I gotta say, I like the versatility of Reject's comp a little bit more.
versatility is very, very important here, especially.
नहीं है ऐसा क्यों हुआ? देखो ऐसा आता है, अगर मैं एग्जांपल के तौर पे अगर दिखाऊं कि ऐसा आता है तो इस टाइप का नोटिफिकेशन आता
Well, yeah, sure.
ऐसा.
Also, guys, don't get hit, by the way. Yeah, Bell's Rock. We'll see what they got.
बट तुम्हारा नहीं आया.
Yeah, she does kind of a thing. She's not going to be making an appearance here, though. Kenji will be taking the place of that sniper character. Levi on the right side is going to be popping the gadget. I definitely would like the Bell here, but it's not here. So,
well,
yeah.
Levi wins his 1v1. And Menmi on the left side. Supercharged, thinking about it. Pop in the mid. And I see you later. 3 above 1 here. And Reject take round 1.
Good win for Reject. With things opened up, Minmi is going to be able to navigate between these 2 lanes much more easily without the risk of getting trapped on the enemy side. He'll be able to use the indestructibles to his advantage as well. Kenji's looking for some taps, but he hasn't found anything just yet. I see on the right side also hanging on to the super in case they get pushed really hard or if they need to go in for a big offense. But Chazmat Gaming EA, they're looking to play the safe game, and it pays off. Kuru gets that first kill, and Minmi's in the crosshairs next. There it is. And Reject have only 1 member remaining. A Choppy, he's just trying to stay all the way at the back. There's really nothing left to play for. It's just an easy round win for Chazmat Gaming EA.
I like this from I like this adaptation from CMG a lot. Reject clearly just wants to play 1-to-1-to-1, and whoever wins their matchup kind of wins the round. And Chazmac Gaming, on the other hand, you know, they kind of cornered Reject into this bottom left position. Reject loses the 1-to-1 this time. Kenji and Kuru combining to get the kill onto the right-hand side. A choppy dies to Kuru, and the kill on the left side goes Chazmac's way as well.
Chazmac.
I see his squad get the victory. Good luck.
Mighty sustenance. Wow, very dangerous.
Indeed, that Shelly did not
Sponsored.
do what Reject
हाँ, membership लेने पे यही मैसेज आता है.
capable of. They did get some good value in there too. I mean, they managed to win a round, but Minmi, once those walls were broken down, he wasn't really able to do much. He was outranged by every single brawler on the enemy team. The super didn't really do a whole lot for him. Kuru also has a pretty serious leg up on a Choppy in that matchup. We'll see him switch over lanes and try and get something on the left side. Choppy's able to get the kill on Kenji, which looks fantastic for Reject. Kuru also dangerously low on health, and that's an easy one for Minmi to pick up. 3v1. And it really just comes down to who wants to charge their super. Well, Choppy's going to finish things off there with the last hit in, and Reject win the very first round.
A little bit rough there from CMG. I feel like they abandoned their play, wanting to keep this long-range sharpshooter duel because they obviously win that style of gameplay. They kind of clumped up and pushed forward, which just kind of went into Rejects. That's exactly what Reject wanted. Levi winning this duel on the left side, by the way. RT just controlling the Gus. Kuru notices and jumps in to provide some help for his teammate, but dies on the initiation. Menmi handles business as well. So this one goes the other way.
ब्रॉक का जीएस वाला स्किन बहुत सही है. महंगा भी तो है.
Hands.
महंगा भी तो आ रहा ब्रो.
That shot
पैसा चाहिए उसके लिए. पैसा कहाँ से आएगा भाई? पैसा.
Reject managed to bring it back. A Choppy, I think, most importantly, has been putting in the work here. He's gotten so many kills on the Brock that's outranged by the Piper and by the Gus. Not by the Bonnie, but that's not the lane that he's playing. He's opting to take the longer range and objectively more difficult matchups. Levi's also doing a great job on the left side. He's pushed things back so much that it opens the doors for Minmi to maybe get some plays in here with Shelly, but he can't be too overzealous. Kenji is...
Levi has been the biggest playmaker for me on Reject, just consistently winning this lane. You can see, as you said, Kuru making the lane swap. Levi's still kind of winning it. That is the biggest difference for me here. Reject versus Chazmac. Chazmac playing the long-range game ready has been working out for them. But when they start to do this and they deviate from their game plan, that's when they run into trouble. Or also when Levi just does work. A Choppy with the last hit. Great job there on the right side. 3 versus 2.
So far, so good. Reject with 3 members to 2. Icy falls. Kuru, the next one up on the chopping block, all the way at the back left corner. The most he can do here is get a super, but even then, doesn't seem to be too interested in that. Does manage to get a single hit on the Minmi, which is gonna get him a little bit closer to his super, but doesn't get him that close. It's all tied up here in the set, but Reject has that 1-round advantage. They could finish it all off here.
Ooh, just thinking about that super. It's a little early for that, but need to find some sort of damage. Kuru could make it all the way to a Choppy. That'd be a good target, but unfortunately for him and his fans, Levi noticed him. Everybody in the mid lane really, really low, so Levi's gonna swap out. Pop goes the Weasel. Kuru on top. Chazmac Gaming 3 strong versus Rejects 2.
They still need to work for this super for IC, though they're desperately going to need in that next round. We see the vertical super from Kenji. Precision placement of the pop-in super on top of those blocks. Levi also completely surrounded, almost taken down. There's a snipe on the right side. Follow up from...
Match point.
It's a round victory for Chazmac Gaming EA. Leaving
आज ब्रॉल सन नहीं किया लोग क्या?
the winner of this set will
देखते हैं.
this round. Every death is permanent.
Choppy heading out to the left side.
100% Reject winning this part 3-2.
Choppy was running the right, Levi was running the left. So a swap all aboard on the Reject side. It's been Chazmac coming to this point and swapping around. Menmi just doesn't have the range for this matchup.
It's a little bit difficult. Menmi still giving it his all, though. With the popping plays down on the right side. It's tough for him to advance up that lane. He could go for the lane swap, but into IC, he'd still be outranged. Here comes the super in from Kuru with the super as well. The shield is good. Choppy and Levi are completely trapped in this prison disguised as a safe spot. Down goes the Choppy as well. Mimi's the last one standing, but he can't get that super. The
GG's.
shot coming in from Ken G, and that's a CMG win in set number 1.
CMG win.
By Chazmac Gaming, they
भाई मुझे एक बात बताओ, लोग वो लेते हैं
mistakes, and we saw them.
लेकिन उसका सुपर तो यूज करते नहीं है.
A simple
वो
strategy.
देखा जाए तो फुग्गा बॉय जो है कब का मर जाता, वहां पे उसको जाके अपना सुपर ड्रॉप करना था. बूम बूम 2 मारता, 2 में तो उड़ जाता भाई वो.
A little bit more complicated. This is just like long range dudes. They died when they swapped.
ये ऐसे मतलब लोग इतना क्या सुपर बचाना होता है, मेरे को नहीं समझ में आता.
Chazmac Gaming went in with a plan, and they played to it. Ready, set.
Was well played here for Chazmac Gaming EA. I mean, really just good long-range gameplay and rejects. That Shelly pick didn't pay off. This is definitely good, I would say, trigger discipline from Chazmac Gaming EA. They know that they can leave Shelly, one of the strongest brawlers in the game, easily top 2 in the game right now. They can leave that brawler open because they have the approach.
देखना ये घूम रहा है ऐसे, देखो ये सुपर रखेगा उधर पे,
It may be
क्या मार नहीं सकता सुपर से भाई. दो अटैक में गया बंदा, टू पे पू हो जाएगा उसका.
pick it.
बंदे यूज ही नहीं करते भाई.
It's about their sort of
क्यों?
discipline when it comes to drafting and what
मतलब मुझे नहीं समझ में आता. बाजी तुम लोग को अगर पता हो तो बताओ मुझे, कि हो सकता कोई बहुत ही हाई लेवल स्ट्रेटजी होती होगी.
Or no,
क्या फंडा है बताओ मुझे.
just a
Why people don't use the super?
noting the difference of what's good on the tier list. You know, just this is the
ये तो चलो ठीक है, ई स्पोर्ट्स कुछ स्ट्रेटजी हुआ करती होगी.
set of best
नॉर्मल गेम में भी जो बंदे आते हैं रैंडम भाई, वो यूज ही नहीं करते.
is situational. There's a couple of just pure DPS brawlers
सुपर घर लेके जाते होंगे, अचार बनाते होंगे और क्या करते होंगे.
based on map, game mode, and opponent. And Reject is not a team that I expect to fall victim to that. But, and honestly, I don't think that's what they did in retrospect, looking at the rest of the draft. But Shelly, and in general, the best brawler, quote unquote, can always be a little enticing. Just understand that you need a different tier list for every single situation, which is impossible. And that's the fun part. On to
पैपून
the next set.
नवंबर में.
Fans are out. I don't think there's anything surprising here on Canal Grande. A lot of the area denial nonsense and the Eve kind of banned out, which does leave Cordelius up. First pick tick, by the way.
Yeah, first pick Tick, and we can also see some of the win rates coming in here. 66% win rate for Tick, which is not insignificant, but it's not as high as I think a lot of people would expect. Typically, Tick is a must pick on these, yeah, something like that. But typically he is a must pick as that first pick when it comes down to these sort of bounty maps. So Chazmac Gaming EA, they deliberately left it open knowing that they would be able
What
to
do you
play
mean by
into
that?
it.
I'm sorry.
Tick is straight up one of the best brawlers in the game because of the amount of DPS he's able to pump out. The fact that he has such good reload speed, can pump out a ton of area control, and the Tick super, especially with the new Mythic gear, is so effective since it has 3,000 health. It's like unavoidable damage for a lot of brawlers.
You said on maps like this specifically, just a lot of choke points around the middle.
Canal Grant has only 2 ways you can get out of spawn. So if you're able to lock down one lane, then everyone's forced to go through the same choke point, and you can just farm kills from there. And this is, I think, also why Chazmac Gaming EA had the idea to ban that Eve, because Eve can create an effective third lane when she's able to walk over the water.
Right. Well, that makes sense. Lesser selected brawlers here, Primo and Rosa. Fun world we're living in the Primo Poco.
राउसर को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं?
Here.
लड़ाई झगड़े सितारे.
We've got Rosa, Nita, and Tick.
वैसे तो हम नल्ले सितारे बोलेंगे इसको. हमारे पसंद का नेम है नल्ले सितारे भाई. नल्ले सितारे बहुत बढ़िया.
This is a full out
विवाद सितारे. अरे नहीं यार, ये नल्ले सितारे यार. नल्ले सितारे सबसे बढ़िया है यार.
when it comes down to the Tick, they'll still be able to get some value with it, but it's not going to mesh with the aggro mentality that the rest of the roster has been forced to go with. IC is going to get some immediate aggression in here. It's tapped up a little bit by the Tick and finished off by Levi. Kenji and Kuru also coming in here. Levi just cleans things up. That's 1, 2, 3 kills for the guy. And he's looking to add some more stars to his belt, as Reject has already gotten 6 total.
Rose is a great selection here. Just what a fantastic, like, I want to say assassin tank, right? Just like she's hiding in the bushes, and then you're dead. Very, very cool selection here for Levi on now Grand. It's up to Chasmac, I suppose, to kind of mitigate. Right now, 9-3. Reject tripling Chasmac's gems. Stars, excuse me. And a Choppy still going to work here. Can't find Kenji on the left side. But the Tickhead can. Nice show up, and a Choppy gets the last hit.
This is why he's just one of the best brawlers in the game. That head has so much health. And for Chasmac Gaming EA, for Kenji and Kuru in particular, they're just not going to be able to avoid that unless they combine forces to take it down. But even then, Minmi's going to be able to get that back for free. Already has it again. Kenji still going for the aggression, but he's going to have to answer to the tick head coming for him. Another one for Minmi. Once more, headed over to the enemy side. Fended off again, but Levi has been lurking on the bottom side. IC and Kenji trying to combine forces. IC pressures him over to the right side. Levi's got to run for the hills. There's not a world in which he wins this matchup. And Reject still remain in the lead. And Levi's going to be able to play around these obstacles now. Dipping below 10 seconds left. A whole lot of survivability for CMG EA, but not enough damage to finish things off. The Tick Super comes in and claims another victim. Levi goes for Kuru. And Kenji is left standing on
20 और 20 भी कर लिया. 1 seconds remaining.
win.
वाओ,
Start off this set.
क्या बात है.
Well done there by Reject.
क्योंकि उन्होंने एक बार
Unfortunate
बोला था मोस्टली इंडिया में सबको इंग्लिश आती है.
lurking. I think Rosa was sort of relegated to that bottom left, kind of zoned out there. There's nothing she could do. But with all that said, Chasmac Gaming kind of like got into a hole off of early game dominance from that.
तो वैसे भी हम पूरे वर्ल्ड में सबसे ज्यादा इंग्लिश बोलने वाले कंट्री हैं,
And Reject got 0 kills.
जो कि पॉपुलेशन ही इतनी है. चाइना में इसलिए नहीं, चाइना में मैंड्रीन सबसे ज्यादा बोली जाती है.
Got 0.
इंडिया में इंग्लिश बोलने वाले जो यूजर्स हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा हैं.
We move into game number 2 here. I see in some trouble. So Choppy puts him down. 4-1 now. Chasmac trailing again.
Chasmac trying to manifest some kind of offense in here, though. IC also chasing down Minmi on the back left. Might be able to stay alive. IC's got that speed on him, though. And he's even chained the super to Levi on the back right. He's going to go for Kuru. Looks for that kill. Just needs one more punch in there to finish things off. IC also possibly threatened. Minmi needs to finish things off. He goes to the Shadow Realm just in the nick of time to stay away from the Tick Super. The jump in from Kuru as well. Perfect timing there as Minmi runs right into
They can't kill him!
the right lane. A takedown into IC, though, completely flips the momentum, and Reject remain in the lead.
Rosa, they just can't kill. They just can't kill Levi at all. He's just been rated supreme. And just no problem. No problem at all. He can go into executor mode all he wants, not dying. Walking around outside of super, not dying. Just complete control on Levi. And his teammates are making sure nobody else gets involved.
Well, Kenji is going to have to try and push in once again. We see the Tick Super out. Levi getting tossed to the sky.
Again?
Down to Poco.
ओह ये
The 20-star margin reached, exceeded. We're going to the next set.
Man. Levi right there.
चाइना और ब्रॉल स्टार्स का भी बीटा टेस्ट चल रहा है.
Game
हैं?
but that
भाई बहुत पहले आ चुका. बीटा टेस्ट क्या चल रहा है? चाइना में आए हुए हो गया टाइम.
by the way, balance changes aren't in yet.
और रशिया में रशियन.
And so she's
वहाँ बीटा टेस्ट नहीं चलता, वहाँ एक्स्ट्रा टेस्ट चलता है. मैं तुमको ऑलरेडी बताया था, मैं एक बार उसमें देख रहा था.
IC's fans too. Or
ये आता था ना एक और वो जो प्लेटफॉर्म था जिससे स्ट्रीम करता था, ऑमलेट आर्केड में बंदे चाइना के थे जो स्ट्रीम करते थे. उनके पास गियर वाला सिस्टम जो था वो कब से आया हुआ था भाई. 1-1.5 साल पहले से उनका देखा था मैंने बोला था इनके में 3 गियर कैसे हैं, मतलब 3 गैजेट कैसे आ रहे हैं. हमारे में 1-2 दिखाता है, 1 स्टार पावर 1 गैजेट. ये तीसरा गैजेट कहाँ से आ गया? मेरे को लगा 2 गैजेट्स यूज कर सकते होंगे एक साथ.
and then they
बाद में पता चला अच्छा ये तो गियर्स थे जो इनको ऑलरेडी पहले से मिले हुए थे.
I think that even in the aggro, Reject still managed to make that tick work. Look at Levi, 10 kills here. And not a single one for Kuru. I mean, for Chazmac Gaming EA, it's sort of a desert when it comes down to their kills and DPS. Reject are really locking it down. Mimi had
अल्फा टेस्ट होता. वाह,
with 7.
ये पंगा बॉट अभी जिंदा है.
The tick didn't work. Even if he mostly plays a passive role, which he almost didn't. Well, okay, the tick proper played passive. The tick super played hyper aggressive. We saw as soon as a tick super exploded.
अरे तो 6 गैजेट आ गए. अब चेक करो करना. अब तो ऑमलेट आर्केड इंडिया में बंद हो गया ना, तो मैं तो कहाँ से देखूं अब. मैं वहाँ किसी क्रिएटर को जानता भी नहीं हूँ.
For CMGEA.
Tied 1-1 as we jump into double swoosh. This is our gem grab map of choice. A lot of
ले पंगा,
hide here.
चूहा खा ले.
Would work.
ले नया चूहा मंगवाया तेरे लिए, खा ले अच्छे से.
Though one of the characters that does a good job
अभी लगाया भी नहीं है भाई, खा ले, बहुत अच्छा टेस्ट आएगा.
also does that. So M's first pick overall, 78% win.
चाइना में शोडाउन का कवर का शोडाउन कलर अलग है.
Goes, you're looking for the
मैं एक बार बता दूं, मेरे फ्रेंड लिस्ट में एक बंदा है, उसके पास
these are the players.
टेक डाउन जो अभी मोड आए थे, नया जब आया था टेक डाउन शोडाउन, ये जो आया था ना नया आने से पहले ही,
We can definitely
उसके पास 6 महीने पहले से था. वो बोलता ये वाला मोड लगाओ, ये वाला मोड लगाओ. भाई हम लगाए कहाँ से, हमारे इसमें आ ही नहीं रहा. वो रिकमेंड कर रहा है कि भाई ये वाला मोड लगाओ,
so
हमारे इसमें आ ही नहीं रहा. मतलब हमारे में दिख ही नहीं रहा ये मोड, लगाएं कैसे.
he's visible for a couple of seconds there. It's just like a match made in heaven for this brawler. It's also a good mid
पिंक, अबे ब्लू है,
on the right lane, more of as a
डार्क ब्लू है, इसको पिंक दिखाई दे रहा है.
about selecting their mid
कलर ग्रेडिंग कराओ, वैसे तो ग्रीन कलर का है इसलिए तुमको ऐसा दिख रहा होगा.
slot open for more of a countering brawler.
डार्क ग्रीन है.
Play it mid. We also see Bonnie out here, and I really think that this can be played on either lane. It might be difficult to play on the right lane unless Jean is frequently assisting and spotting enemies. Otherwise, Bonnie, she has a fairly small projectile. It might be difficult to find enemies. Need a reaction from CMGEA. They are trying to play into the tank, but if Reject doesn't play a tank, it's going to get complicated.
I mean, Nita has really proven herself to be one or two steps below Evergreen. Like, not just a tank counter. If Reject don't pick a tank here, I don't think the Nita is dead in the water.
मेरे को दो, मैं खाता हूँ चूहा. मैं दूंगा चूहा दूंगा तुमको. पुराना वाला दे दूंगा, खा लेना.
Nita, unless she's
नया वाला भी घिसने दो उसको.
left side, she's going to have a really rough time. Given that every single person on Reject outranges Nita, I think that she could be kept at range basically the entire time. So really what it's going to come down to is whether Kuru ends up on the same lane as Minmi. Otherwise, he will never be able to approach.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it for sure.
पिंक क्लाउड की बात कर रहा था चाइनीज ब्रॉल स्टार्स में,
Reject here.
पता नहीं भाई.
So the Gene, Squeak, and the Bonnie. I think I like Chazmac's strength
नहीं देखा,
a little bit better.
नो आइडिया.
But honestly, I think both these drafts are kind of effective. I don't really lean heavily one way towards the other. I think I just really like kind of M's double swoosh type classic nonsense. You're not allowed to sit in the bushes with M's here.
Yeah, I mean, you got to sort of play that aggression, or you have to play the defense, right? You have like a couple of
हो भाई,
the aggression up the left side, or you play the defense on the right. Kenji's got a couple
क्या
of
बात.
these in a row. Well done for Kenji. That's 2 gadgets already down the drain, and only 3 gems to show for it. Keep in mind, there's 3 gems on the opposing side, and despite the best efforts, didn't see Nita able to claim those. Kenji is able to swoop in and grab them. Reject still trying to play the defense. The Chompy's got some good damage in here, and Levi switched over lanes to the left side.
कैंजी के सारे गैजेट खत्म.
Running that speed gear and a teleport over to the right side to get some good value versus a Chompy. Wasn't able to farm up to the next super though, so that's definitely going to cost him. Minmi also, despite having a super available as Jean, Kenji can still teleport away. An ideal gem carrier, very inventive from CMG here. It's not something you see every day.
Chazmac sitting pretty here. 8 gems in the pocket. Guru teleports. Pop. Here comes the bear. Levi jumps to the backside. Kuru gets the kill, but Kenji again wiggles away. Icy and Kuru playing up front, and Kenji all 10 gems in the pocket. That's game. It's over. See you later. Chazmac take game number 1 of Gem Grab.
I gotta say, amazingly drafted from CMG here. I absolutely agree with you. I like the draft better, but I'm really heavily leaning on the gray to make that a reality. Look at KG over here. Pull through, teleport back, a couple of shots. Just kidding. Come over here. Let me grapple you, and then pick up a few gems. And perfect timing on knowing when to disengage. Just amazing game knowledge there. And as a result, CMG was able to maintain that control. He opened the doors for his teammates to continue pushing in and grab those gems in time. We'll see what happens this time. Good wall break on the right side for Kenji. Not able to finish off that kill. Not going to get taken down by Minmi either.
You did a great breakdown of that play, and I was just like yelling about it. I'm sorry for I was like, does he see the play? And you were like, well, you see, this is exactly what's happening. Well, Chazmac certainly performing well.
Head OP.
Golden clarinet. Meanwhile, IC gets pulled, but guess what? Kenji's here to punish Minmi anyway. 6-0, 2:40 on the clock. And Chazmac confidently and consistently in mid.
Well, Levi has pushed forward pretty well. A little takedown on the left side, though. Looks good for Reject, as they've managed to 2v2 here. The aggressive teleport is going to be good for Kuru as well. Choppy's going to have to play control around it. He doesn't have any more gadgets after this one to deal with it. A great super in. We see some supercharge claimed by Nia on the left side, but IC claims the more important objective, 2 gems to complete the 10 gem count for CMG EA. Great teleport, rather jump in from Levi. Kenji's able to fend him off, but it could only
Wasted.
Super for Minmi is disastrous. And with the clock ticking down, Kenji completes the 10 gem ensemble. Chazmac
GG's 2 sets for Chazmac.
amazing draft and an even better execution, adding yet another set.
2-0 हो चुका है score. Wow.
Comes up and does a highlight reel play just single-handedly. Kenji shows up and makes sure to assassinate the player landing the gene pull. Kenji makes sure to assassinate the player jumping.
मेरा लास्ट मंथ का गिव अवे का क्या हुआ मुझे क्या पता भाई तुम आओगे तब तो गिव अवे मिलेगा.
Positioning his teleport to allow the Nita to actually play the game. Just
पिछले महीने का तुम्हारा कितना था?
fantastic performance by Chaz.
रुको मैंने लिखा हुआ था कहीं पे.
Look, it's Kenji.
अरे भाई वो वाले उसमें था.
Down.
रुको अभी शायद पड़ा होगा गूगल शीट्स में डाला था.
The team earns this win on the back of Ken.
Honestly, off of this, I think other teams got to start taking notes on using that gray mid instead of the Gene mid. Gene is a brawler that works when your teammates work with you. You get the pull and your teammates help you out with that kill because Gene's not able to finish it on his own. So Gene is a brawler that requires teamwork in order to work well. Gray is a brawler that enables teamwork and enables your teammates to work well and can still work well on his own. That really is the differential here, is that CMG, they had a comp that worked well, they enabled each other. And Reject on the other hand,
240 था 24
and it just
डेज तुम आए थे 240
That's really good.
बाकी मैं ऑलरेडी सबका दे चुका हूँ.
You know, I think Gray has half of the pull that Gene does, but then has more tools at his disposal. And in modern Brawl Stars,
24 days पंगा.
I think that's a team I think that's a team thing, composition thing.
oh sure.
It's a complex conversation. I like that though. That's fun though. Kaboom Canyon. Chazmac Gaming here, 2 above 1, have the opportunity to take down Reject, who is, can we say, inarguably the number 2 team here?
Oh sure.
Yeah, just inarguably the number 2 team. Chazmac would be stepping up, but I mean, this is how I set the table earlier. Listen,
What title can you earn from Cordelius?
Chazmac win this one, and it wouldn't be a fluke.
Toxic.
Strong positioning from them at the moment. Shelly first selection for Kaboom Canyon. I like that choice.
It's going to be an interesting one. I mean, Shelly, she's able to defend well versus a tanky brawler. She's well equipped to deal with whatever Chazmac Gaming EA brings in as that last pick. Colette's selection from CMG, very interesting. This is a good brawler on the map, don't get me wrong. It more clues me into what CMGA could possibly select as their final brawler.
मेरे को प्ले स्टोर गिफ्ट कर देना डीसी पे। प्ले स्टोर में कैसे गिफ्ट करूं ब्रो? गूगल प्ले रिडीम कोड में दे सकता हूं। पूरा का पूरा प्ले स्टोर खरीदने के लिए भाई गूगल खरीदना पड़ेगा, इतना पैसा नहीं मेरे पास।
What are they going to do at mid to maintain that control? Shelly can, you know, kind of go buck wild there with the butt shot, but yeah, the B selection. Play things long range. Shelly's going to break open the wall.
तुम्हारा डिस्कॉर्ड क्या है? डिस्कॉर्ड में क्या नाम है तुम्हारा?
Put the B in the mid. That'll work out. I am generally a fan of control and area denial. I think that
गूगल प्ले बोलते हैं ना उसको। हाँ, गूगल प्ले रिडीम कोड।
denial and control is very should be very highly valued.
डिस्कॉर्ड पे नेम क्या है? मतलब इन डिस्कॉर्ड नेम क्या है?
Is important. Long range brawlers are bound for
5 लाख मेरे पास। वाह, ला दे भाई, 5 लाख दे दे।
choice from CMG. What do you think about Chazmac?
मैं तुम्हें 1 लाख दूंगा उसके बदले में।
They were thinking about picking an 8-bit, given the early Colette selection. They didn't want to commit with it hard because they know that it can be fairly easily countered out by what Reject has to offer. They go with the Colt as a last selection. This one, you know, people are going to have opinions about this one. Some people are
पांडा लवर पंगाविन। वाह,
Cole is what
कितना छोटा नाम है। हाय हेलो लिख के भेज दो जरा।
it really does come down to how you play it. But Colt has so much potential, almost unlimited potential when he actually connects with that safe. And if you're able to strafe with your enemies effectively, then yeah, dude, get your one clips out here and shut down these opponents on lane. He's a little bit outranged by both B and Bell, even when he's using the Magnum Special star power to give himself some more range, but he'll be able to manage if he's good at dodging and strafing.
So basically, unironically, don't get hit.
Yeah, literally just skill diff. That's all
Yeah.
Colt is. He is the skill diff brawler.
I mean, you see it all the time, right? Like anytime Colt is selected, if he wins, what a great Colt pick, and if he loses, what a bad ego pick, right? Like that's just how Colt goes. But immediately we have some victory on the left side for Reject. As Menmi wins their fight, and then some. One over the top, and IC goes down as no, jumps forward. Nice play. Menmi distracted from the box. And that is good enough for IC. At the moment, 92% remaining here for Reject. Chazmac, though, losing as Reject has them down to 84.
The most difficult task for CMG EA to accomplish here is going to be getting that mid, but Kuru makes light work of it. IC chimes in from the left side too to finish the job. And now that a lot of this has been broken open, CMG EA have a much better visual on the opponent. Menmi's going to actually break open this wall, which is a good call. It means that Reject are much more easily able to retake. They have 3 lanes to work with instead of just 2. It earns them a victory over Kenji and another one onto Kuru on the right. IC has a super in his back pocket. If he's able to take down Levi, then this one's in the bag. He's right on top of this safe now. A lot of damage contributed. Achapi, not really sure about where he wants to focus his attention. Levi at the bottom side looking for the pinch. On the left, Menmi taken down. Kuru goes to town on that high safe. And Achapi still tries to land that last shot. In close range, it's free. But Reject are at a disadvantage when it comes to the high safe percentage.
It's the first time I've seen Kuru actually wind up doing something. He's really been controlled on this right-hand side. Nice kill there for Ken. C is going to lose the fight against Menmi, but his teammates winning on the right-hand side means that Menmi has to leave and show up in mid. IC.
Whoa.
Slowly healing up, and Reject safe, down to 14%. Kuru does some damage, everyone does some damage, and now with respawns up, 20 seconds on the clock here, Chazmac Gaming are in a great position. Reject have to make a move now, ready?
It's got to be right now. It's actually got to be 10 seconds ago or maybe even 30. They just don't have the DPS to finish this one off. 14% is an unmatchable number for this comp with this amount of time. Chazmac Gaming EA will be taking Reject to a match point.
Incredible performance there.
गोल्डी भाई सूटा मारो,
gameplay out of chat
इधर आ मैं जूता मार सकता हूँ, सूटा कैसे मारूं?
against the number 2 team in this region. For my money, Reject is one of the best teams in the world.
5 लाख नहीं 5 लाख, अरे अरे 5 लाख पड़े हैं।
Just, you know, I
वाह,
would say the
कितने
Kudu
कितना ज्यादा।
this cult, and like that's what you expect to happen. You're playing against Reject, and you're picking the ego selection, and that's what happened the majority of last game. Ready, but honestly, one shot at the safe was all Kuru really needed to make the impact necessary for his team to win the game.
And now the bigger question, though, is are Chazmac Gaming EA going to be able to generate a victory without those walls broken open? Kuru got a really nice super there on the right lane. He managed to win that right lane miraculously and then chained a super onto those bushes. And that enabled CMG to more freely move up here. Reject, though, they have that mid area, and now they're just not moving out of the way. Minmi especially is just lurking in these bushes. Kuru gets the win on the right side. Choppy still has to rise to the challenge. Kuru's trying to get slick with the dodges. Here it comes. Kuru's still alive, but Choppy needs to be taken down. Icy chimes in from the left side of that right area, but Minmi's still alive. A little takedown of some of those blocks, too, could be more profitable for Reject. Rather for CMG, Reject are still managing to get some good damage here, but only 84% left on that safe, now dipping to 72. 28% is just not good here for Reject.
So this is an adaptation from Kuru going left. He was honestly playing 1v2 on the right side, and now switching up to the left side lane. I see behind enemy line's going to be stepped on, but Chazmac Gaming again trailing in the early stages. They did find their lead around.
ओ भाई रूम जितना खाली था जैसे कोई सामान ही नहीं रखा कभी।
Enemy at bay. Kenji goes in with the Colette, gets a kill, but now slowed to all heck. And Levi able.
गुड लक।
This one might go the way of Reject.
It's looking almost likely at this point. 25 seconds left, and Reject still have control of the mid area. Minmi's holding on to a super. Levi's got that high-powered beat. Kenji's trying to make it happen. The one-man army on the left side, but it's not good. Kuru, IC are the last hope for this team to finish it off here. 10 seconds remain, and Kenji still not able to push through. The 5 seconds remain, but not a scratch more for Chazmac Gaming EA on Reject safe. It's still a match point, but Reject have the potential to push us on.
मैच पॉइंट।
Great job there from Reject to stay alive and keep it in this one. At the end of the day, you know, like we said, the draft differential, I mean, I think it's two different approaches. I can't even say I like Chazmac's draft a little bit more, but I think you can look at Reject's draft and just say they don't have this like cheese damage that we usually look for on the safe, but they can certainly win this methodically. Just keep mid-control and just burn it down slowly but surely. That's totally a victory condition that I'm down to support. So I don't think either draft necessarily hardcore wins here, ready, set. I think it's really just how you want to approach it. Personally, I like Chazmac's old school Colette mentality just better.
Same here. I think also that this was kind of inventive from them. They had IC jump to the back right side, knowing that Reject would have to deal with it, and it opened up a bit of space for them to start pushing into mid, which is really the biggest obstacle for them, is winning the mid fight. Reject, they get that mid early on, and here comes Kuru with a nice super down the middle. This was the win condition for CMG EA in game number 1, and now that they have that broken open, they might be able to finish it off in game 2. IC catapults towards the enemy safe. Minmi shuts him down, but he's on desperately low health. The speed loader comes in from Kuru, and now he has in his sights the enemy safe. Just a bit of damage there. Back up to mid once again, trying to work these bushes. Levi keeping him at range. A Choppy taking serious damage. The super almost popped there for Kuru. We saw it flash, but he should still have it. Chazmac Gaming EA have pushed up so much more than they did in the last game, and Kuru's hanging on to that super. They got to play that defense, but more importantly, they have to generate some huge moments when it comes to offense.
Big whiff of the super there for the Colt player, taken down as well.
ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है।
Time on the
81 हो गया अब तो।
will go by quickly.
ओ भाई साहब।
Dives and dies, and I see jump directly into the crosshairs. All three players just turn and
भाई 3 लोगों ने मिलके जब फोड़ा है।
gaming
ब्रॉल्स वाले
by
ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर को कितना पैसा मिलता है खेलने में?
Sort of momentum.
डिपेंड करता है, इंडिया में तो कम ही मिलता है, बाहर के लोगों को ज्यादा मिलता है, क्योंकि मैं बता दूं एक मंथली फाइनल्स जीतने पे 10 लाख रुपए मिलते हैं।
Trying to shut down Kuru on the left side. Meanwhile, Kenji has the dash in. No value on the Minmi. A nice super on the right side for Minmi. He's able to shut down the right and the mid lanes. Kuru's the last hope, and Minmi is firing away at this safe with only a few.
फाइनल सेट तक जाएगा अब।
He's gonna be denied at every single turn. Minmi in with the super and the spins.
जी जी।
Sending us on to set 5.
Well done.
सेट 5 तक चला गया भाई।
Fantastic performance. They stuck to it. They were able to keep their game plan and maintain that.
ई स्पोर्ट्स में एंट्री के लिए पैसे देने पड़ते हैं या ना भाई?
Get that victory.
बिना उसके भी जा सकते हो, बिना टीम के भी जा सकते हो, जैसे मैंने दिखाया था।
Wound up.
जिनके पास वो नहीं था,
It's not stealing.
लोगो वोगो नहीं है, वो ऐसी टीम्स हैं जिनके खुद की स्पोर्ट्स ऑर्ग नहीं है, इसलिए वो उनके ऐसे हैं।
Gaming jump.
वो बस जीत गए थे मंथली फाइनल्स और आगे खेलने के लिए और जीत गए,
Saying here's how we.
ये अलग चीज है।
They just let CMG continue to feed into themselves, and Reject found a way to make it work. And I think that is veterancy.
Yeah, Reject, I mean, they played the slow, controlled game, and CMGA, they had a really awesome game number 1, but Reject sort of figured it out. I think they also identified that one of their main problems that they were facing was Colt, but number 2 was
खेलना तो कोई भी जा सकता है।
straightforward issue to solve, if you want to put it that way. Just play the outrange versus a guy. Keep range versus a Colette, and then she won't be able to do much, which is one of the first ways that players really figured out that you could deal with Colette when she first entered the meta. From Chazmat Gaming EA, we see some really nice stats, by the way, but it just didn't get them the results that they wanted. A whole lot of kills, a whole lot of DPS, but it's the safe DPS that really matters the most.
Yeah, you know, the only stat that matters.
ब्रॉल बॉल डिसाइडर
This
कि कौन जीतेगा
now we're
लास्ट फाइनल सेट और जीत जाएगा
stage in region.
मंथली फाइनल्स। पैसा ही पैसा होगा भाई, पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
But it's Reject, who I think are. I look at that CR Reject 6-player amalgamation.
बीजीएमआई में तो वही सब खेलते रहते।
You know, and there's a more nuanced conversation to be had. I know there's players like, you know, all over the world that are absolutely fantastic to watch. But that's certainly the bar that has been set. And it's up to players like, I don't know, Joker or whoever you have in your mind to really kind of come to. Was that a 94% from my man Michael?
I was waiting for my turn to come in. Yeah, that's 94% for Dynamic Michael.
Wow, that guy is dynamic.
He's just good at what he does. I mean, look, when it comes down to brawlers that are good here on field goal, you have those 2 lanes where the throwers can profit. And so this is when like the ideas of Barley start to creep in, but where there's Barley, there's Dyna. That's kind of my version.
देखते हैं कौन जीतता है।
Because he's just so good at countering things out when it comes to other throwers. Here comes Nita though.
पीटा पपीटा।
Some sort of ideas of Dynamite or Barley, because otherwise Nita can get countered quite hard by those 2.
Time and time again, though, we do see the need to return into Brawl Ball. A lot of abilities for her to charge that super and unleash old tibbers. But we've got Lola along for the ride as well. High DPS. Lola and Colt. Very similar brawlers. Why is
मजा आ रहा है। अरे अरे अरे
Lola has a cone that she shoots, and Colt has like a beam. So she's a bit easier to play, and also she has that super that upgrades her DPS and
बजवी में न्यू एंट्री आ सकती है।
throwing a bunch of stuff and doing.
न्यू एंट्री मतलब क्या?
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it's you know similar brawlers trading
नई टीम बोल रहे हो?
for like
पजमी में भी सेम सिस्टम है भाई, अभी चल तो रहा है टूर्नामेंट, पास कर लो
Interesting mechanic that you can
जीत जाओ।
You're able to tank so much damage.
उसमें भी जीतने में पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे, क्वालिफायर्स पहुंचोगे, क्वालिफायर जीत गए तो फिर फाइनल्स पहुंचोगे।
Let's talk about the B though, because Chazmat Gaming
कोई भी पहुंच सकता है, बस तुम्हारी टीम होनी चाहिए। स्लॉट्स टाइम मिलेगा, उस टाइम में जो जीतेगा
but we've seen sort of the
जीत जाएगा भाई।
expression
ये
that
फाइनल मैच है। यस,
range brawler into
ये फाइनल मैच है।
that only really manifests at this top level of play.
जो जीता वही सिकंदर, बाकी हो जाएंगे बंदर.
Heavily anticipate a thrower last selection.
न्यू ऑर्ग विद न्यू प्लेयर्स. हाँ जा सकते हैं ना, अभी तो बताया.
Longer range throw.
इजी है. कोई भी अपनी 4 लोगों की टीम बनाओ.
That's a
बेसिकली 5 लोग रख सकते हो स्क्वाड में,
I mean, honestly,
उससे ज़्यादा नहीं रख सकते. 5 लोग का नाम रजिस्टर करके आप अपना टीम का भेज सकते हो. तो जस्ट लाइक एक कोई नहीं आ पा रहा तो रिप्लेसमेंट के तौर पे रख सकते हो. 5 लोगों की ज़रूरत है आपको खेलने वाले.
I should even
उसके बाद फिर टूर्नामेंट्स होते हैं, जस्ट लाइक ये जो चल रहा है वैसे उसके मंथली टूर्नामेंट्स होते हैं.
has
मंथली क्या, सीजनल टूर्नामेंट्स होते हैं.
is totally fine.
उसमें तुम्हें स्लॉट्स मिलते हैं दूसरी टीम से अगेंस्ट में.
Yeah, sure.
उसमें भी टोटल 20 टीम खेल रही होती हैं.
New flavor.
उन 20 टीमों से बढ़िया परफॉर्म करोगे तो फिर क्वालिफायर्स में आगे बढ़ोगे.
Willow, please.
फिर एक प्री क्वालिफायर होता है. प्री क्वालिफायर पार करने के बाद तुम ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म पे पहुंचते हो जहाँ पे लोग जो स्ट्रीम करते हैं इस चीज़ की, बीजीएमआई के टूर्नामेंट की, वहाँ पे तुम दिखाई देना शुरू होगे.
Thanks, Patchy. We'll just see how it goes.
पॉइंट मीटर कंप्लीट हो गया. कौन सा पॉइंट मीटर भाई?
And West just barely gets out of there. Bear falls down as well. So Levi down to a hair of HP, but so does IC. So because of that, the 2-on-2, Chazmac doesn't take their offensive moment. Menmi versus Kenji on the Cordelius world. And Menmi falls down, goes too far. The Shadow Realm scoring opportunity probably not going to be there though, as the left laner falls down and everybody else just not healthy enough.
Chazmac Gaming EA still maintained control here at mid. Kenji's got to be careful about getting in close range. Goes for Levi, and all the way to the back left. Minmi manages to stay alive. Down to the Shadow Realm with you.
That
For
was
Kuru and IC also mind controlled, going for his own teammate, but not quite able to get those shots off. IC left high and dry at mid. Levi and Achapi still struggling to connect the shots. IC remains alive, but the line of scrimmage has been pushed all the way to Chazmac Gaming EA's goal line. Kenji looking for the super, and a little super action up there to the right. Levi might be able to sneak this one through. Got to see the pass up.
Nice.
Good kill, and Reject get the very first goal.
What a fantastic defensive set, turned into a stall, turned into an offensive move. Very, very classic. I just love how Reject did that. 2 players running towards the goal. One of them gets sent to the Shadow Realm. The other gets mind control. There's no one that can shoot the ball. Really cool tech coming out from Reject with this composition. But unfortunately for them, they are on their heels. Kuru and IC in a scoring position. IC eats it as a choppy in the back of the net. So Kuru offensively corners the ball. Ken has to make a big play on Fang here to make this one happen ready. But he's sent away. It's just Kuru versus the world. Ken will exit, but it's not going to be in time. Popping out now. Kick goes in. One player goes down. I'm a liar. It is in time. One
GG's.
going off time.
These indestructibles are going to break.
3 बज गए. हाँ, ये पुराना ऑर्ग लाइक सोल ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स वालों को तो डायरेक्ट एंट्री मिलती होगी. हाँ मिलती है ना.
Into Levi. He's not.
देखो टॉप 8 तो ऐसे होते हैं जो डायरेक्ट पिछले परफॉर्मेंस के बेस पे ही उनको ले लिया जाता है.
But it's no good. Kuru now down with the super. Here comes Kenji.
क्वालिफायर्स उनको नहीं देना पड़ता है, सीधी सी बात ये है.
He still manages to
अप टू क्वालिफायर्स उनको जरूरत नहीं है.
in the way, but Mimi still got a clear shot down the left side.
GG's.
To interrupt and Reject go to match point.
I really like.
टॉप 8 तक की जो टीमें थी पिछले बार की, उनको डायरेक्ट एंट्री मिलती है
I just
अप टू क्वालिफायर्स.
really well. I love
उनको क्वालिफायर्स क्लियर करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, लेकिन हाँ उसके बाद की
just
जो है वो पहुंच सकते हैं.
game. You can't score the ball if you're mind controlled. You can't score the ball if you're in the Shadow Realm. I just love how Reject teched this out. And then CMG just played good brawl ball. On to the next one. Reject now. Score. No. Score. No. Score. No. Score.
ओ ये
Go.
उसने उसको टेलीपोर्ट कर लिया, वहां से गोल हो गया.
An enemy of the Shadow Realm. I mean, they just can't do anything. You can't interact with the ball. It's not on the same plane of existence. You completely remove an enemy from play. Reject played this one very intelligently. Kenji with the flying kick and misses. Not quite left alone just yet. Might be able to claim a kill. There it is. Minmi still alive. Sends someone to the Shadow Realm. Kenji might be able to slip this one in the goal. There's the mind control available for a chop. He's going to go for it. A pass on the top side.
बच गया अरे भाई
Kuru, and the defense is here. Minmi with a mute and sent to the Shadow Realm. Another kill for Minmi too, as he continues to pulverize the enemy defenses.
Do it again. I love me some Willow Tech. We always talk about it on offenses, but on defense, working out well there. Kenji low and slow. Oh no, Kuru by himself now. Surrounded, flanked. Done, son. Choppy with the ball, but everybody respawning. Not sure this is a goal scoring opportunity here. Nope.
Didn't look like it. We'll see if Chazmac Gaming are able to generate something for themselves. The Choppy has that super. It's a fantastic bit of defense that he has. Able to mind control.
EMEA देखोगे उसमें टीम कौन कौन सी है उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है मजेदार कोई बढ़िया टीम होगी तो
Cigar, Minmi running away from Kuru as the Choppy pushes things up the left side. IC
अरे बॉल लेके जा क्या कर रहा है चापी
control, but he's not picking up the ball, or maybe not. Could send it to the other side. If Kenji's not careful, no, avoids the super. That would have been a win condition had Kenji not avoided that.
Goal. Kenji walking in, gets it done. Another one here. Bye.
अरे भाई
10 seconds, almost certainly going to an overtime here, Eddie.
Without a shred of doubt. And Reject might have the upper hand. They have B in overtime. They won this one very swiftly in the last game, but it all comes down to this. They might be able to win the monthly final. Kuru sent to the Shadow Realm. Levi has that super. He's looking for an angle, not able to pop off the super in time, but not a super in sight. For Chazmac Gaming EA, gotta see Kenji pass this to someone with the super available, but they're not going to be given out for free. A Choppy still keeping the distance, looking for a super. Here comes Kenji, sent to the Shadow Realm, but an elimination. A pass to Ice.
That's enough.
He's got to find this angle. A Choppy looking for the mind
ओ
control.
भाई
Through? No! A Choppy still looking to send this one up the opposing
बच गया भाई गोल होते होते रह गया
goal as he was in his own super. Levi has the ball. Kenji in a different plane. And IC trying to play some defense. Minmi
तीन लोग हैं
opportunity to pass
गोल गोल गोल
over to Levi.
ओ ये with that reject wins
Final victory for August.
What a fantastic performance by Redect in overtime. Chazmac
wow very dangerous
set, and Reject had to just go back
ये
and just say, listen, sir.
स्टील वॉल नहीं टूटता है ना वो टाइम में सब टूट जाता है अब तो
Honestly,
पहले नहीं टूटता था तो लोगों ने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया कि भाई फिर फायदा क्या उसका लेकिन अब नहीं होता
up and this is what when I say the
विद दैट हमारे भी 3000 पॉइंट्स हो गए
teams being here.
जैसा कि हमने बोला कोई इजी पीजी है भाई डेली का उसमें एक स्ट्रीम में आप आराम से 1000 कर सकते हो भले ही आपके सारे गलत हो सारे तुक्के गलत निकल जाएं लेकिन तब भी आप जीत जाएंगे
The difference, the ability,
इतना इजी है
cool.
बस ये टाइम देना पड़ता है
Chazmac's biting.
3000 हो चुके हैं
You're able to just be like, nah, man, we're still doing it.
पुरातन आर्ट्स जीतेगा तो मैंने तो किसी को वोट भी नहीं किया था तब भी मैं जीती गया ना
Composure shown by the Reject boys.
खैर अभी बज रहे हैं कितने
Really, I want to give some kudos to
3:05 3:30 बजे आई गेस दूसरी स्ट्रीम आती है
the
अपन इसको कर देते हैं बंद
game. But like
बोलिए हाँ हाँ बोलो हाँ the reason why I have just मैंने इसको बंद कर दिया बिकॉज अभी हमको थोड़ा बहुत सेटअप करना बाकी है तो ये स्ट्रीम अभी हम बंद करेंगे जैसे कि आप देख सकते हो ये स्ट्रीम वैसे मैं फुल HD पे चलती है लेकिन अभी फिलहाल चल रही है HD पे 720 पिक्सल्स पे अभी हम इसको करना है 1080 पिक्सल्स ठीक है फुल HD हमें करना है आज लगातार स्ट्रीम हाँ बस आधे घंटे बाद फिर आ जाएंगे टेंशन ना लो इसको 1080 पिक्सल्स करने हैं 60 FPS करना है अभी 30 FPS पे चल रही है और थोड़ा बहुत सेटअप और इट विल बी डन चलो मिलते हैं अगली स्ट्रीम में तब तक के लिए टाटा बाय बाय टेक केयर हैव फन पीस आउट द पिज्जा भी आउट सी यू ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट वन एंड आई होप आप लोगों का सारे लोगों का सबका शिफ्ट का कंप्लीट हो चुका है 3000। अगर नहीं हुआ है तो भाई दूसरी स्ट्रीम फिर से देखना पड़ेगा आपको। बाकी मैं देखता हूँ अगर कोई अच्छी टीम खेल रही होगी नेक्स्ट रीजन में तो जरूर देखेंगे, अदरवाइज हम खुद खेलेंगे ब्रॉल स्टार्स। उसको कंप्लीट करने के बाद फिर हम देख सकते हैं भले ही, लेकिन अभी के लिए फिलहाल दिस इज इट। सी यू ऑन द नेक्स्ट वन, बाय।